Chapter 24. How Panurge was said to have been afraid without reason during the storm. Good morrow, gentlemen, said Panurge, good morrow to you all, you are in very good health, thanks to heaven and yourselves. You are all heartily welcome, and in good time. Let us go on shore. Here, coxswain, get the ladder over the gunwale, man the sides, man the pinnace, and get her by the ship's side. Shall I lend you a hand here? I am stark mad for want of business, and would work like any 2 yokes of oxen. Truly this is a fine place, and these look like a very good people. Children, do you want me still in anything? Do not spare the sweat of my body, for God's sake. Adam, that is, man, was made to labor and work, as the birds were made to fly. Our Lord's will is that we get our bread with the sweat of our brows, not idling and doing nothing, like this tatterdemalion of a monk here, this Friar Jack, who is fain to drink to hearten himself up, and dies for fear. Rare weather. I now find the answer of Anacharsis, the noble philosopher, very proper. Being asked what ship he reckoned the safest, he replied, that which is in the harbour. He made a yet better repartee, said Pantagruel, when somebody inquiring which is greater, the number of the living or that of the dead, he asked them amongst which of the 2 they reckoned those that are at sea. Ingeniously implying that they are continually in danger of death, dying alive, and living die. Porcius Cato also said that there were but 3 things of which he would repent, if ever he had trusted his wife with his secret, if he had idled away a day, and if he had ever gone by sea to a place which he could visit by land. By this dignified frock of mine, said Friar John to Panurge, friend, thou hast been afraid during the storm without cause or reason. For thou wert not born to be drowned, but rather to be hanged and exalted in the air, or to be roasted in the midst of a jolly bonfire. My lord, would you have a good cloak for the rain, leave me off your wolf and badger skin mantle. Let Panurge but be flayed, and cover yourself with his hide. But do not come near the fire, nor near your blacksmith's forges, a God's name, for in a moment you will see it in ashes. Yet be as long as you please in the rain, snow, hail, nay, by the devil's maker, throw yourself or dive down to the very bottom of the water, I'll engage you'll not be wet at all. Have some winter boots made of it, they'll never take in a drop of water, make bladders of it to lay under boys to teach them to swim, instead of corks, and they will learn without the least danger. His skin, then, said Pantagruel, should be like the herb called true maiden's hair, which never takes wet nor moistness, but still keeps dry, though you lay it at the bottom of the water as long as you please, and for that reason is called adiantos. Friend Panurge, said Friar John, I pray thee never be afraid of water, thy life for mine thou art threatened with a contrary element. Aye, replied Panurge, but the devil's cooks dote sometimes, and are apt to make horrid blunders as well as others, often putting to boil in water what was designed to be roasted on the fire. Like the head cooks of our kitchen, who often lard partridges, queasts, and stock doves with intent to roast them, one would think. But it happens sometimes that they e'en turn the partridges into the pot to be boiled with cabbages, the queasts with leek pottage, and the stock doves with turnips. But hark you me, good friends, I protest before this noble company, that as for the chapel which I vowed to Mons. St. Nicholas between Chuanda and Montserrat, I honestly mean that it shall be a chapel of rose-water, which shall be where neither cow nor calf shall be fed, for between you and I intend to throw it to the bottom of the water. Here is a rare rogue for you, said Eusthenes, here is a pure rogue, a rogue in grain, a rogue enough, a rogue and a half. He is resolved to make good the Lombardic proverb, Passato el pericolo, gabato el santo. The devil was sick, the devil a monk would be. The devil was well, the devil a monk was he. Chapter 25. How, after the storm, Pantagruel went on shore in the islands of the Macreons. Immediately after we went ashore at the port of an island which they called the island of the Macreons. The good people of the place received us very honorably. An old Macrobius, so they called their eldest elder man, desired Pantagruel to come to the town house to refresh himself and eat something, but he would not budge a foot from the mole till all his men were landed. After he had seen them, he gave order that they should all change clothes, and that some of all the stores in the fleet should be brought on shore, that every ship's crew might live well. Which was accordingly done, and God wot how well they all toped and caroused. The people of the place brought them provisions in abundance. The Pantagruelists returned them more, as the truth is, theirs were somewhat damaged by the late storm. When they had well stuffed the insides of their doublets, Pantagruel desired everyone to lend their help to repair the damage, which they readily did. It was easy enough to refit there. For all the inhabitants of the island were carpenters and all such handicrafts as are seen in the arsenal at Venice. None but the largest island was inhabited, having 3 ports and 10 parishes. The rest being overrun with wood and desert, much like the forest of Arden. We entreated the old Macrobius to show us what was worth seeing in the island, which he did. And in the desert and dark forest we discovered several old ruined temples, obelisks, pyramids, monuments, and ancient tombs, with diverse inscriptions and epitaphs, some of them in hieroglyphic characters, others in the Ionic dialect. Some in the Arabic, Agarenian, Slavonian, and other tongues, of which Epistemon took an exact account. In the interim, Panurge said to Friar John, "Is this the island of the Macreons?" Macreon signifies in Greek an old man, or one much stricken in years. "What is that to me?" said Friar John, "how can I help it? I was not in the country when they christened it." "Now I think on't," quoth Panurge, "I believe the name of Mackerel, Mata adds, between brackets, that's Abode in French, was derived from it, for procuring is the province of the old, as buttock wriggling is that of the young. Therefore I do not know but this may be the body or Mackerel Island, the original and prototype of the island of that name at Paris. Let's go and dredge for cock oysters." Old Macrobius asked, in the Ionic tongue, how, and by what industry and labor, Pantagruel got to their port that day, there having been such blustering weather and such a dreadful storm at sea. Pantagruel told him that the Almighty Preserver of mankind had regarded the simplicity and sincere affection of his servants, who did not travel for gain or sordid profit, the sole design of their voyage being a studious desire to know, see, and visit the oracle of Bacbuc, and take the word of the bottle upon some difficulties offered by one of the company. Nevertheless this had not been without great affliction and evident danger of shipwreck. After that, he asked him what he judged to be the cause of that terrible tempest, and if the adjacent seas were thus frequently subject to storms. As in the ocean are the rats of Samayu, Momusson, and in the Mediterranean Sea the Gulf of Satali, Montargenton, Piombino, Capo Melio in Laconia, the Straits of Gibraltar, Faro di Messina, and others. Chapter 26. How the good Macrobius gave us an account of the mansion and decease of the heroes. The good Macrobius then answered, "Friendly strangers, this island is one of the Sporades. Not of your Sporades that lie in the Carpathian Sea, but one of the Sporades of the ocean. In former times rich, frequented, wealthy, populous, full of traffic, and in the dominions of the rulers of Britain, but now, by course of time, and in these latter ages of the world, poor and desolate, as you see. In this dark forest, above 78,000 Persian leagues in compass, is the dwelling place of the demons and heroes that are grown old, and we believe that some one of them died yesterday. Since the comet which we saw for 3 days before together, shines no more, and now it is likely that at his death there arose this horrible storm. For while they are alive all happiness attends both this and the adjacent islands, and a settled calm and serenity. At the death of every one of them, we commonly hear in the forest loud and mournful groans, and the whole land is infested with pestilence, earthquakes, inundations, and other calamities. The air with fogs and obscurity, and the sea with storms and hurricanes. What you tell us seems to me likely enough, said Pantagruel. For as a torch or candle, as long as it hath life enough and is lighted, shines round about, disperses its light, delights those that are near it, yields them its service and clearness, and never causes any pain or displeasure. But as soon as 'tis extinguished, its smoke and evaporation infects the air, offends the bystanders, and is noisome to all. So, as long as those noble and renowned souls inhabit their bodies, peace, profit, pleasure, and honor never leave the places where they abide. But as soon as they leave them, both the continent and adjacent islands are annoyed with great commotions, in the air fogs, darkness, thunder, hail, tremblings, pulsations, agitations of the earth, storms and hurricanes at sea. Together with sad complaints amongst the people, broaching of religions, changes in governments, and ruins of commonwealths. We had a sad instance of this lately, said Epistemon, at the death of that valiant and learned knight, William du Bellay, during whose life France enjoyed so much happiness, that all the rest of the world looked upon it with envy, sought friendship with it, and stood in awe of its power. But soon after his decease it hath for a considerable time been the scorn of the rest of the world. Thus, said Pantagruel, Anchises being dead at Trapani in Sicily, Aeneas was dreadfully tossed and endangered by a storm. And perhaps for the same reason Herod, that tyrant and cruel king of Judea, finding himself near the pangs of a horrid kind of death, for he died of a thyriosis, devoured by vermin and lice, as before him died Sylla, Pherecydes the Syrian, the preceptor of Pythagoras, the Greek poet Alcmaeon, and others, and foreseeing that the Jews would make bonfires at his death, caused all the nobles and magistrates to be summoned to his seraglio out of all the cities, towns, and castles of Judea, fraudulently pretending that he had some things of moment to impart to them. They made their personal appearance, whereupon he caused them all to be shut up in the hippodrome of the seraglio, then said to his sister Salome and Alexander her husband, I am certain that the Jews will rejoice at my death. But if you will observe and perform what I tell you, my funeral shall be honorable, and there will be a general mourning. As soon as you see me dead, let my guards, to whom I have already given strict commission to that purpose, kill all the noblemen and magistrates that are secured in the hippodrome. By these means all Jewry shall, in spite of themselves, be obliged to mourn and lament, and foreigners will imagine it to be for my death, as if some heroic soul had left her body. A desperate tyrant wished as much when he said, When I die, let earth and fire be mixed together, which was as good as to say, Let the whole world perish. Which saying the tyrant Nero altered, saying, While I live, as Suetonius affirms it. This detestable saying, of which Cicero, Lib de Finib, and Seneca, Lib 2, de Clementia, make mention, is ascribed to the Emperor Tiberius by Dion Nicias and Suedas. Chapter 27. Pantagruel's Discourse of the Decease of Heroic Souls. And of the dreadful prodigies that happened before the death of the late Lord de Langey. I would not, continued Pantagruel, have missed the storm that hath thus disordered us. Were I also to have missed the relation of these things told us by this good Macrobius. Neither am I unwilling to believe what he said of a comet that appears in the sky some days before such a decease. For some of those souls are so noble, so precious, and so heroic that heaven gives us notice of their departing some days before it happens. And as a prudent physician, seeing by some symptoms that his patient draws towards his end, some days before gives notice of it to his wife, children, kindred, and friends, that, in that little time he hath yet to live, they may admonish him to settle all things in his family, to tutor and instruct his children as much as he can, recommend his relict to his friends in her widowhood, and declare what he knows to be necessary about a provision for the orphans. That he may not be surprised by death without making his will, and may take care of his soul and family. In the same manner the heavens, as it were joyful for the approaching reception of those blessed souls, seem to make bonfires by those comets and blazing meteors, which they at the same time kindly design should prognosticate to us here that in a few days one of those venerable souls is to leave her body and this terrestrial globe. Not altogether unlike this was what was formerly done at Athens by the judges of the Areopagus. For when they gave their verdict to cast or clear the culprits that were tried before them, they used certain notes according to the substance of the sentences, by theta signifying condemnation to death, by t, absolution, by a, ampliation or a demur, when the case was not sufficiently examined. Thus having publicly set up those letters, they eased the relations and friends of the prisoners, and such others as desired to know their doom, of their doubts. Likewise by these comets, as in ethereal characters, the heavens silently say to us, Make haste, mortals, if you would know or learn of the blessed souls anything concerning the public good or your private interest. For their catastrophe is near, which being past, you will vainly wish for them afterwards. The good-natured heavens still do more. And that mankind may be declared unworthy of the enjoyment of those renowned souls, they fright and astonish us with prodigies, monsters, and other foreboding signs that thwart the order of nature. Of this we had an instance several days before the decease of the heroic soul of the learned and valiant Chevalier de Langey, of whom you have already spoken. I remember it, said Epistemon. And my heart still trembles within me when I think on the many dreadful prodigies that we saw 5 or 6 days before he died. For the Lords Dacier, Chamant, One-Eyed Mailly, St. Ale, Villeneuve-Laguiart, Master Gabriel, Physician of Savelin, Rabelais, Cowo, Massow, Majoricai, Boulou, Surcouf, alias Bourgmeister, Francis Proust, Ferron, Charles Gerard, Francis Bourg, and many other friends and servants to the deceased. All dismayed, gazed on each other without uttering one word. Yet not without foreseeing that France would in a short time be deprived of a knight so accomplished and necessary for its glory and protection, and that heaven claimed him again as its due. By the tufted tip of my cowl, cried Friar John, I am e'en resolved to become a scholar before I die. I have a pretty good headpiece of my own, you must own. Now pray give me leave to ask you a civil question. Can these same heroes or demigods you talk of die? May I never be damned if I was not so much a lobcock as to believe they had been immortal, like so many fine angels. Heaven forgive me. But this most reverend father, Macrobius, tells us they die at last. Not all, returned Pantagruel. The Stoics held them all to be mortal, except one, who alone is immortal, impassible, invisible. Pindar plainly saith that there is no more thread, that is to say, no more life, spun from the distaff and flax of the hard-hearted fates for the goddesses Hamadryads than there is for those trees that are preserved by them, which are good, sturdy, downright oaks. Whence they derived their original, according to the opinion of Callimachus and Pausanias in Phoci. With whom concurs Martianus Capella. As for the demigods, fauns, satyrs, sylvans, hobgoblins, Aegipanes, nymphs, heroes, and demons, several men have, from the total sum, which is the result of the divers ages calculated by Hesiod, reckoned their life to be 9,720 years. That sum consisting of 4 special numbers orderly arising from 1, the same added together and multiplied by 4 every way amounts to 40, these 40s, being reduced into triangles by 5 times, make up the total of the aforesaid number. See Plutarch, in his book about the cessation of oracles. This, said Friar John, is not matter of breviary, I may believe as little or as much of it as you and I please. I believe, said Pantagruel, that all intellectual souls are exempted from Atropus's scissors. They are all immortal, whether they be of angels, or demons, or human. Yet I will tell you a story concerning this that is very strange, but is written and affirmed by several learned historians. Chapter 28. How Pantagruel related a very sad story of the death of the heroes. Epitherses, the father of Aemilian the rhetorician, sailing from Greece to Italy in a ship freighted with diverse goods and passengers. At night the wind failed them near the Echinides, some islands that lie between the Morea and Tunis, and the vessel was driven near Paxos. When they were got thither, some of the passengers being asleep, others awake, the rest eating and drinking, a voice was heard that called aloud, Thamus. Which cry surprised them all. This same Thamus was their pilot, an Egyptian by birth, but known by name only to some few travelers. The voice was heard a second time calling Thamus, in a frightful tone. And none making answer, but trembling and remaining silent, the voice was heard a third time, more dreadful than before. This caused Thamus to answer, Here am I, what dost thou call me for? What wilt thou have me do? Then the voice, louder than before, bid him publish when he should come to Polodes, that the great god Pan was dead. Epitherses related that all the mariners and passengers, having heard this, were extremely amazed and frightened. And that, consulting among themselves whether they had best conceal or divulge what the voice had enjoined, Themis said his advice was that if they happened to have a fair wind they should proceed without mentioning a word on't. But if they chanced to be becalmed he would publish what he had heard. Now when they were near Palodes they had no wind, neither were they in any current. Themis then getting up on the top of the ship's forecastle, and casting his eyes on the shore, said that he had been commanded to proclaim that the great god Pan was dead. The words were hardly out of his mouth, when deep groans, great lamentations, and doleful shrieks, not of one person, but of many together, were heard from the land. The news of this, many being present then, was soon spread at Rome. Insomuch that Tiberius, who was then emperor, sent for this Themis, and having heard him gave credit to his words. And inquiring of the learned in his court and at Rome who was that Pan, he found by their relation that he was the son of Mercury and Penelope, as Herodotus and Cicero in his third book of the nature of the gods had written before. For my part, I understand it of that great Saviour of the faithful who was shamefully put to death at Jerusalem by the envy and wickedness of the doctors, priests, and monks of the Mosaic law. And methinks my interpretation is not improper. For he may lawfully be said in the Greek tongue to be Pan, since he is our all. For all that we are, all that we live, all that we have, all that we hope, is him, by him, from him, and in him. He is the good Pan, the great shepherd, who, as the loving shepherd Cordon affirms, hath not only a tender love and affection for his sheep, but also for their shepherds. At his death, complaints, sighs, fears, and lamentations were spread through the whole fabric of the universe, whether heavens, land, sea, or hell. The time also concurs with this interpretation of mine. For this most good, most mighty Pan, our only Saviour, died near Jerusalem during the reign of Tiberius Caesar. Pantagruel, having ended this discourse, remained silent and full of contemplation. A little while after we saw the tears flow out of his eyes as big as ostriches' eggs. God take me presently if I tell you one single syllable of a lie in the matter. Chapter 29. How Pantagruel sailed by the sneaking island, where Shrovetide reigned. The jovial fleet being refitted and repaired, new stores taken in, the Macreons over and above satisfied and pleased with the money spent there by Pantagruel. Our men in better humour than they used to be, if possible, we merrily put to sea the next day, near sunset, with a delicious fresh gale. Xenomanes showed us afar off the sneaking island, where reigned Shrovetide, of whom Pantagruel had heard much talk formerly. For that reason he would gladly have seen him in person, had not Xenomanes advised him to the contrary. First, because this would have been much out of our way, and then for the lean cheer which he told us was to be found at that prince's court, and indeed all over the island. You can see nothing there for your money, said he, but a huge greedy guts, a tall woundy swallower of hot wardens and mussels, a long-shanked mole-catcher, an overgrown bottler of hay. A mossy-chinned demi-giant, with a double-shaven crown, of lantern breed. A very great loitering not-a-peaked youngster, banner-bearer to the fish-eating tribe, dictator of mustard land, flogger of little children, calciner of ashes, father and foster-father to physicians, swarming with pardons, indulgences, and stations. A very honest man, a good Catholic, and as brimful of devotion as ever he can hold. He weeps the 3/4 parts of the day, and never assists at any weddings. But, give the devil his due, he is the most industrious larding-stick and skewer-maker in 40 kingdoms. About 6 years ago, as I passed by Sneaking Land, I brought home a large skewer from thence, and made a present of it to the butchers of Chuanda, who set a great value upon them, and that for a cause. Some time or other, if ever we live to come back to our own country, I will show you 2 of them fastened on the great church porch. His usual food is pickled coats of mail, salt helmets and head-pieces, and salt sallets. Which sometimes makes him piss pins and needles. As for his clothing, 'tis comical enough, O conscience, both for make and colour, for he wears grey and cold, nothing before, and not behind, with the sleeves of the same. You will do me a kindness, said Pantagruel, if, as you have described his clothes, food, actions, and pastimes, you will also give me an account of his shape and disposition in all his parts. Prithee do, dear Cod, said Friar John, for I have found him in my breviary, and then follow the movable holy days. With all my heart, answered Xenomanes. We may chance to hear more of him as we touch at the wild island, the dominions of the squab chitlins, his enemies, against whom he is eternally at odds. And were it not for the help of the noble Carnival, their protector and good neighbor, this meagre-looked losely Shrovetide would long before this have made sad work among them, and rooted them out of their habitation. Are these same chitlins, said Friar John, male or female, angels or mortals, women or maids? They are, replied Xenomanes, females in sex, mortal in kind, some of them maids, others not. The devil have me, said Friar John, if I bent for them. What a shameful disorder in nature, is it not, to make war against women? Let's go back and hack the villain to pieces. What? Meddle with Shrovetide? Cried Panurge, in the name of Beelzebub, I am not yet so weary of my life. No, I'm not yet so mad as that comes to. Quid juris? Suppose we should find ourselves pent up between the chitlins and Shrovetide? Between the anvil and the hammers? Shankers and buboes? Stand off. Godzooks, let us make the best of our way. I bid you good night, sweet Mr. Shrovetide, I recommend to you the chitlins, and pray don't forget the puddings. Chapter 30. How Shrovetide is anatomized and described by Xenomanes. As for the inward parts of Shrovetide, said Xenomanes. His brain is, at least, it was in my time, in bigness, colors, substance, and strength, much like the left cod of a he-hand worm. The ventricles of his said brain, like an auger. The stomach, like a belt. The worm-like excrescence, like a Christmas box. The windpipe, like an oyster knife. The membranes, like a monk's cowl. The throat, like a pincushion cowl stuffed with oakum. The funnel, like a mason's chisel. The lungs, like a prebend's fur gown. The pylorus, like a pitchfork. The fornix, like a casket. The glandula pinealis, like a bagpipe. The mediastinum, like an earthen cup. The heart, like a cope. The rete mirabile, like a gutter. The dug-like processes, like a patch. The pleura, like a crow's bill. The arteries, like a watchcoat. The tympanums, like a whirligig. The midriff, like a Montero cap. The liver, like a double-tongued mattock. The rocky bones, like a goose wing. The veins, like a sash window. The nape of the neck, like a paper lantern. The spleen, like a catcall. The guts, like a trammel. The nerves, like a pipkin. The gall, like a cooper's adze. The uvula, like a sackbut. The entrails, like a gauntlet. The palate, like a mitten. The mesentery, like an abbot's mitre. The spittle, like a shuttle. The almonds, like a telescope. The hungry gut, like a button. The bridge of his nose, like a wheelbarrow. The blind gut, like a breastplate. The colon, like a bridle. The head of the larynx, like a vintage basket. The arse gut, like a monk's leathern bottle. The kidneys, like a trowel. The ligaments, like a tinker's budget. The loins, like a padlock. The ureters, like a pothook. The bones, like three-cornered cheesecakes. The emulgent veins, like two gillyflowers. The marrow, like a wallet. The spermatic vessels, like a cully-moly puff. The cartilages, like a field tortoise, alias a mole. The peristata, like an inkpot. The glandules in the mouth, like a pruning knife. The bladder, like a stone bow. The neck, like a mill clapper. The animal spirits, like swinging fisticuffs. The myric, or lower parts of the belly, like a high-crowned hat. The blood fermenting, like a multiplication of flirts on the nose. The siphac, or its inner rind, like a wooden cuff. The muscles, like a pair of bellows. The urine, like a fig pecker. The tendons, like a hawking glove. The sperm, like 100 tenpenny nails. And his nurse told me, that being married to Midlent, he only begot a good number of local adverbs and certain double fasts. His memory he had like a scarf. His undertakings, like the ballast of a galleon. His common sense, like a buzzing of bees. His understanding, like a torn breviary. His imagination, like the chime of a set of bells. His notions, like snails crawling out of strawberries. His thoughts, like a flight of starlings. His will, like 3 filberts in a porringer. His conscience, like the unnestling of a parcel of young herons. His desire, like 6 trusses of hay. His judgment, like a shoeing horn. His deliberations, like a set of organs. His discretion, like the truckle of a pulley. His repentance, like the carriage of a double cannon. His reason, like a cricket. Chapter 31. Shrovetide's outward parts anatomized. Shrovetide, continued Xenomanes, is somewhat better proportioned in his outward parts, excepting the 7 ribs which he had over and above the common shape of men. His toes were like a virginal on an organ. The peritoneum, or caul wherein his bowels were wrapped, like a billiard table. His nails, like a gimlet. His feet, like a guitar. His back, like an overgrown rack-bent crossbow. His heels, like a club. The soles of his feet, like a crucible. The vertebrae, or joints of his backbone, like a bagpipe. His legs, like a hawk's lure. His ribs, like a spinning wheel. His knees, like a joint stool. His brisket, like a canopy. His thighs, like a steel cap. His shoulder blades, like a mortar. His hips, like a wimble. His breast, like a game at 9 pins. His belly as big as a tun, buttoned after the old fashion, with a girdle riding over the middle of his bosom. His paps, like a hornpipe. His armpits, like a checker. His shoulders, like a hand barrow. His navel, like a cymbal. His arms, like a riding hood. His groin, like a minced pie. His fingers, like a brotherhood's andirons. His member, like a slipper. His purse, like an oil cruet. The fibulae, or lesser bones of his legs, like a pair of stilts. His genitals, like a joiner's planer. Their erecting muscles, like a racket. His shin bones, like sickles. His elbows, like a mousetrap. The perineum, like a flageolet. His hands, like a currycomb. His arsehole, like a crystal looking-glass. His neck, like a towelboy. His throat, like a felt to distill hippocras. His bum, like a harrow. The knob in his throat, like a barrel, where hang 2 brazen wens, very fine and harmonious, in the shape of an hourglass. His loins, like a butterpot. His jaws, like a caudle cup. His teeth, like a hunter's staff. Of such colt's teeth as his, you will find 1 at Cologne's Les Royaux in Poitou, and 2 at La Brosse in Zaintonge, on the cellar door. His beard, like a lantern. His chin, like a mushroom. His ears, like a pair of gloves. His nose, like a buskin. His tongue, like a Jew's harp. His nostrils, like a forehead cloth. His mouth, like a horsecloth. His eyebrows, like a dripping pan. His face embroidered like a mule's pack saddle. On his left brow was a mark of the shape and bigness of an urinal. His head contrived like a still. His skull, like a pouch. His eyelids, like a fiddle. The sutury, or seams of his skull, like the annulus piscatoris, or the fisher's signet. His eyes, like a comb box. His optic nerves, like a tinderbox. His skin, like a gabardine. His forehead, like a false cup. His epidermis, or outward skin, like a bolting cloth. His temples, like the cock of a cistern. His hair, like a scrubbing brush. His cheeks, like a pair of wooden shoes. His fur, such as above said. Chapter 32. A continuation of Shrovetide's countenance. 'Tis a wonderful thing, continued Xenomanes, to hear and see the state of Shrovetide. If he chanced to spit, it was whole basketsful of goldfinches. When he trembled, it was large venison pasties. If he blowed his nose, it was pickled grigs. When he did sweat, it was old ling with butter sauce. When he wept, it was ducks with onion sauce. When he belched, it was bushels of oysters. When he sneezed, it was whole tubfuls of mustard. When he muttered, it was lawyers' revels. When he coughed, it was boxes of marmalade. When he hopped about, it was letters of license and protections. When he sobbed, it was watercresses. When he stepped back, it was sea cockle shells. When he yawned, it was potfuls of pickled peas. When he slabbered, it was common ovens. When he sighed, it was dried neats' tongues. When he was hoarse, it was an entry of morris dancers. When he whistled, it was a whole scuttleful of green apes. When he broke wind, it was dun cow's leather spatterdashes. When he snored, it was a whole panful of fried beans. When he funked, it was washed leather boots. When he frowned, it was soused hog's feet. When he scratched himself, it was new proclamations. When he spoke, it was coarse brown russet cloth. So little it was like crimson silk, with which Parysatis desired that the words of such as spoke to her son Cyrus, king of Persia, should be interwoven. When he sung, it was peas and cods. When he evacuated, it was mushrooms and morillus. When he puffed, it was cabbages with oil, alias calls amb a leaf. When he blowed, it was indulgence money boxes. When he talked, it was the last year's snow. When he winked, it was buttered buns. When he dreamt, it was of a cock and a bull. When he grumbled, it was March cats. When he gave nothing, so much for the bearer. When he nodded, it was iron-bound wagons. If he thought to himself, it was whimsies and maggots. When he made mouths, it was broken staves. If he dozed, it was leases of lands. What is yet more strange, he used to work doing nothing, and did nothing though he worked. Caroused sleeping, and slept carousing, with his eyes open, like the hares in our country, for fear of being taken napping by the chitlins, his inveterate enemies. Biting he laughed, and laughing bit. Eat nothing fasting, and fasted eating nothing, mumbled upon suspicion, drank by imagination, swam on the tops of high steeples, dried his clothes in ponds and rivers, fished in the air, and there used to catch decumane lobsters. Hunted at the bottom of the herring pond, and caught their ibexes, stambuks, chamois, and other wild goats, used to put out the eyes of all the crows which he took sneakingly, feared nothing but his own shadow and the cries of fat kids. Used to gad abroad some days, like a truant schoolboy, played with the ropes of bells on festival days of saints, made a mallet of his fist, and writ on hairy parchment prognostications and almanacs with his huge pin case. "Is that the gentleman?" said Friar John. "He is my man, this is the very fellow I looked for. I will send him a challenge immediately." "This is," said Pantagruel, "a strange and monstrous sort of man, if I may call him a man. You put me in mind of the form and looks of a modant and dissonance." "How were they made?" said Friar John. "May I be peeled like a raw onion if ever I heard a word of them." "I'll tell you what I read of them in some ancient apologues," replied Pantagruel. "Physis, that is to say, nature, at her first burthen begot beauty and harmony without carnal copulation, being of herself very fruitful and prolific. Antithesis, whoever was the counterpart of nature, immediately, out of a malicious spite against her for her beautiful and honorable productions, in opposition begot a modant and dissonance by copulation with Telamon. Their heads were round like a football, and not gently flatted on both sides, like the common shape of men. Their ears stood pricked up like those of asses. Their eyes, as hard as those of crabs, and without brows, stared out of their heads, fixed on bones like those of our heels. Their feet were round like tennis balls, their arms and hands turned backwards towards their shoulders. And they walked on their heads, continually turning round like a ball, topsy-turvy, heels over head. Yet, as you know that apes esteem their young the handsomest in the world, Antithesis extolled her offspring, and strove to prove that their shape was handsomer and neater than that of the children of Physis. Saying that thus to have spherical heads and feet, and walk in a circular manner, wheeling round, had something in it of the perfection of the divine power, which makes all beings eternally turn in that fashion. And that to have our feet uppermost, and the head below them, was to imitate the Creator of the universe, the hair being like the roots, and the legs like the branches of man. For trees are better planted by their roots than they could be by their branches. By this demonstration she implied that her children were much more to be praised for being like a standing tree, than those of Physis, that made a figure of a tree upside down. As for the arms and hands, she pretended to prove that they were more justly turned towards the shoulders, because that part of the body ought not to be without defence, while the forepart is duly fenced with teeth, which a man cannot only use to chew, but also to defend himself against those things that offend him. Thus, by the testimony and a stipulation of the brute beasts, she drew all the witless herd and mob of fools into her opinion, and was admired by all brainless and nonsensical people. Since that, she begot the hypocritical tribes of eavesdropping dissemblers, superstitious popemongers, and priest-ridden bigots, the frantic pistolets, the demoniacal Calvins, impostors of Geneva, the scrapers of benefices, apparitors with the devil in them, and other grinders and squeezers of livings, herb-stinking hermits, gully-gutted dunces of the cowl, church vermin, false zealots, devourers of the substance of men, and many more other deformed and ill-favoured monsters, made in spite of nature. Chapter 33. How Pantagruel discovered a monstrous Physeter, or whirlpool, near the wild island. About sunset, coming near the wild island, Pantagruel spied afar off a huge monstrous Physeter, a sort of whale, which some call a whirlpool. That came right upon us, neighing, snorting, raised above the waves higher than our main-tops, and spouting water all the way into the air before itself, like a large river falling from a mountain. Pantagruel showed it to the pilot and to Xenomanes. By the pilot's advice the trumpets of the Thalamege were sounded to warn all the fleet to stand close and look to themselves. This alarm being given, all the ships, galleons, frigates, brigantines, according to their naval discipline, placed themselves in the order and figure of an Y, upsilon, the letter of Pythagoras, as cranes do in their flight. And like an acute angle, in whose cone and basis the Thalamege placed herself ready to fight smartly. Friar John with the grenadiers got on the forecastle. Poor Panurge began to cry and howl worse than ever. "Babilbabo," said he, shrugging up his shoulders, quivering all over with fear, "there will be the devil upon done. This is a worse business than that t'other day. Let us fly, old Nick take me if it is not Leviathan, described by the noble prophet Moses in the life of patient Job. It will swallow us all, ships and men, shag, rag, and bobtail, like a dose of pills. Alas! It will make no more of us, and we shall hold no more room in its hellish jaws, than a sugar-plum in an ass's throat. Look, 'tis upon us. Let us will off, whip it away, and get ashore. I believe 'tis the very individual sea monster that was formerly designed to devour Andromeda. We are all undone. Oh! For some valiant Perseus here now to kill the dog. I'll do its business presently, said Pantagruel, fear nothing. Ods belly, said Panurge, remove the cause of my fear then. When the devil would you have a man be afraid but when there is so much cause? If your destiny be such as Friar John was saying a while ago, replied Pantagruel, you ought to be afraid of Pyroeus, Eus, Ethon, and Phlegon, the sun's coach-horses, that breathe fire at the nostrils. And not of Physeters, that spout nothing but water at the snout and mouth. Their water will not endanger your life, and that element will rather save and preserve than hurt or endanger you. Ay, trust to that, and hang me, quoth Panurge. Yours is a very pretty fancy. Ods fish. Did I not give you a sufficient account of the element's transmutation, and the blunders that are made of roast for boiled, and boiled for roast? Alas! Here 'tis, I'll go hide myself below. We are dead men, every mother's son of us. I see upon our maintop that merciless hag Atropos, with her scissors new ground, ready to cut our threads all at one snip. Oh! How dreadful and abominable thou art! Thou hast drowned a good many beside us, who never made their brags of it. Did it but spout good, brisk, dainty, delicious white wine, instead of this damned bitter salt water, one might better bear with it, and there would be some cause to be patient. Like that English lord, who being doomed to die, and had leave to choose what kind of death he would, chose to be drowned in a butt of Malmsey. Here it is. Oh, oh! Devil! Sathanas! Leviathan! I cannot abide to look upon thee, thou art so abominably ugly. Go to the bar, go take the pettifoggers. Chapter 34. How the monstrous Physeter was slain by Pantagruel. The Physeter, coming between the ships and the galleons, threw water by whole tons upon them, as if it had been the cataracts of the Nile in Ethiopia. On the other side, arrows, darts, glaives, javelins, spears, harping irons, and partisans, flew upon it like hail. Friar John did not spare himself in it. Panurge was half dead for fear. The artillery roared and thundered like mad, and seemed to gall it in good earnest, but did but little good, for the great iron and brass cannon shot entering its skin seemed to melt like tiles in the sun. Pantagruel then, considering the weight and exigency of the matter, stretched out his arms and showed what he could do. You tell us, and it is recorded, that Commodus, the Roman emperor, could shoot with a bow so dexterously that at a good distance he would let fly an arrow through a child's fingers and never touch them. You also tell us of an Indian archer, who lived when Alexander the Great conquered India, and was so skillful in drawing the bow, that at a considerable distance he would shoot his arrows through a ring, though they were 3 cubits long. And their iron so large and weighty that with them he used to pierce steel cutlasses, thick shields, steel breastplates, and generally what he did hit, how firm, resisting, hard, and strong soever it were. You also tell us wonders of the industry of the ancient Franks, who were preferred to all others in point of archery. And when they hunted either black or dun beasts, used to rub the head of their arrows with hellebore, because the flesh of the venison struck with such an arrow was more tender, dainty, wholesome, and delicious, paring off, nevertheless, the part that was touched round about. You also talk of the Parthians, who used to shoot backwards more dexterously than other nations forwards. And also celebrate the skill of the Scythians in that art, who sent once to Darius, king of Persia, an ambassador that made him a present of a bird, a frog, a mouse, and 5 arrows, without speaking one word. And being asked what those presents meant, and if he had commission to say anything, answered that he had not. Which puzzled and gravelled Darius very much, till Gobryas, one of the 7 captains that had killed the Magi, explained it. Saying to Darius, by these gifts and offerings the Scythians silently tell you that except the Persians like birds fly up to heaven, or like mice hide themselves near the center of the earth, or like frogs dive to the very bottom of ponds and lakes, they shall be destroyed by the power and arrows of the Scythians. The noble Pantagruel was, without comparison, more admirable yet in the art of shooting and darting. For with his dreadful piles and darts, nearly resembling the huge beams that support the bridges of Nantes, Saumur, Bergerac, and at Paris the millers' and the changers' bridges, in length, size, weight, and ironwork, he at a mile's distance would open an oyster and never touch the edges. He would snuff a candle without putting it out, would shoot a magpie in the eye, take off a boot's undersole, or a riding hood's lining, without soiling them a bit, turn over every leaf of Friar John's breviary, one after another, and not tear one. With such darts, of which there was good store in the ship, at the first blow he ran the Physeter in at the forehead so furiously that he pierced both its jaws and tongue. So that from that time to this it no more opened its guttural trapdoor, nor drew and spouted water. At the second blow he put out its right eye, and at the third its left. And we had all the pleasure to see the Physeter bearing those 3 horns in its forehead, somewhat leaning forwards in an equilateral triangle. Meanwhile it turned about to and fro, staggering and straying like one stunned, blinded, and taking his leave of the world. Pantagruel, not satisfied with this, let fly another dart, which took the monster under the tail likewise sloping. Then with 3 other on the chine, in a perpendicular line, divided its flank from the tail to the snout at an equal distance. Then he larded it with 50 on one side, and after that, to make even work, he darted as many on its other side. So that the body of the Physeter seemed like the hulk of a galleon with 3 masts, joined by a competent dimension of its beams, as if they had been the ribs and chainwales of the keel, which was a pleasant sight. The Physeter then giving up the ghost, turned itself upon its back, as all dead fishes do. And being thus overturned, with the beams and darts upside down in the sea, it seemed a scolopendra or centipede, as that serpent is described by the ancient sage Nicander. Chapter 35. How Pantagruel went on shore in the wild island, the ancient abode of the chitlins. The boat's crew of the ship Lantern towed the Physeter ashore on the neighboring shore, which happened to be the wild island. To make an anatomical dissection of its body and save the fat of its kidneys, which, they said, was very useful and necessary for the cure of a certain distemper, which they called want of money. As for Pantagruel, he took no manner of notice of the monster, for he had seen many such, nay, bigger, in the Gallic Ocean. Yet he condescended to land in the wild island, to dry and refresh some of his men, whom the Physeter had wetted and bedaubed, at a small desert seaport towards the south, seated near a fine pleasant grove, out of which flowed a delicious brook of fresh, clear, and purling water. Here they pitched their tents and set up their kitchens, nor did they spare fuel. Everyone having shifted as they thought fit, Friar John rang the bell, and the cloth was immediately laid, and supper brought in. Pantagruel eating cheerfully with his men, much about the second course perceived certain little sly chitlins clambering up a high tree near the pantry, as still as so many mice. Which made him ask Xenomanes what kind of creatures these were, taking them for squirrels, weasels, martens, or ermines. They are chitlins, replied Xenomanes. This is the wild island of which I spoke to you this morning. There hath been an irreconcilable war this long time between them and Shrovetide, their malicious and ancient enemy. I believe that the noise of the guns which we fired at the Physeter hath alarmed them, and made them fear their enemy was come with his forces to surprise them, or lay the island waste, as he hath often attempted to do. Though he still came off but bluely, by reason of the care and vigilance of the chitlins. Who, as Dido said to Aeneas's companions that would have landed at Carthage without her leave or knowledge, were forced to watch and stand upon their guard, considering the malice of their enemy and the neighborhood of his territories. Pray, dear friend, said Pantagruel, if you find that by some honest means we may bring this war to an end, and reconcile them together, give me notice of it. I will use my endeavors in it with all my heart, and spare nothing on my side to moderate and accommodate the points in dispute between both parties. That's impossible at this time, answered Xenomanes. About 4 years ago, passing incognito by this country, I endeavored to make a peace, or at least a long truce among them. And I had certainly brought them to be good friends and neighbors if both one and the other parties would have yielded to one single article. Shrovetide would not include in the treaty of peace the wild puddings nor the Highland sausages, their ancient gossips and confederates. The chitlins demanded that the fort of Cax might be under their government, as is the castle of Soluar, and that a parcel of I don't know what stinking villains, murderers, robbers, that held it then, should be expelled. But they could not agree in this, and the terms that were offered seemed too hard to either party. So the treaty broke off, and nothing was done. Nevertheless, they became less severe, and gentler enemies than they were before. But since the denunciation of the National Council of Chesil, whereby they were roughly handled, hampered, and cited, whereby also Shrovetide was declared filthy, beshitten, and buried, in case he made any league or agreement with them. They are grown wonderfully inveterate, incensed, and obstinate against one another, and there is no way to remedy it. You might sooner reconcile cats and rats, or hounds and hares together. Chapter 36. How the wild chitlins laid an ambuscado for Pantagruel. While Xenomanes was saying this, Friar John spied 20 or 30 young slender-shaped chitlins posting as fast as they could towards their town, citadel, castle, and fort of chimney, and said to Pantagruel, I smell a rat. There will be here the devil upon 2 sticks, or I am much out. These worshipful chitlins may chance to mistake you for Shrovetide, though you are not a bit like him. Let us once in our lives leave our junketing for a while, and put ourselves in a posture to give them a bellyful of fighting, if they would be at that sport. There can be no false Latin in this, said Xenomanes. Chitlins are still chitlins, always double-hearted and treacherous. Pantagruel then arose from table to visit and scour the thicket, and returned presently, having discovered, on the left, an ambuscade of squab chitlins. And on the right, about half a league from thence, a large body of huge giant-like armed chitlins ranged in battalia along a little hill, and marching furiously towards us at the sound of bagpipes, sheep's paunches, and bladders. The merry fifes and drums, trumpets, and clarions, hoping to catch us as Moss caught his mare. By the conjecture of 78 standards which we told, we guessed their number to be 42,000, at a modest computation. Their order, proud gait, and resolute looks made us judge that they were none of your raw, paltry links, but old warlike chitlins and sausages. From the foremost ranks to the colours they were all armed cap a pie with small arms, as we reckoned them at a distance, yet very sharp and case-hardened. Their right and left wings were lined with a great number of forest puddings, heavy patty pans, and horse sausages, all of them tall and proper islanders, banditti, and wild. Pantagruel was very much daunted, and not without cause. Though Epistemon told him that it might be the use and custom of the Chitterlingonians to welcome and receive thus in arms their foreign friends. As the noble kings of France are received and saluted at their first coming into the chief cities of the kingdom after their advancement to the crown. Perhaps, said he, it may be the usual guard of the queen of the place, who, having notice given her by the junior chitlins of the forlorn hope whom you saw on the tree, of the arrival of your fine and pompous fleet, hath judged that it was without doubt some rich and potent prince, and is come to visit you in person. Pantagruel, little trusting to this, called a council, to have their advice at large in this doubtful case. He briefly showed them how this way of reception with arms had often, under colour of compliment and friendship, been fatal. Thus, said he, the Emperor Antonius Caracalla at one time destroyed the citizens of Alexandria, and at another time cut off the attendants of Artabanus, king of Persia, under colour of marrying his daughter, which, by the way, did not pass unpunished, for a while after this cost him his life. Thus Jacob's children destroyed the Sychemites, to revenge the rape of their sister Dinah. By such another hypocritical trick Gallienus, the Roman emperor, put to death the military men in Constantinople. Thus, under colour of friendship, Antonius enticed Artavasdes, king of Armenia, then, having caused him to be bound in heavy chains and shackled, at last put him to death. We find 1,000 such instances in history, and King Charles VI is justly commended for his prudence to this day, in that, coming back victorious over the Ghenters and other Flemings to his good city of Paris, and when he came to Bourget, a league from thence, hearing that the citizens with their mallets, whence they got the name of Mailletins, were marched out of town in battalia, 20,000 strong, he would not go into the town till they had laid down their arms and retired to their respective homes. Though they protested to him that they had taken arms with no other design than to receive him with the greater demonstration of honour and respect. Chapter 37. How Pantagruel sent for Colonel Maul-Chitterling and Colonel Cut-Pudding. With a discourse well worth your hearing about the names of places and persons. The resolution of the council was that, let things be how they would, it behoved the Pantagruelists to stand upon their guard. Therefore Carpelin and Gymnast were ordered by Pantagruel to go for the soldiers that were on board the Cup galley, under the command of Colonel Maul-Chitterling, and those on board the Vine-Tub frigate, under the command of Colonel Cut-Pudding the younger. I will ease Gymnast of that trouble, said Panurge, who wanted to be upon the run, you may have occasion for him here. By this worthy frock of mine, quoth Friar John, thou hast a mind to slip thy neck out of the collar and absent thyself from the fight, thou white-livered son of a dunghill. Upon my virginity thou wilt never come back. Well, there can be no great loss in thee, for thou wouldst do nothing here but howl, bray, weep, and dishearten the good soldiers. I will certainly come back, said Panurge, Friar John, my ghostly father, and speedily too. Do but take care that these plaguy chitlins do not board our ships. All the while you will be fighting I will pray heartily for your victory, after the example of the valiant captain and guide of the people of Israel, Moses. Having said this, he wheeled off. Then said Epistemon to Pantagruel, the denomination of these two colonels of yours, Maul-Chitterling and Cut Pudding, promiseth us assurance, success, and victory, if those chitlins should chance to set upon us. You take it rightly, said Pantagruel, and it pleaseth me to see you foresee and prognosticate our victory by the names of our colonels. This way of foretelling by names is not new. It was in old times celebrated and religiously observed by the Pythagoreans. Several great princes and emperors have formerly made good use of it. Octavianus Augustus, second emperor of the Romans, meeting on a day a country fellow named Eutychus, that is, fortunate, driving an ass named Nikon, that is, in Greek, Victorian, moved by the signification of the asses and ass-drivers' names, remained assured of all prosperity and victory. The Emperor Vespasian being once all alone at prayers in the temple of Serapis, at the sight and unexpected coming of a certain servant of his named Basilides, that is, royal, whom he had left sick a great way behind, took hopes and assurance of obtaining the empire of the Romans. Regilian was chosen emperor by the soldiers for no other reason but the signification of his name. See the Cratylus of the divine Plato. By my thirst, I will read it, said Rhizotome, I hear you so often quote it. See how the Pythagoreans, by reason of the names and numbers, conclude that Patroclus was to fall by the hand of Hector, Hector by Achilles, Achilles by Paris, Paris by Philoctetes. I am quite lost in my understanding when I reflect upon the admirable invention of Pythagoras, who by the number, either even or odd, of the syllables of every name, would tell you of what side a man was lame, hunchbacked, blind, gouty, troubled with the palsy, pleurisy, or any other distemper incident to humankind. Allotting even numbers to the left, Mautor reads, even numbers to the right, and odd ones to the left, and odd ones to the right side of the body. Indeed, said Epistemon, I saw this way of syllabizing tried at Zaintes at a general procession, in the presence of that good, virtuous, learned and just president, Brian Valley, Lord of Dehate. When there went by a man or woman that was either lame, blind of one eye, or humpbacked, he had an account brought him of his or her name. And if the syllables of the name were of an odd number, immediately, without seeing the persons, he declared them to be deformed, blind, lame, or crooked of the right side, and of the left, if they were even in number. And such indeed we ever found them. By this syllabical invention, said Pantagruel, the learned have affirmed that Achilles kneeling was wounded by the arrow of Paris in the right heel. For his name is of odd syllables, here we ought to observe that the ancients used to kneel the right foot. And that Venus was also wounded before Troy in the left hand, for her name in Greek is Aphrodite, of 4 syllables, Vulcan lamed of his left foot for the same reason, Philip, king of Macedon, and Hannibal, blind of the right eye. Not to speak of sciaticas, broken bellies, and hemicranias, which may be distinguished by this Pythagorean reason. But returning to names, do but consider how Alexander the Great, son of King Philip, of whom we spoke just now, compassed his undertaking merely by the interpretation of a name. He had besieged the strong city of Tyre, and for several weeks battered it with all his power, but all in vain. His engines and attempts were still baffled by the Tyrians, which made him finally resolve to raise the siege, to his great grief. Foreseeing the great stain which such a shameful retreat would be to his reputation. In this anxiety and agitation of mind he fell asleep and dreamed that a satyr was come into his tent, capering, skipping, and tripping it up and down, with his goatish hoofs, and that he strove to lay hold on him. But the satyr still slipped from him, till at last, having penned him up into a corner, he took him. With this he awoke, and telling his dream to the philosophers and sages of his court, they let him know that it was a promise of victory from the gods, and that he should soon be master of Tyre. The word satyros divided in two being sa tyros, and signifying Tyre is thine, and in truth, at the next onset, he took the town by storm, and by a complete victory reduced that stubborn people to subjection. On the other hand, see how, by the signification of one word, Pompey fell into despair. Being overcome by Caesar at the battle of Pharsalia, he had no other way left to escape but by flight. Which attempting by sea, he arrived near the island of Cyprus, and perceived on the shore near the city of Paphos a beautiful and stately palace. Now asking the pilot what was the name of it, he told him that it was called Cacobasilia, that is, evil king, which struck such a dread and terror in him that he fell into despair, as being assured of losing shortly his life. Insomuch that his complaints, sighs, and groans were heard by the mariners and other passengers. And indeed, a while after, a certain strange peasant, called Achilles, cut off his head. To all these examples might be added what happened to L. Paulus Emilius when the Senate elected him imperator, that is, chief of the army which they sent against Perses, king of Macedon. That evening returning home to prepare for his expedition, and kissing a little daughter of his called Trasia, she seemed somewhat sad to him. "What is the matter," said he, "my chicken? Why is my Trasia thus sad and melancholy?" "Daddy," replied the child, "Persa is dead." This was the name of a little bitch which she loved mightily. Hearing this, Paulus took assurance of a victory over Perses. If time would permit us to discourse of the sacred Hebrew writ, we might find 100 noted passages evidently showing how religiously they observed proper names and their significations. He had hardly ended this discourse, when the two colonels arrived with their soldiers, all well armed and resolute. Pantagruel made them a short speech, entreating them to behave themselves bravely in case they were attacked. For he could not yet believe that the chitlins were so treacherous, but he bade them by no means to give the first offense, giving them carnival for the watchword. Chapter 38. How chitlins are not to be slighted by men. You shake your empty noddles now, jolly topers, and do not believe what I tell you here, any more than if it were some tale of a tub. Well, well, I cannot help it. Believe it if you will, if you won't, let it alone. For my part, I very well know what I say. It was in the wild island, in our voyage to the holy bottle. I tell you the time and place, what would you have more? I would have you call to mind the strength of the ancient giants that undertook to lay the high mountain Pelion on the top of Ossa, and set among those the shady Olympus, to dash out the gods' brains, unnestle them, and scour their heavenly lodgings. Theirs was no small strength, you may well think, and yet they were nothing but chitlins from the waist downwards, or at least serpents, not to tell a lie for the matter. The serpent that tempted Eve, too, was of the chitterling kind, and yet it is recorded of him that he was more subtle than any beast of the field. Even so are chitlins. Nay, to this very hour they hold in some universities that this same tempter was the chitterling called Athipholos, into which was transformed body Priapus, arch-seducer of females in paradise, that is, a garden, in Greek. Pray now tell me who can tell but that the Swiss, now so bold and warlike, were formerly chitlins. For my part, I would not take my oath to the contrary. The Hymantopodes, a nation very famous in Ethiopia, according to Pliny's description, are chitlins, and nothing else. If all this will not satisfy your worships or remove your incredulity, I would have you forthwith, I mean drinking first, that nothing be done rashly, visit Lusignan, Parthenae, Vuant, Mervant, and Ponzogs in Poitou. There you will find a cloud of witnesses, not of your affidavit men of the right stamp, but credible time out of mind, that will take their corporal oath, on Righam's knuckle-bone, that Melusina their founder or foundress, which you please, was woman from the head to the prick-purse, and thence downwards was a serpentine chitterling, or if you'll have it otherwise, a chitterling-dised serpent. She nevertheless had a genteel and noble gait, imitated to this very day by your hop merchants of Brittany, in their Popeye and country dances. What do you think was the cause of Erycthonius being the first inventor of coaches, litters, and chariots? Nothing but because Vulcan had begot him with chitterling-dised legs, which to hide he chose to ride in a litter, rather than on horseback. For chitlins were not yet in esteem at that time. The Scythian nymph, Aura, was likewise half woman and half chitterling, and yet seemed so beautiful to Jupiter that nothing could serve him but he must give her a touch of his godship's kindness. And accordingly he had a brave boy by her, called Calaxes, and therefore I would have you leave off shaking your empty noddles at this, as if it were a story, and firmly believe that nothing is truer than the gospel. Chapter 39. How Friar John joined with the cooks to fight the chitlins. Friar John, seeing these furious chitlins thus boldly march up, said to Pantagruel, "Here will be a rare battle of hobby horses, a pretty kind of puppet show fight. For aught I see. Oh! What mighty honor and wonderful glory will attend our victory. I would have you only be a bare spectator of this fight, and for anything else leave me and my men to deal with them." "What men?" said Pantagruel. "Matter of breviary," replied Friar John. "How came Potiphar, who was head cook of Pharaoh's kitchens, he that bought Joseph, and whom the said Joseph might have made a cuckold if he had not been a Joseph? How came he, I say, to be made general of all the horse in the kingdom of Egypt? Why was Nebuzaradan, King Nebuchadnezzar's head cook, chosen to the exclusion of all other captains to besiege and destroy Jerusalem?" "I hear you," replied Pantagruel. "By Saint Christopher's whiskers," said Friar John, "I dare lay a wager that it was because they had formerly engaged chitlins, or men as little valued. Whom to rout, conquer, and destroy, cooks are without comparison more fit than cuirassiers and gendarmes armed at all points, or all the horse and foot in the world." "You put me in mind," said Pantagruel, "of what is written amongst the facetious and merry sayings of Cicero. During the more than civil wars between Caesar and Pompey, though he was much courted by the first, he naturally leaned more to the side of the latter. Now one day hearing that the Pompeians in a certain rencontre had lost a great many men, he took a fancy to visit their camp. There he perceived little strength, less courage, but much disorder. From that time, foreseeing that things would go ill with them, as it since happened, he began to banter now one and then another, and be very free of his cutting jests. So some of Pompey's captains, playing the good fellows to show their assurance, told him, "Do you see how many eagles we have yet? They were then the device of the Romans in war. They might be of use to you," replied Cicero, "if you had to do with magpies." "Thus, seeing we are to fight chitlins," pursued Pantagruel, "you infer thence that it is a culinary war, and have a mind to join with the cooks. Well, do as you please, I'll stay here in the meantime, and wait for the event of the rumpus." Friar John went that very moment among the sutlers, into the cooks' tents, and told them in a pleasing manner, "I must see you crowned with honor and triumph this day, my lads. To your arms are reserved such achievements as never yet were performed within the memory of man. Ods belli, do they make nothing of the valiant cooks? Let us go fight yonder fornicating chitlins. I'll be your captain. But first let's drink, boys. Come on. Let us be of good cheer." "Noble captain," returned the kitchen tribe, "this was spoken like yourself, bravely offered. Huzzah! We are all at your excellency's command, and we live and die by you." "Live, live," said Friar John, "a God's name, but die by no means. That is the chitlins' lot, they shall have their bellyful of it. Come on then, let us put ourselves in order, Nebuzaradan's the word." Chapter 40. How Friar John fitted up the sow, and of the valiant cooks that went into it. Then, by Friar John's order, the engineers and their workmen fitted up the great sow that was in the ship leathern bottle. It was a wonderful machine, so contrived that, by means of large engines that were round about it in rows, it throwed forked iron bars and four-squared steel bolts, and in its hold 200 men at least could easily fight, and be sheltered. It was made after the model of the sow of Riol, by the means of which Bergerac was retaken from the English in the reign of Charles VI. Here are the names of the noble and valiant cooks who went into the sow, as the Greeks did into the Trojan horse. Sour sauce. Crisp pig. Carbonado. Sweet meat. Greasy slouch. Sop in pan. Greedy gut. Fat gut. Pick fowl. Licorice chops. Bray mortar. Mustard pot. Soused pork. Lick sauce. Hog's haslet. Slap sauce. Hog's foot. Chopped fizz. Cock broth. Hodgepodge. Gallimaufry. Slip slop. All these noble cooks in their coat of arms did bear, in a field gules, a larding pin vert, charged with a chevron argent. Lard, hog's lard. Pinch lard. Snatch lard. Nibble lard. Top lard. Gnaw lard. Filch lard. Pick lard. Scrape lard. Fat lard. Save lard. Chew lard. Gallard, by syncope, born near Rambouillet. The said culinary doctor's name was Gaillardlard, in the same manner as you used to say idolatrous for idolatrous. Stiff lard. Cut lard. Waste lard. Watch lard. Mince lard. Ogle lard. Sweet lard. Dainty lard. Whey lard. Eat lard. Fresh lard. Gulch lard. Snap lard. Rusty lard. Eye lard. Catch lard. Names unknown among the Marans and Jews. Balaki. Thirsty. Porridge pot. Pick salad. Kitchen stuff. Lick dish. Broil rasher. Verjuice. Salt gullet. Coney skin. Save dripping. Snail dresser. Dainty chops. Watercress. Soupmonger. Pyrite. Scrape turnip. Bruise belly. Pudding pan. Trivet. Chine picker. Toss pot. Monsieur ragout. Suck gravy. Mustard sauce. Crack pipkin. Macaroon. Claret sauce. Scrape pot. Skewer maker. Swill broth. Smell smock. He was afterwards taken from the kitchen and removed to chamber practice, for the service of the noble Cardinal Hunt venison. Rot roast. Hog's gullet. Fox tail. Dish clout. Sirloin. Fly flap. Save suet. Spit mutton. Old grizzle. Fire fumbler. Fritter fryer. Rough belly. Pillicock. Flesh smith. Saffron sauce. Long tool. Cram gut. Strutting tom. Prick pride. Tuzzy mussy. Slashed snout. Prick madam. Jacket liner. Smutty face. Pricket. Guzzle drink. Mondam, that first invented madam's sauce, and for that discovery was thus called in the Scotch-French dialect. Loblolly. Sloven. Trencherman. Slabber chops. Swallow pitcher. Goodman goosecap. Scumpot. Wafermonger. Munch turnip. Gully guts. Snap gobbet. Pudding bag. Rinse pot. Scurvy fizz. Pig sticker. Drink spiller. Robert. He invented Robert's sauce, so good and necessary for roasted connies, ducks, fresh pork, poached eggs, salt fish, and 1,000 other such dishes. Cold eel. Frying pan. Big snout. Thornback. Man of dough. Lick finger. Gurnard. Sauce doctor. Titbit. Grumbling gut. Waste butter. Sauce box. Omscrip. Shit breech. All fours. Taste all. Thick brawn. Whim wham. Scrap merchant. Tom T. D. Based roast. Belly timberman. Moldy crust. Gaping hoyden. Has he. Hasty. Calf's pluck. Frig palate. Red herring. leather breeches, powdering tub, cheesecake. All these noble cooks went into the sow, merry, cheery, hale, brisk, old dogs at mischief, and ready to fight stoutly. Friar John ever and anon waving his huge scimitar, brought up the rear, and double-locked the doors on the inside. Chapter 41. How Pantagruel broke the chitlins at the knees. The chitlins advanced so near that Pantagruel perceived that they stretched their arms and already began to charge their lances, which caused him to send Gymnast to know what they meant. And why they thus, without the least provocation, came to fall upon their old trusty friends, who had neither said nor done the least ill thing to them. Gymnast being advanced near their front, bowed very low, and said to them as loud as ever he could, we are friends, all of us your friends, yours, and at your command, we are for Carnival, your old confederate. Some have since told me that he mistook, and said Cavernal instead of Carnival. Whatever it was, the word was no sooner out of his mouth but a huge little squab sausage, starting out of the front of their main body, would have griped him by the collar. By the helmet of Mars, said Gymnast, I will swallow thee. But thou shalt only come in chips and slices, for, big as thou art, thou couldst never come in whole. This spoke, he lugs out his trusty sword, kiss mine arse, so he called it, with both his fists, and cut the sausage in twain. Bless me, how fat the foul thief was. It puts me in mind of the huge bull of Bern, that was slain at Marignan when the drunken Swiss were so mauled there. Believe me, it had little less than 4 inches lard on its paunch. The sausage's job being done, a crowd of others flew upon Gymnast, and had most scurvily dragged him down when Pantagruel with his men came up to his relief. Then began the martial fray, higgledy-piggledy. Maul-Chitterling did maul chitlins. Cut-pudding did cut puddings, Pantagruel did break the chitlins at the knees, Friar John played at least in sight within his sow, viewing and observing all things. When the patty pans that lay in ambuscade most furiously sallied out upon Pantagruel. Friar John, who lay snug all this while, by that time perceiving the rout in hurly-burly, set open the doors of his sow and sallied out with his merry Greeks, some of them armed with iron spits, others with andirons, racks, fire shovels, frying pans, kettles, gridirons, oven forks, tongs, dripping pans, brooms, iron pots, mortars, pestles, all in battle array, like so many housebreakers, hallooing and roaring out all together most frightfully, Nebuzaradan, Nebuzaradan, Nebuzaradan. Thus shouting and hooting they fought like dragons, and charged through the patty pans and sausages. The chitlins perceiving this fresh reinforcement, and that the others would be too hard for them, betook themselves to their heels, scampering off with full speed, as if the devil had come for them. Friar John, with an iron crow, knocked them down as fast as hops, his men, too, were not sparing on their side. Oh, what a woeful sight it was! The field was all overstrewed with heaps of dead or wounded chitlins. And history relates that had not heaven had a hand in it, the Chitterling tribe had been totally routed out of the world by the culinary champions. But there happened a wonderful thing, you may believe as little or as much of it as you please. From the north flew towards us a huge, fat, thick, grisly swine, with long and large wings, like those of a windmill, its plumes red-crimson, like those of a phenicoptera, which in Languedoc they call flamen. Its eyes were red, and flaming like a carbuncle, its ears green, like a praisen emerald, its teeth like a topaz, its tail long and black, like jet. Its feet white, diaphanous and transparent like a diamond, somewhat broad, and of the splay kind, like those of geese, and as Queen Dix used to be at Toulouse in the days of yore. About its neck it wore a gold collar, round which were some Ionian characters, whereof I could pick out but 2 words, US Athenan, hog teaching Minerva. The sky was clear before. But at that monster's appearance it changed so mightily for the worse that we were all amazed at it. As soon as the chitlins perceived the flying hog, down they all threw their weapons and fell on their knees, lifting up their hands joined together, without speaking one word, in a posture of adoration. Friar John and his party kept on mincing, felling, braining, mangling, and spitting the chitlins like mad, but Pantagruel sounded a retreat, and all hostility ceased. The monster having several times hovered backwards and forwards between the two armies, with a tail shot voided above 27 butts of mustard on the ground, then flew away through the air, crying all the while, Carnival, Carnival, Carnival. Chapter 42. How Pantagruel held a treaty with Niflseth, Queen of the Chitlins. The monster being out of sight, and the two armies remaining silent, Pantagruel demanded a parley with the Lady Niflseth, Queen of the Chitlins, who was in her chariot by the standards. And it was easily granted. The queen alighted, courteously received Pantagruel, and was glad to see him. Pantagruel complained to her of this breach of peace. But she civilly made her excuse, telling him that a false information had caused all this mischief, her spies having brought her word that Shrovetide, their mortal foe, was landed, and spent his time in examining the urine of Physeters. She therefore entreated him to pardon them their offence, telling him that Sir Reverence was sooner found in Chitlins than Gaul, and offering, for herself and all her successors, to hold of him and his the whole island and country. To obey him in all his commands, be friends to his friends, and foes to his foes. And also to send every year, as an acknowledgment of their homage, a tribute of 78,000 royal chitlins, to serve him at his first course at table 6 months in the year, which was punctually performed. For the next day she sent the aforesaid quantity of royal chitlins to the good Gargantua, under the conduct of young Niflseth, Infanta of the island. The good Gargantua made a present of them to the great king of Paris. But by change of air, and for want of mustard, the natural balsam and restorer of chitlins, most of them died. By the great king's particular grant they were buried in heaps in a part of Paris to this day called La Rue Pavée d'Anduis, the street paved with chitlins. At the request of the ladies at his court young Niflseth was preserved, honorably used, and since that married to heart's content, and was the mother of many children, for which heaven be praised. Pantagruel civilly thanked the queen, forgave all offences, refused the offer she had made of her country, and gave her a pretty little knife. After that he asked several nice questions concerning the apparition of that flying hog. She answered that it was the idea of Carnival, their tutelary god in time of war, first founder and original of all the Chitterling race, for which reason he resembled a hog, for chitlins drew their extraction from hogs. Pantagruel asking to what purpose and curative indication he had voided so much mustard on the earth, the queen replied that mustard was their sancreal and celestial balsam, of which, laying but a little in the wounds of the fallen chitlins, in a very short time the wounded were healed and the dead restored to life. Pantagruel held no further discourse with the queen, but retired a shipboard. The like did all the boon companions, with their implements of destruction and their huge sow. Chapter 43. How Pantagruel went into the island of Ruach. 2 days after we arrived at the island of Ruach. And I swear to you, by the celestial hen and chickens, that I found the way of living of the people so strange and wonderful that I can't, for the heart's blood of me, half tell it you. They live on nothing but wind, eat nothing but wind, and drink nothing but wind. They have no other houses but weathercocks. They sow no other seeds but the 3 sorts of windflowers, rue, and herbs that may make one break wind to the purpose. These scour them off carefully. The common sort of people to feed themselves make use of feather, paper, or linen fans, according to their abilities. As for the rich, they live by the means of windmills. When they would have some noble treat, the tables are spread under 1 or 2 windmills. There they feast as merry as beggars, and during the meal their whole talk is commonly of the goodness, excellency, salubrity, and rarity of winds. As you, jolly topers, in your cups philosophize and argue upon wines. The one praises the southeast, the other the southwest, this the west and by south, and this the east and by north, another the west, and another the east, and so of the rest. As for lovers and amorous sparks, no gale for them like a smock gale. For the sick they use bellows as we use clysters among us. Oh! Said to me a little diminutive swollen bubble, that I had now but a bladderful of that same Languedoc wind which they call Circe. The famous physician, Scurin, passing one day by this country, was telling us that it is so strong that it will make nothing of overturning a loaded wagon. Oh! What good would it not do my Oedipodic leg? The biggest are not the best. But, said Panurge, rather would I had here a large but of that same good Languedoc wine that grows at Miraveau, Cantiperdrix, and Frontignan. I saw a good likely sort of a man there, much resembling Ventrose, tearing and fuming in a grievous fret with a tall burly groom and a pimping little page of his, laying them on, like the devil, with a buskin. Not knowing the cause of his anger, at first I thought that all this was by the doctor's advice, as being a thing very healthy to the master to be in a passion and to his man to be banged for it. But at last I heard him taxing his man with stealing from him, like a rogue as he was, the better half of a large leathern bag of an excellent southerly wind, which he had carefully laid up, like a hidden reserve, against the cold weather. They neither exonerate, dung, piss, nor spit in that island, but, to make amends, they belch, fizzle, funk, and give tail shots in abundance. They are troubled with all manner of distempers. And, indeed, all distempers are engendered and proceed from ventosities, as Hippocrates demonstrates, lib de flatibus. But the most epidemical among them is the wind colic. The remedies which they use are large clysters, whereby they void store of windiness. They all die of dropsies and tympanies, the men farting and the women fizzling, so that their soul takes her leave at the back door. Some time after, walking in the island, we met 3 harebrained airy fellows, who seemed mightily puffed up, and went to take their pastime and view the plovers, who live on the same diet as themselves, and abound in the island. I observed that, as your true topers when they travel carry flasks, leathern bottles, and small runlets along with them, so each of them had at his girdle a pretty little pair of bellows. If they happened to want wind, by the help of those pretty bellows they immediately drew some, fresh and cool, by attraction and reciprocal expulsion, for, as you well know, wind essentially defined is nothing but fluctuating and agitated air. A while after, we were commanded, in the king's name, not to receive for 3 hours any man or woman of the country on board our ships. Some having stolen from him a rousing fart, of the very individual wind which old Goodman Aeolus the Snorer gave Ulysses to conduct his ship whenever it should happen to be becalmed. Which fart the king kept religiously, like another Sancreal, and performed a world of wonderful cures with it in many dangerous diseases, letting loose and distributing to the patient only as much of it as might frame a virginal fart. Which is, if you must know, what are sanctimonials, alias nuns, in their dialect called ringing backwards. Chapter 44. How small rain lays a high wind. Pantagruel commended their government and way of living, and said to their Hypponemian mayor, if you approve Epicurus's opinion. Placing the summum bonum in pleasure, I mean pleasure that's easy and free from toil, I esteem you happy. For your food being wind, costs you little or nothing, since you need but blow. True, sir, returned the mayor, but, alas! Nothing is perfect here below. For too often when we are at table, feeding on some good blessed wind of God as on celestial manna, merry as so many friars, down drops on a sudden some small rain, which lays our wind, and so robs us of it. Thus many a meal's lost for want of meat. Just so, quoth Panurge, Janine Tosspot of Quinquinais, evacuating some wine of his own burning on his wife's posteriors, laid the ill-fumed wind that blowed out of their centre as out of some magisterial eolipile. Here is a kind of a whim on that subject which I made formerly. One evening when Tosspot had been at his butts, and Joan his fat spouse crammed with turnips her guts. Together they pigged. Nor did drink so besought him. But he did what was done when his daddy begot him. Now when to recruit he'd fain have been snoring. Joan's back door was filthily puffing and roaring. So for spite he bepissed her, and quickly did find that a very small rain lays a very high wind. We are also plagued yearly with a very great calamity, cried the mayor. For a giant called Wide Nostrils, who lives in the island of Tohu, comes hither every spring to purge, by the advice of his physicians, and swallows us, like so many pills, a great number of windmills, and of bellows also. At which his mouth waters exceedingly. Now this is a sad mortification to us here, who are fain to fast over 3 or 4 whole Lents every year for this, besides certain petty Lents, ember weeks, and other orison in starving tides. And have you no remedy for this? Asked Pantagruel. By the advice of our Mazarim's, replied the mayor, about the time that he uses to give us a visit, we garrison our windmills with good store of cocks and hens. The first time that the greedy thief swallowed them, they had like to have done his business at once. For they crowed and cackled in his maw, and fluttered up and down athwart and along in his stomach, which threw the glutton into a lipothemy cardiac passion and dreadful and dangerous convulsions, as if some serpent, creeping in at his mouth, had been frisking in his stomach. Here is a comparative as altogether incongruous and impertinent, cried Friar John, interrupting them. For I have formerly heard that if a serpent chance to get into a man's stomach it will not do him the least hurt, but will immediately get out if you do but hang the patient by the heels and lay a panful of warm milk near his mouth. You were told this, said Pantagruel, and so were those who gave you this account, but none ever saw or read of such a cure. On the contrary, Hippocrates, in his Fifth Book of Epidem, writes that such a case happening in his time the patient presently died of a spasm and convulsion. Besides the cocks and hens, said the mayor, continuing his story, all the foxes in the country whipped into Wide Nostril's mouth, posting after the poultry. Which made such a stir with Reynard at their heels, that he grievously fell into fits each minute of an hour. At last, by the advice of a Baden enchanter, at the time of the paroxysm he used to flay a fox by way of antidote and counterpoison. Since that he took better advice, and eases himself with taking a clyster made with a decoction of wheat and barley corns, and of livers of goslings, to the first of which the poultry run, and the foxes to the latter. Besides, he swallows some of your badgers or fox dogs by the way of pills and boluses. This is our misfortune. Cease to fear, good people, cried Pantagruel, this huge Wide Nostrils, this same swallower of windmills, is no more, I will assure you. He died, being stifled and choked with a lump of fresh butter at the mouth of a hot oven, by the advice of his physicians. Chapter 45. How Pantagruel went ashore in the island of Pope-Figland. The next morning we arrived at the island of Pope-Figs, formerly a rich and free people, called the Gaillardettes, but now, alas, miserably poor, and under the yoke of the Papamen. The occasion of it was this. On a certain yearly high holiday, the burgomaster, syndics, and topping rabbies of the Gaillardettes chanced to go into the neighboring island Papameni to see the festival and pass away the time. Now one of them having espied the Pope's picture, with the sight of which, according to a laudable custom, the people were blessed on high-offering holidays, made mouths at it and cried, a fig for it, as a sign of manifest contempt and derision. To be revenged of this affront, the Papamen, some days after, without giving the others the least warning, took arms, and surprised, destroyed, and ruined the whole island of the Gaillardettes. Putting the men to the sword, and sparing none but the women and children, and those two only on condition to do what the inhabitants of Milan were condemned to by the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. These had rebelled against him in his absence, and ignominiously turned the empress out of the city, mounting her a horseback on a mule called Thaker, with her breech foremost towards the old jaded mule's head, and her face turned towards the crupper. Now Frederick being returned, mastered them, and caused so careful a search to be made that he found out and got the famous mule Thaker. Then the hangman by his order clapped a fig into the mule's gimcrack, in the presence of the enslaved cits that were brought into the middle of the great marketplace, and proclaimed in the emperor's name, with trumpets, that whosoever of them would save his own life should publicly pull the fig out with his teeth, and after that put it in again in the very individual cranny whence he had drawed it without using his hands. And that whoever refused to do this should presently swing for it and die in his shoes. Some sturdy fools, standing upon their punctilio, chose honorably to be hanged rather than submit to so shameful and abominable a disgrace. And others, less nice in point of ceremony, took heart of grace, and even resolved to have it the fig, and a fig for't, rather than make a worse figure with a hempen collar, and die in the air at so short warning. Accordingly, when they had neatly picked out the fig with their teeth from old Thaker's snatch-blatch, they plainly showed it the headsman, saying, Ecco lo fico, behold the fig. By the same ignominy the rest of these poor distressed gaillardettes saved their bacon, becoming tributaries and slaves, and the name of Pope figs was given them, because they said, a fig for the Pope's image. Since this, the poor wretches never prospered, but every year the devil was at their doors, and they were plagued with hail, storms, famine, and all manner of woes, as an everlasting punishment for the sin of their ancestors and relations. Perceiving the misery and calamity of that generation, we did not care to go further up into the country, contenting ourselves with going into a little chapel near the haven to take some holy water. It was dilapidated and ruined, wanting also a cover, like St. Peter at Rome. When we were in, as we dipped our fingers in the sanctified cistern, we spied in the middle of that holy pickle a fellow muffled up with stoles, all under water, like a diving duck, except the tip of his snout to draw his breath. About him stood 3 priests, true shavelings, clean shorn and polled, who were muttering strange words to the devils out of a conjuring book. Pantagruel was not a little amazed at this, and inquiring what kind of sport these were at, was told that for 3 years last past the plague had so dreadfully raged in the island that the better half of it had been utterly depopulated. And the lands lay fallow and unoccupied. Now, the mortality being over, this same fellow who had crept into the holy tub, having a large piece of ground, chanced to be sowing it with white winter wheat at the very minute of an hour that a kind of a silly sucking devil, who could not yet write or read, or hail and thunder, unless it were on parsley or coleworts, and got leave of his master Lucifer to go into this island of Pope figs, where the devils were very familiar with the men and women, and often went to take their pastime. This same devil being got thither, directed his discourse to the husbandman, and asked him what he was doing. The poor man told him that he was sowing the ground with corn to help him to subsist the next year. Ay, but the ground is none of thine, Mr. Plowjobber, cried the devil, but mine, for since the time that you mocked the Pope all this land has been proscribed, adjudged, and abandoned to us. However, to sow corn is not my province. Therefore I will give thee leave to sow the field, that is to say, provided we share the profit. I will, replied the farmer. I mean, said the devil, that of what the land shall bear, 2 lots shall be made, one of what shall grow above ground, the other of what shall be covered with earth. The right of choosing belongs to me, for I am a devil of noble and ancient race. Thou art a base clown. I therefore choose what shall lie underground, take thou what shall be above. When dost thou reckon to reap, ha? About the middle of July, quoth the farmer. Well, said the devil, I'll not fail thee then. In the meantime, slave as thou oughtest. Work, clown, work. I am going to tempt to the pleasing sin of whoring the nuns of Dryfart, the sham saints of the Cowl, and the gluttonish crew. I am more than sure of these. They need but meat, and the job is done, true fire and tinder, touch and take, down falls none, and up gets friar. Chapter 46. How a junior devil was fooled by a husbandman of Pope-Figland. In the middle of July the devil came to the place aforesaid with all his crew at his heels, a whole choir of the younger fry of hell. And having met the farmer, said to him, Well, Clodpate, how hast thou done since I went? Thou and I must share the concern. Ay, master devil, quoth the clown, it is but reason we should. Then he and his men began to cut and reap the corn. And, on the other side, the devil's imps fell to work, grubbing up and pulling out the stubble by the root. The countryman had his corn thrashed, winnowed it, put into sacks, and went with it to market. The same did the devil's servants, and sat them down there by the man to sell their straw. The countryman sold off his corn at a good rate, and with the money filled an old kind of a demi-buskin which was fastened to his girdle. But the devil so the devils took, far from taking handsel, they were flouted and jeered by the country louts. Market being over, quoth the devil to the farmer, Well, clown, thou hast choused me once, it is thy fault. Chouse me twice, 'twill be mine. Nay, good sir devil, replied the farmer, how can I be said to have choused you, since it was your worship that chose first. The truth is, that by this trick you thought to cheat me, hoping that nothing would spring out of the earth for my share, and that you should find whole underground the corn which I had sowed, and with it tempt the poor and needy. The close hypocrite, or the covetous griper. Thus making them fall into your snares. But troth, you must e'en go to school yet, you are no conjurer, for aught I see, for the corn that was sowed is dead and rotten, its corruption having caused the generation of that which you saw me sell. So you chose the worst, and therefore are cursed in the gospel. Well, talk no more of it, quoth the devil, what canst thou sow our field with for next year? If a man would make the best of it, answered the ploughman, 'twere fit he sow it with radish. Now, cried the devil, thou talkest like an honest fellow, bumpkin. Well, sow me good store of radish, I'll see and keep them safe from storms, and will not hail a bit on them. But hark ye me, this time I bespeak for my share what shall be above ground, what's under shall be thine. Drudge on, Luby, drudge on. I am going to tempt heretics, their souls are dainty victuals when broiled in rashers and well powdered. My Lord Lucifer has the griping in the guts, they'll make a dainty warm dish for his honour's maw. When the season of radishes was come, our devil failed not to meet in the field, with a train of rascally underlings, all waiting devils, and finding there the farmer and his men, he began to cut and gather the leaves of the radishes. After him the farmer with his spade dug up the radishes, and clapped them up into pouches. This done, the devil, the farmer, and their gangs, hied them to market, and there the farmer presently made good money of his radishes. But the poor devil took nothing, nay, what was worse, he was made a common laughing-stock by the gaping hoydens. I see thou hast played me a scurvy trick, thou villainous fellow, cried the angry devil. At last I am fully resolved even to make an end of the business betwixt thee and myself about the ground, and these shall be the terms, we will clapper-claw each other, and whoever of us two shall first cry hold, shall quit his share of the field, which shall wholly belong to the conqueror. I fix the time for this trial of skill on this day sevennight, assure thyself that I'll claw thee off like a devil. I was going to tempt your fornicators, bailiffs, perplexers of causes, scriveners, forgers of deeds, two-handed counsellors, prevaricating solicitors, and other such vermin. But they were so civil as to send me word by an interpreter that they are all mine already. Besides, our master Lucifer is so cloyed with their souls that he often sends them back to the smutty scullions and slovenly devils of his kitchen, and they scarce go down with them, unless now and then, when they are high-seasoned. Some say there is no breakfast like a student's, no dinner like a lawyer's, no afternoon's nuncheon like a vinedresser's, no supper like a tradesman's, no second supper like a serving wench's. And none of these meals equal to a frockified hobgoblin's. All this is true enough. Accordingly, at my Lord Lucifer's first course, hobgoblins, alias imps in cowls, are a standing dish. He willingly used to breakfast on students, but, alas! I do not know by what ill luck they have of late years joined the Holy Bible to their studies, so the devil a one we can get down among us. And I verily believe that unless the hypocrites of the tribe of Levi help us in it, taking from the enlightened bookmongers their St. Paul, either by threats, revilings, force, violence, fire, and faggot, we shall not be able to hook in any more of them to nibble at below. He dines commonly on counsellors, mischief-mongers, multipliers of lawsuits, such as wrest and pervert right and law and grind and fleece the poor, he never fears to want any of these. But who can endure to be wedded to a dish? He said t'other day, at a full chapter, that he had a great mind to eat the soul of one of the fraternity of the cowl that had forgot to speak for himself in his sermon. And he promised double pay and a large pension to anyone that should bring him such a titbit piping hot. We all went a-hunting after such a rarity, but came home without the prey, for they all admonished the good women to remember their convent. As for afternoon nuncheons, he has left them off since he was so woefully griped with the colic. His fosterers, sutlers, charcoal men, and boiling cooks having been sadly mauled and peppered off in the northern countries. His high devilship sups very well on tradesmen, usurers, apothecaries, cheats, coiners, and adulterers of wares. Now and then, when he is on the merry pin, his second supper is of serving wenches who, after they have by stealth soaked their faces with their master's good liquor, fill up the vessel with it at second hand, or with other stinking water. Well, drudge on, boor, drudge on. I am going to tempt the students of Trebizond to leave father and mother, forego forever the established and common rule of living, disclaim and free themselves from obeying their lawful sovereign's edicts, live in absolute liberty. Proudly despise everyone, laugh at all mankind, and taking the fine jovial little cap of poetic license, become so many pretty hobgoblins. Chapter 47. How the Devil was deceived by an old woman of Pope-Figland. The country lob trudged home very much concerned and thoughtful, you may swear. Insomuch that his good woman, seeing him thus look moping, weened that something had been stolen from him at market. But when she had heard the cause of his affliction and seen his budget well lined with coin, she bade him be of good cheer, assuring him that he would be never the worse for the scratching bout in question. Wishing him only to leave her to manage that business, and not trouble his head about it, for she had already contrived how to bring him off cleverly. Let the worst come to the worst, said the husbandman, it will be but a scratch. For I'll yield at the first stroke, and quit the field. Quit a fart, replied the wife, he shall have none of the field. Rely upon me, and be quiet, let me alone to deal with him. You say he is a pimping little devil, that is enough. I will soon make him give up the field, I will warrant you. Indeed, had he been a great devil, it had been somewhat. The day that we landed in the island happened to be that which the devil had fixed for the combat. Now the countryman having, like a good Catholic, very fairly confessed himself, and received betimes in the morning, by the advice of the vicar had hid himself, all but the snout, in the holy water pot, in the posture in which we found him. And just as they were telling us this story, news came that the old woman had fooled the devil and gained the field. You may not be sorry, perhaps, to hear how this happened. The devil, you must know, came to the poor man's door, and rapping there, cried, So ho! Ho, the house! Ho, clodpate! Where art thou? Come out with a vengeance, come out with a wannion, come out and be damned, now for clawing. Then briskly and resolutely entering the house, and not finding the countryman there, he spied his wife lying on the ground, piteously weeping and howling. What is the matter? Asked the devil. Where is he? What does he? Oh! That I knew where he is, replied 75, the wicked rogue, the butcherly dog, the murderer. He has spoiled me, I am undone, I die of what he has done me. How? Cried the devil, what is it? I'll tickle him off for you by and by. Alas! Cried the old dissembler, he told me, the butcher, the tyrant, the terror of devils told me that he had made a match to scratch with you this day, and to try his claws he did but just touch me with his little finger here betwixt the legs. And has spoiled me for ever. Oh! I am a dead woman, I shall never be myself again, do but see. Nay, and besides, he talked of going to the smith's to have his pounces sharpened and pointed. Alas! You are undone, Mr. Devil, good sir, scamper quickly, I am sure he won't stay. Save yourself, I beseech you. While she said this she uncovered herself up to the chin, after the manner in which the Persian women met their children who fled from the fight, and plainly showed her what do ye call them. The frightened devil, seeing the enormous solution of the continuity in all its dimensions, blessed himself, and cried out, Mahon, Demiurgon, Magira, Alecto, Persephone. Slife, catch me here when he comes. I am gone. S'death, what a gash! I resign him the field. Having heard the catastrophe of the story, we retired shipboard, not being willing to stay there any longer. Pantagruel gave to the poor's box of the fabric of the church 18,000 good royals, in commiseration of the poverty of the people and the calamity of the place. Chapter 48. How Pantagruel went ashore at the island of Papamene. Having left the desolate island of the Pope-Figs, we sailed for the space of a day very fairly and merrily, and made the blessed island of Papamene. As soon as we had dropped anchor in the road, before we had well moored our ship with ground tackle, 4 persons in different garbs rowed towards us in a skiff. One of them was dressed like a monk in his frock, draggle-tailed, and booted. The other like a falconer, with a lure, and a long-winged hawk on his fist, the third like a solicitor, with a large bag, full of informations, subpoenas, breviates, bills, writs, cases, and other implements of pettifogging. The fourth looked like one of your vine barbers about Oakleans, with a jaunty pair of canvas trousers, a dosser, and a pruning knife at his girdle. As soon as the boat had clapped them on board, they all with one voice asked, "Have you seen him, good passengers, have you seen him?" "Who?" asked Pantagruel. "You know who," answered they. "Who is it?" asked Friar John. "'Sblood and hounds, I'll thrash him thick and threefold." This he said thinking that they inquired after some robber, murderer, or church-breaker. "Oh, wonderful!" cried the 4, "do not you foreign people know the one?" "Sirs," replied Epistemon, "we do not understand those terms, but if you will be pleased to let us know who you mean, we will tell you the truth of the matter without any more ado." "We mean," said they, "he that is." "Did you ever see him?" "He that is," returned Pantagruel, "according to our theological doctrine, is God, who said to Moses, 'I am that I am.' We never saw him, nor can he be beheld by mortal eyes." "We mean nothing less than that supreme God who rules in heaven," replied they. "We mean the God on earth." "Did you ever see him?" "Upon my honor," replied Carpelin, "they mean the Pope." "Aye, answered Panurge, "yea, verily, gentlemen, I have seen 3 of them, whose sight has not much bettered me." "How?" cried they. "Our sacred decretals inform us that there never is more than one living." "I mean successively, one after the other," returned Panurge, "otherwise I never saw more than one at a time." "O thrice and 4 times happy people!" cried they. "You are welcome, and more than double welcome." They then kneeled down before us and would have kissed our feet, but we would not suffer it, telling them that should the Pope come thither in his own person, 'tis all they could do to him. "No, certainly," answered they, "for we have already resolved upon the matter. We would kiss his bare arse without boggling at it, and eke his 2-pounders, for he has a pair of them, the Holy Father, that he has. We find it so by our fine decretals, otherwise he could not be Pope. So that, according to our subtle decretaline philosophy, this is a necessary consequence, he is Pope. Therefore he has genitories, and should genitories no more be found in the world could no more have a Pope." While they were talking thus, Pantagruel inquired of one of the coxswain's crew who those persons were. He answered that they were the 4 estates of the island, and added that we should be made as welcome as princes, since we had seen the Pope. Panurge having been acquainted with this by Pantagruel, said to him in his ear, "I swear and vow, sir, 'tis even so, he that has patience may compass anything. Seeing the Pope had done us no good, now, in the devil's name, 'twill do us a great deal." We then went ashore, and the whole country, men, women, and children, came to meet us as in a solemn procession. Our 4 estates cried out to them with a loud voice, "They have seen him! They have seen him! They have seen him!" That proclamation being made, all the mob kneeled before us, lifting up their hands towards heaven, and crying, "O happy men! O most happy!" And this acclamation lasted above a quarter of an hour. Then came the Busby of the place, with all his pedagogues, ushers, and schoolboys, whom he magisterially flogged, as they used to whip children in our country formerly when some criminal was hanged, that they might remember it. This displeased Pantagruel, who said to them, "Gentlemen, if you do not leave off whipping these poor children, I am gone." The people were amazed, hearing his stentorian voice. And I saw a little hump with long fingers say to the hypodidascal, "What, in the name of wonder, do all those that see the Pope grow as tall as yon huge fellow that threatens us? Ah! How I shall think time long till I have seen him too, that I may grow and look as big." In short, the acclamations were so great that Hominas, so they called their bishop, hastened thither on an unbridled mule with green trappings, attended by his apposts, as they said, and his supposts or officers bearing crosses, banners, standards, canopies, torches, holy water pots, and he too wanted to kiss our feet, as the good Christian Valfenir did to Pope Clement, saying that one of their hypothetes, that's one of the scavengers, scourers, and commentators of their holy decretals, had written that in the same manner as the Messiah, so long and so much expected by the Jews, at last appeared among them. So, on some happy day of God, the Pope would come into that island. And that, while they waited for that blessed time, if any who had seen him at Rome or elsewhere chanced to come among them, they should be sure to make much of them, feast them plentifully, and treat them with a great deal of reverence. However, we civilly desired to be excused. Chapter 49. How Homenes, Bishop of Papamene, showed us the Uranipet decretals. Homenes then said to us, "'Tis enjoined us by our holy decretals to visit churches first and taverns after. Therefore, not to decline that fine institution, let us go to church, we will afterwards go and feast ourselves." "Man of God," quoth Friar John, "do you go before, we'll follow you. You spoke in the matter properly, and like a good Christian. 'Tis long since we saw any such. For my part, this rejoices my mind very much, and I verily believe that I shall have the better stomach after it. Well, 'tis a happy thing to meet with good men." Being come near the gate of the church, we spied a huge thick book, gilt, and covered all over with precious stones, as rubies, emeralds, diamonds, and pearls, more, or at least as valuable as those which Augustus consecrated to Jupiter Capitolinus. This book hanged in the air, being fastened with 2 thick chains of gold to the zoephore of the porch. We looked on it and admired it. As for Pantagruel, he handled it and dandled it and turned it as he pleased, for he could reach it without straining. And he protested that whenever he touched it, he was seized with a pleasant tickling at his fingers' end, new life and activity in his arms, and a violent temptation in his mind to beat 1 or 2 sergeants, or such officers, provided they were not of the shaveling kind. Homenes then said to us, the law was formerly given to the Jews by Moses, written by God himself. At Delphos, before the portal of Apollo's temple, this sentence, "No thigh soten," was found written with a divine hand. And some time after it, Ei was also seen, and as divinely written and transmitted from heaven. Cybele's image was brought out of heaven, into a field called Pessinent, in Phrygia, so was that of Diana to Taurus, if you will believe Euripides. The oriflamme, or holy standard, was transmitted out of heaven to the noble and most Christian kings of France, to fight against the unbelievers. In the reign of Numa Pompilius, second king of the Romans, the famous copper buckler called Ancile was seen to descend from heaven. At Acropolis, near Athens, Minerva's statue formerly fell from the imperial heaven. In like manner the sacred decretals which you see were written with the hand of an angel of the cherubim kind. You outlandish people will hardly believe this, I fear. Little enough, of conscience, said Panurge. And then, continued Homenes, they were miraculously transmitted to us here from the very heaven of heavens, in the same manner as the river Nile is called Dipetes by Homer, the father of all philosophy, the holy decretals always accepted. Now, because you have seen the Pope, their evangelist and everlasting protector, we will give you leave to see and kiss them on the inside, if you think meet. But then you must fast 3 days before, and canonically confess. Nicely and strictly mustering up and inventorizing your sins, great and small, so thick that one single circumstance of them may not escape you, as our holy decretals, which you see, direct. This will take up some time. Man of God, answered Panurge, we have seen and described decrees, and eke decretals enough o conscience, some on paper, other on parchment, fine and gay like any painted paper lantern, some on vellum, some in manuscript, and others in print. So you need not take half these pains to show us these. We'll take the goodwill for the deed, and thank you as much as if we had. Ay, marry, said Homenes, but you never saw these that are angelically written. Those in your country are only transcripts from ours, as we find it written by one of our old decretaline scholiasts. For me, do not spare me, I do not value the labor, so I may serve you. Do but tell me whether you will be confessed and fast only 3 short little days of God. As for shriving, answered Panurge, there can be no great harm in't. But this same fasting, master of mine, will hardly down with us at this time, for we have so very much over-fasted ourselves at sea that the spiders have spun their cobwebs over our grinders. Do but look on this good Friar John de Anatomized. Xenomanes then courteously demi-clipped him about the neck, some moss is growing in his throat for want of bestirring and exercising his chaps. He speaks the truth, vouched Friar John. I have so much fasted that I'm almost grown hump-shouldered. Come, then, let's go into the church, said Xenomanes, and pray forgive us if for the present we do not sing you a fine high mass. The hour of midday is past, and after it our sacred decretals forbid us to sing mass, I mean your high and lawful mass. But I'll say a low and dry one for you. I had rather have one moistened with some good Anjou wine, cried Panurge. Fall to your low mass, and dispatch. Ods bodikins, quoth Friar John, it frets me to the guts that I must have an empty stomach at this time of day. For, had I eaten a good breakfast and fed like a monk, if he should chance to sing us the Requiem Aeternam Dona Eis, Domini, I had then brought thither bread and wine for the traits passes, those that are gone before. Well, patience. Pull away, and save tide, short and sweet, I pray you, and this for a cause. Chapter 50. How Xenomanes showed us the archetype, or representation of a pope. Mass being mumbled over, Xenomanes took a huge bundle of keys out of a trunk near the head altar, and put 32 of them into so many keyholes. Put back so many springs, then with 14 more mastered so many padlocks, and at last opened an iron window strongly barred above the said altar. This being done, in token of great mystery he covered himself with wet sackcloth, and drawing a curtain of crimson satin, showed us an image daubed over, coarsely enough, to my thinking. Then he touched it with a pretty long stick, and made us all kiss the part of the stick that had touched the image. After this he said unto us, What think you of this image? It is the likeness of a pope, answered Pantagruel. I know it by the triple crown, his furred amice, his rochet, and his slipper. You are in the right, said Xenomanes, it is the idea of that same good God on earth whose coming we devoutly await, and whom we hope one day to see in this country. O happy, wished for, and much expected day! And happy, most happy you, whose propitious stars have so favored you as to let you see the living and real face of this good God on earth. By the single sight of whose picture we obtain full remission of all the sins which we remember that we have committed, as also a third part and 18 quarantaines of the sins which we have forgot. And indeed we only see it on high annual holidays. This caused Pantagruel to say that it was a work like those which Daedalus used to make, since, though it were deformed and ill-drawn, nevertheless some divine energy, in point of pardons, lay hid and concealed in it. Thus, said Friar John, at Seoul, the rascally beggars being one evening on a solemn holiday at supper in the Spittal, one bragged of having got 6 blancs or 2d halfpenny, another 8 liards, or 2d. A third, 7 corolases, or 6d, but an old mumper made his vaunts of having got 3 testons, or 5 shillings. Ah, but, cried his comrades, thou hast a leg of God. As if, continued Friar John, some divine virtue could lie hid in a stinking ulcerated rotten shank. Pray, said Pantagruel, when you are for telling us some such nauseous tale, be so kind as not to forget to provide a basin, Friar John. I'll assure you, I had much ado to forbear bringing up my breakfast. Fie! I wonder a man of your coat is not ashamed to use thus the sacred name of God in speaking of things so filthy and abominable. Fie, I say. If among your monkeying tribes such an abuse of words is allowed, I beseech you leave it there, and do not let it come out of the cloisters. Physicians, said Epistemon, thus attribute a kind of divinity to some diseases. Nero also extolled mushrooms, and, in a Greek proverb, termed them divine food, because with them he had poisoned Claudius his predecessor. But methinks, gentlemen, this same picture is not over like our late popes. For I have seen them, not with their pallium, amice, or rochet on, but with helmets on their heads, more like the top of a Persian turban, and while the Christian commonwealth was in peace, they alone were most furiously and cruelly making war. This must have been then, returned Xenomanes, against the rebellious, heretical Protestants, reprobates who are disobedient to the holiness of this good God on earth. 'Tis not only lawful for him to do so, but it is enjoined him by the sacred decretals. And if any dare transgress one single iota against their commands, whether they be emperors, kings, dukes, princes, or commonwealths, he is immediately to pursue them with fire and sword, strip them of all their goods, take their kingdoms from them, proscribe them, anathematize them, and destroy not only their bodies, those of their children, relations, and others, but damn also their souls to the very bottom of the most hot and burning cauldron in hell. Here, in the devil's name, said Panurge, the people are no heretics, such as was our Macrobius, and as they are in Germany and England. You are Christians of the best edition, all picked and culled, for aught I see. Aye, merry are we, returned Xenomanes, and for that reason we shall all be saved. Now let us go and bless ourselves with holy water, and then to dinner. Chapter 51. Table Talk in Praise of the Decretals. Now, topers, pray observe that while Xenomanes was saying his dry mass, 3 collectors, or licensed beggars of the church, each of them with a large basin, went round among the people. With a loud voice, pray remember the blessed men who have seen his face. As we came out of the temple they brought their basins brimful of papamene chink to Xenomanes, who told us that it was plentifully to feast with. And that, of this contribution and voluntary tax, 1 part should be laid out in good drinking, another in good eating, and the remainder in both, according to an admirable exposition hidden in a corner of their holy decretals. Which was performed to A.T., and that at a noted tavern not much unlike that of Will's at Amiens. Believe me, we tickled it off there with copious cramming and numerous swilling. I made 2 notable observations at that dinner, the one, that there was not 1 dish served up, whether of cabritas, capons, hogs, of which latter there is great plenty in papamene, pigeons, connies, leverets, turkeys, or others, without abundance of magistral stuff. The other, that every course, and the fruit also, were served up by unmarried females of the place, tight lasses, I'll assure you, waggish, fair, good-conditioned, and comely, spruce, and fit for business. They were all clad in fine long white albs, with 2 girts, their hair interwoven with narrow tape and purple ribbon, stuck with roses, gillyflowers, marjoram, daffodillies, thyme, and other sweet flowers. At every cadence they invited us to drink and bang it about, dropping us neat and genteel courtesies, nor was the sight of them unwelcome to all the company, and as for Friar John, he leered on them sideways, like a cur that steals a capon. When the first course was taken off, the females melodiously sung us an epode in the praise of the sacrosanct decretals, and then the second course being served up, Xenomanes, joyful and cheery, said to one of the she-butlers, light here, clerica. Immediately one of the girls brought him a tall boy brimful of extravagant wine. He took fast hold of it, and fetching a deep sigh, said to Pantagruel, my lord, and you, my good friends, here's to ye, with all my heart, you are all very welcome. When he had tipped that off, and given the tall boy to the pretty creature, he lifted up his voice and said, O most holy decretals, how good is good wine found through your means. This is the best jest we have had yet, observed Panurge. But it would still be a better, said Pantagruel, if they could turn bad wine into good. O seraphic sextum! Continued Xenomanes, how necessary are you not to the salvation of poor mortals? O cherubic Clementini! How perfectly the perfect institution of a true Christian is contained and described in you. O angelical extravagance! How many poor souls that wander up and down in mortal bodies through this vale of misery would perish were it not for you? When shall this special gift of grace be bestowed on mankind, as to lay aside all other studies and concerns, to use you, to peruse you, to understand you, to know you by heart, to practice you, to incorporate you, to turn you into blood. And incontre you into the deepest ventricles of their brains, the inmost marrow of their bones, and most intricate labyrinth of their arteries? Then, then, and no sooner than then, nor otherwise than thus, shall the world be happy. While the old man was thus running on, Epistemon rose and softly said to Panurge, for want of a close stool, I must even leave you for a moment or two. This stuff has unbunged the orifice of my mustard barrel, but I'll not tarry long. Then, then, continued Xenomanes, no hail, frost, ice, snow, overflowing, or vis major, then plenty of all earthly goods here below. Then uninterrupted and eternal peace through the universe, an end of all wars, plunderings, drudgeries, robbing, assassinates, unless it be to destroy these cursed rebels the heretics. Oh! Then, rejoicing, cheerfulness, jollity, solace, sports, and delicious pleasures, over the face of the earth. Oh! What great learning, inestimable erudition, and godlike precepts are knit, linked, revet, and mortised in the divine chapters of these eternal decretals. Oh! How wonderfully, if you read but one demi-canon, short paragraph, or single observation of these sacrosanct decretals, how wonderfully, I say, do you not perceive to kindle in your hearts a furnace of divine love. Charity towards your neighbor, provided he be no heretic, bold contempt of all casual and sublunary things, firm content in all your affections, and ecstatic elevation of soul even to the third heaven. Chapter 52. A continuation of the miracles caused by the decretals. Wisely, brother Timothy, quoth Panurge, did am, he says blue, but, for my part, I believe as little of it as I can. For one day by chance I happened to read a chapter of them at Poictiers, at the most decretalipitant Scotch doctor's, and old Nick turned me into bum fodder, if this did not make me so hide-bound and costive, that for 4 or 5 days I hardly scumbered one pore but of Sir Reverence. And that, too, was full as dry and hard, I protest, as Catullus tells us were those of his neighbor Furius. Nec toto decies cacas in anno. Atque id durius est faba, et lapillis. Quat tu si manibus terris, Fricesque. Non unquam digitum inquinere passes. Oh, ho! Cried Xenomanes, by Our Lady, it may be you were then in the state of mortal sin, my friend. Well turned, cried Panurge, this was a new strain, egad. One day, said Friar John, at Seoul, I had applied to my posteriors, by way of hind towel, a leaf of an old clementini which our rent-gatherer, John Guimard, had thrown out into the green of our cloister. Now the devil broil me like a black pudding, if I wasn't so abominably plagued with chaps, chawns, and piles at the fundament, that the orifice of my poor Nicandro was in a most woeful pickle for I don't know how long. By Our Lady, cried Xenomanes, it was a plain punishment of God for the sin that you had committed in burying that sacred book, which you ought rather to have kissed and adored, I say with an adoration of Latria, or of Hyperdulia at least. The Panormitan never told a lie in the matter. Seth Ponocrates, at Montpellier, John Chouart having bought of the monks of St. Only a delicate set of decretals, written on fine large parchment of Lamballe, to beat gold between the leaves, not so much as a piece that was beaten in them came to good, but all were delacerated and spoiled. Mark this! Cried Xenomanes. 'Twas a divine punishment and vengeance. At Mans, said Eudaemon, Francis Cornu, apothecary, had turned an old set of extravagants into waste paper. May I never stir, if whatever was lapped up in them was not immediately corrupted, rotten, and spoiled, incense, pepper, cloves, cinnamon, saffron, wax, cassia, rhubarb, tamarinds, all drugs and spices, were lost without exception. Mark, quoth Xenomanes, an effect of divine justice. This comes of putting the sacred scriptures to such profane uses. At Paris, said Carpelin, Snip Groinet the tailor had turned an old clementini into patterns and measures, and all the clothes that were cut on them were utterly spoiled and lost. Gowns, hoods, cloaks, cassocks, jerkins, jackets, waistcoats, capes, doublets, petticoats, corps de robes, farthingales, and so forth. Snip, thinking to cut a hood, would cut you out a codpiece. Instead of a cassock he would make you a high-crowned hat, for a waistcoat he'd shape you out a rochet, on the pattern of a doublet he'd make you a thing like a frying pan. Then his journeyman having stitched it up did jag it and pink it at the bottom, and so it looked like a pan to fry chestnuts. Instead of a cape he made a buskin, for a farthingale he shaped a Montero cap. And thinking to make a cloak, he'd cut out a pair of your big outstrouting Swiss breeches, with panes like the outside of a tabor. Insomuch that Snip was condemned to make good the stuffs to all his customers. And to this day poor Cabbage's hair grows through his hood and his arse through his pocket holes. Mark, an effect of heavenly wrath and vengeance. Cried Homenas. At Cahusac, said Gymnast, a match being made by the lords of Estissac and Viscount Lauson to shoot at a mark, Pyrrho too had taken to pieces a set of decretals and set one of the leaves for the white to shoot at. Now I sell, nay, I give and bequeath for ever and aye, the mould of my doublet to 1500 hampers full of black devils, if ever any archer in the country, though they are singular marksmen in Guienne, could hit the white. Not the least bit of the holy scribble was contaminated or touched. Nay, and Sansornin the elder, who held stakes, swore to us, figs dyers, hard figs, his greatest oath, that he had openly, visibly, and manifestly seen the bolt of Carcalan moving right to the round circle in the middle of the white. And that just on the point, when it was going to hit and enter, it had gone aside above 7 foot and 4 inches wide of it towards the bakehouse. Miracle! Cried Homenas, miracle! Miracle! Clerica, come wench, light, light here. Here's to you all, gentlemen, I vow you seem to me very sound Christians. While he said this, the maidens began to snicker at his elbow, grinning, giggling, and twittering among themselves. Friar John began to paw, neigh, and whinny at the snout's end, as one ready to leap, or at least to play the ass, and get up and ride Tantivy to the devil like a beggar on horseback. Methinks, said Pantagruel, a man might have been more out of danger ere the white of which Gymnast spoke than was formerly Diogenes near another. How is that? Asked Homenas, what was it? Was he one of our decretalists? Rarely fallen in again, egad, said Episman, returning from stool, I see he will hook his decretals in, though by the head and shoulders. Diogenes, said Pantagruel, one day for pastime went to see some archers that shot at butts, one of whom was so unskilful, that when it was his turn to shoot all the bystanders went aside, lest he should mistake them for the mark. Diogenes had seen him shoot extremely wide of it. So when the other was taking aim a second time, and the people removed at a great distance to the right and left of the white, he placed himself close by the mark, holding that place to be the safest. And that so bad an archer would certainly rather hit any other. One of the Lord d'Estissac's pages at last found out the charm, pursued Gymnast, and by his advice Pyrrho too put in another white made up of some papers of Pouillac's lawsuit, and then everyone shot cleverly. At Landres, said Rhizotome, at John de Liff's wedding were very great doings, as 'twas then the custom of the country. After supper several farces, interludes, and comical scenes were acted. They had also several morris dancers with bells and tabors, and divers sorts of masks and mummers were let in. My schoolfellows and I, to grace the festival to the best of our power, 4 fine white and purple liveries had been given to all of us in the morning, contrived a merry mask with store of cockle shells, shells of snails, periwinkles, and such other. Then for want of cuckoo pint, or priest pintle, louspur, clote, and paper, we made ourselves false faces with the leaves of an old sextum that had been thrown by and lay there for anyone that would take it up, cutting out holes for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Now, did you ever hear the like since you were born? When we had played our little boyish antic tricks, and came to take off our sham faces, we appeared more hideous and ugly than the little devils that acted the passionate duet. For our faces were utterly spoiled at the places which had been touched by those leaves. One had there the smallpox, another, God's token, or the plague spot, a third, the crinkums, a fourth, the measles, a fifth, botches, pushes, and carbuncles. In short, he came off the least hurt who only lost his teeth by the bargain. Miracle! Bawled out Homenus, miracle! Hold, hold! Cried Rhizotome, it is not yet time to clap. My sister Kate and my sister Wren had put the crepins of their hoods, their ruffles, snuffkins, and neckruffs new washed, starched, and ironed, into that very book of decretals. For, you must know, it was covered with thick boards and had strong clasps. Now, by the virtue of God, hold, interrupted Homenus, what God do you mean? There is but one, answered Rhizotome. In heaven, I grant, replied Homenus. But we have another here on earth, do you see? Ay, marry have we, said Rhizotome, but on my soul I protest I had quite forgot it. Well then, by the virtue of God the Pope, their pinners, neckruffs, bib, coifs, and other linen turned as black as a charcoal man's sack. Miracle! Cried Homenus. Here, Clerica, like me here, and prithee, girl, observe these rare stories. How comes it to pass then, asked Friar John, that people say, ever since decrees had tails, and gendarmes lugged heavy mails, since each monk would have a horse, all went here from bad to worse? I understand you, answered Homenus. This is one of the quirks and little satires of the newfangled heretics. Chapter 53. How by the virtue of the decretals, gold is subtly drawn out of France to Rome. I would, said Epistemon, it had cost me a pint of the best tripe that ever can enter into gut, so we had but compared with the original the dreadful chapters. Execrabilis, de multa, si plures. De annatis per totem, nisi essent, cum ad monasterium, quat delectio, mandatum, and certain others, that draw every year out of France to Rome 400,000 ducats and more. Do you make nothing of this? Asked Homenus. Though, methinks, after all, it is but little, if we consider that France, the most Christian, is the only nurse the see of Rome has. However, find me in the whole world a book, whether of philosophy, physic, law, mathematics, or other humane learning, nay, even, by my God, of the Holy Scripture itself, will draw as much money thence. None, pshaw, tush, blurt, pish, none can. You may look till your eyes drop out of your head, nay, till doomsday in the afternoon, before you can find another of that energy, I'll pass my word for that. Yet these devilish heretics refuse to learn and know it. Burn m, tear m, nip m with hot pincers, drown m, hang m, spit m at the bunghole, pelt m, pot m, bruise m, beat m, cripple m, dismember m, cut m, gut m, bowel m, paunch m, thrash m, slash m, gash m, chop m. Slice m, slit m, carve m, saw m, bethwack m, pare m, hack m, hew m, mince m, flay m, boil m, broil m, roast m, toast m, bake m, fry m, crucify m, crush m, squeeze m, grind m, batter m, burst m. Quarter m, unlimb m, behump m, bethump m, belam m, belabor m, pepper m, spitchcock m, and carbonade m on gridirons, these wicked heretics. Decretalifuges, decretalicides, worse than homicides, worse than patricides, decretalictones of the devil of hell. As for you other good people, I must earnestly pray and beseech you to believe no other thing, to think on, say, undertake, or do no other thing, than what's contained in our sacred decretals and their corollaries, this fine sextum. These fine Clementini, these fine extravagants. O deific books! So shall you enjoy glory, honor, exaltation, wealth, dignities, and preferments in this world, be revered and dreaded by all, preferred, elected, and chosen above all men. For there is not under the cope of heaven a condition of men out of which you'll find persons fitter to do and handle all things than those who by divine prescience, eternal predestination, have applied themselves to the study of the holy decretals. Would you choose a worthy emperor, a good captain, a fit general in time of war, one that can well foresee all inconveniences, avoid all dangers, briskly and bravely bring his men on to a breach or attack, still be on sure grounds. Always overcome without loss of his men, and know how to make a good use of his victory. Take me a decretist. No, no, I mean a decretalist. Ho, the foul blunder, whispered Epistman. Would you, in time of peace, find a man capable of wisely governing the state of a commonwealth, of a kingdom, of an empire, of a monarchy? Sufficient to maintain the clergy, nobility, senate, and commons in wealth, friendship, unity, obedience, virtue, and honesty? Take a decretalist. Would you find a man who, by his exemplary life, eloquence, and pious admonitions, may in a short time, without effusion of human blood, conquer the Holy Land, and bring over to the Holy Church the misbelieving Turks, Jews, Tartars, Muscovites, Mamelukes, and Sarabanites? Take me a decretalist. What makes, in many countries, the people rebellious and depraved, pages saucy and mischievous, students sottish and dunsical? Nothing but that their governors and tutors were not decretalists. But what, on your conscience, was it, do you think, that established, confirmed, and authorized those fine religious orders with whom you see the Christian world everywhere adorned, graced, and illustrated, as the firmament is with its glorious stars? The holy decretals. What was it that founded, underpropped, and fixed, and now maintains, nourishes, and feeds the devout monks and friars in convents, monasteries, and abbeys? So that did they not daily and mightily pray without ceasing, the world would be in evident danger of returning to its primitive chaos? The sacred decretals. What makes and daily increases the famous and celebrated patrimony of St. Peter in plenty of all temporal, corporeal, and spiritual blessings? The holy decretals. What made the Holy Apostolic See and Pope of Rome, in all times, and at this present, so dreadful in the universe, that all kings, emperors, potentates, and lords, willing, kneeling, must depend upon him, hold of him, be crowned, confirmed, and authorized by him, come thither to strike sail, buckle, and fall down before his holy slipper, whose picture you have seen? The mighty decretals of God. I will discover you a great secret. The universities of your world have commonly a book either open or shut, in their arms and devices. What book do you think it is? Truly, I do not know, answered Pantagruel. I never read it. It is the decretals, said Xenomanes, without which the privileges of all universities would soon be lost. You must own that I have taught you this, ha, 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 ha. Here Xenomanes began to belch, to fart, to funk, to laugh, to slaver, and to sweat. And then he gave his huge greasy four-cornered cap to one of the lasses, who clapped it on her pretty head with a great deal of joy, after she had lovingly bussed it, as a sure token that she should be first married. Vivat, cried Epistman, Fifet, Bibet, Pepat. O apocalyptic secret! Continued Xenomanes, light, light, clerica, light here with double lanterns. Now for the fruit, virgins. I was saying, then, that giving yourselves thus wholly to the study of the holy decretals, you will gain wealth and honor in this world. I add, that in the next you will infallibly be saved in the blessed kingdom of heaven, whose keys are given to our good God and Decretaliarch. O my good God, whom I adore and never saw, by thy special grace open unto us, at the point of death at least, this most sacred treasure of our Holy Mother Church, whose protector, preserver, butler, chief larder, administrator, and disposer thou art. And take care, I beseech thee, O Lord, that the precious works of supererogation, the goodly pardons, do not fail us in time of need. So that the devils may not find an opportunity to gripe our precious souls, and the dreadful jaws of hell may not swallow us. If we must pass through purgatory, thy will be done. It is in thy power to draw us out of it when thou pleasest. Here Xenomanes began to shed huge hot briny tears, to beat his breast, and kiss his thumbs in the shape of a cross. Chapter 54. How Xenomanes gave Pantagruel some bon Christian pears. Epistman, Friar John, and Panurge, seeing this doleful catastrophe, began, under the cover of their napkins, to cry meow, 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 feigning to wipe their eyes all the while as if they had wept. The wenches were doubly diligent, and brought brimmers of clementine wine to every one, besides store of sweetmeats, and thus the feasting was revived. Before we arose from table, Xenomanes gave us a great quantity of fair large pears, saying, Here, my good friends, these are singular good pears. You will find none such anywhere else, I dare warrant. Every soil bears not everything, you know. India alone boasts black ebony, the best incense is produced in Sabia, the sphrygited earth at Lemnos, so this island is the only place where such fine pears grow. You may, if you please, make seminaries with their pippins in your country. I like their taste extremely, said Pantagruel. If they were sliced and put into a pan on the fire with wine and sugar, I fancy they would be very wholesome meat for the sick, as well as for the healthy. Pray what do you call them? No otherwise than you have heard, replied Xenomanes. We are a plain downright sort of people, as God would have it, and call figs, figs, plums, plums, and pears, pears. Truly, said Pantagruel, if I live to go home, which I hope will be speedily, God willing, I'll set off and graft some in my garden in Touraine, by the banks of the Loire, and will call them bon Christian or good Christian pears. For I never saw better Christians than are these good papimens. I would like him 2-to-1 better yet, said Friar John, would he but give us 2 or 3 cartloads of yon buxom lasses. Why, what would you do with them? Cried Xenomanes. Quoth Friar John, no harm, only bleed the kind-hearted souls straight between the 2 great toes with certain clever lancets of the right stamp. By which operation good Christian children would be inoculated upon them, and the breed be multiplied in our country, in which there are not many over good, the more's the pity. Nay, verily, replied Xenomanes, we cannot do this. For you would make them tread their shoes awry, crack their pipkins, and spoil their shapes. You love mutton, I see, you will run at sheep. I know you by that same nose and hair of yours, though I never saw your face before. Alas! Alas! How kind you are! And would you indeed damn your precious soul? Our decretals forbid this. Ah, I wish you had them at your finger's end. Patience, said Friar John, but, si tu non vis dare, presta, qui summus. Matter of breviary. As for that, I defy all the world, and I fear no man that wears a head and a hood, though he were a crystalline, I mean a decretaline doctor. Dinner being over, we took our leave of the right reverend Xenomanes, and of all the good people, humbly giving thanks. And, to make them amends for their kind entertainment, promised them that, at our coming to Rome, we would make our applications so effectually to the Pope that he would speedily be sure to come to visit them in person. After this we went aboard. Pantagruel, by an act of generosity, and as an acknowledgment of the sight of the Pope's picture, gave Xenomanes 9 pieces of double friezed cloth of gold to be set before the grates of the window. He also caused the church box for its repairs and fabric to be quite filled with double crowns of gold. And ordered 914 angels to be delivered to each of the lasses who had waited at table, to buy them husbands when they could get them. Chapter 55. How Pantagruel, being at sea, heard various unfrozen words. When we were at sea, junketing, tippling, discoursing, and telling stories, Pantagruel rose and stood up to look out, then asked us, Do you hear nothing, gentlemen? Methinks I hear some people talking in the air, yet I can see nobody. Hark! According to his command we listened, and with full ears sucked in the air as some of you suck oysters, to find if we could hear some sound scattered through the sky. And to lose none of it, like the Emperor Antoninus some of us laid their hands hollow next to their ears, but all this would not do, nor could we hear any voice. Yet Pantagruel continued to assure us he heard various voices in the air, some of men, and some of women. At last we began to fancy that we also heard something, or at least that our ears tingled. And the more we listened, the plainer we discerned the voices, so as to distinguish articulate sounds. This mightily frightened us, and not without cause. Since we could see nothing, yet heard such various sounds and voices of men, women, children, horses, and, insomuch that Panurge cried out, Cod's belly, there is no fooling with the devil, we are all beshit, let's fly. There is some ambuscado hereabouts. Friar John, art thou here, my love? I pray thee, stay by me, old boy. Hast thou got thy swinging tool? See that it do not stick in thy scabbard, thou never scourest it half as it should be. We are undone. Hark! They are guns, gad judge me. Let's fly, I do not say with hands and feet, as Brutus said at the battle of Pharsalia, I say, with sails and oars. Let's whip it away. I never find myself to have a bit of courage at sea. In cellars and elsewhere I have more than enough. Let's fly and save our bacon. I do not say this for any fear that I have, for I dread nothing but danger, that I don't, I always say it that shouldn't. The free archer of Bainalit said as much. Let us hazard nothing, therefore, I say, lest we come off bluely. Tack about, helm a lee, thou son of a bachelor. Would I were now well in quinquennise, though I were never to marry. Haste away, let's make all the sail we can. They'll be too hard for us, we are not able to cope with them, they are 10 to our 1, I'll warrant you. Nay, and they are on their dunghill, while we do not know the country. They will be the death of us. We'll lose no honor by flying. Demosthenes saith that the man that runs away may fight another day. At least let us retreat to the leeward. Helm a lee, bring the main-tack aboard, haul the bowlines, hoist the top-gallants. We are all dead men. Get off, in the devil's name, get off. Pantagruel, hearing the sad outcry which Panurge made, said, Who talks of flying? Let's first see who they are, perhaps they may be friends. I can discover nobody yet, though I can see 100 miles round me. But let's consider a little. I have read that a philosopher named Patron was of opinion that there were several worlds that touched each other in an equilateral triangle. In whose center, he said, was the dwelling of truth, and that the words, ideas, copies, and images of all things past and to come resided there, round which was the age. And that with success of time part of them used to fall on mankind like rheums and mildews, just as the dew fell on Gideon's fleece, till the age was fulfilled. I also remember, continued he, that Aristotle affirms Homer's words to be flying, moving, and consequently animated. Besides, Antiphanes said that Plato's philosophy was like words which, being spoken in some country during a hard winter, are immediately congealed, frozen up, and not heard. For what Plato taught young lads could hardly be understood by them when they were grown old. Now, continued he, we should philosophize and search whether this be not the place where those words are thought. You would wonder very much should this be the head and lyre of Orpheus. When the Thracian women had torn him to pieces they threw his head and lyre into the river Hebrus, down which they floated to the Euxine Sea as far as the island of Lesbos. The head continually uttering a doleful song, as it were lamenting the death of Orpheus, and the lyre, with the wind's impulse moving its strings and harmoniously accompanying the voice. Let's see if we cannot discover them hereabouts. Chapter 56. How among the frozen words Pantagruel found some odd ones. The skipper made answer, Be not afraid, my lord. We are on the confines of the frozen sea, on which, about the beginning of last winter, happened a great and bloody fight between the Arimaspians and the Nephelebates. Then the words and cries of men and women, the hacking, slashing, and hewing of battle-axes, the shocking, knocking, and jolting of armors and harnesses, the neighing of horses, and all other martial din and noise, froze in the air. And now, the rigor of the winter being over, by the succeeding serenity and warmth of the weather they melt and are heard. By Jingo, quoth Panurge, the man talks somewhat like. I believe him. But couldn't we see some of them? I think I have read that, on the edge of the mountain on which Moses received the Judaic law, the people saw the voices sensibly. Here, said Pantagruel, here are some that are not yet thought. He then threw us on the deck whole handfuls of frozen words, which seemed to us like your rough sugar plums, of many colors, like those used in heraldry. Some words gules, this means also jests and merry sayings, some vert, some azure, some black, some or, this means also fair words. And when we had somewhat warmed them between our hands, they melted like snow, and we really heard them, but could not understand them, for it was a barbarous gibberish. One of them only, that was pretty big, having been warmed between Friar John's hands, gave a sound much like that of chestnuts when they are thrown into the fire without being first cut, which made us all start. This was the report of a field piece in its time, cried Friar John. Panurge prayed Pantagruel to give him some more, but Pantagruel told him that to give words was the part of a lover. Sell me some then, I pray you, cried Panurge. That's the part of a lawyer, returned Pantagruel. I would sooner sell you silence, though at a dearer rate, as Demosthenes formerly sold it by the means of his Argentangina, or silver squinsy. However, he threw 3 or 4 handfuls of them on the deck. Among which I perceived some very sharp words, and some bloody words, which the pilot said used sometimes to go back and recoil to the place whence they came, but it was with a slit weasand. We also saw some terrible words, and some others not very pleasant to the eye. When they had been all melted together, we heard a strange noise, hin, 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 his, tick, tock, tack, brettle and breadidack, frr, 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 boo, 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 track, track, trr, 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 on, 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 on. On, Ouan, Gog, Magog, and I do not know what other barbarous words, which the pilot said were the noise made by the charging squadrons, the shock and neighing of horses. Then we heard some large ones go off like drums and fifes, and others like clarions and trumpets. Believe me, we had very good sport with them. I would fain have saved some merry odd words, and have preserved them in oil, as ice and snow are kept, and between clean straw. But Pantagruel would not let me, saying that 'tis a folly to hoard up what we are never like to want or have always at hand, odd, quaint, merry, and fat words of gules never being scarce among all good and jovial Pantagruelists. Panurge somewhat vexed Friar John, and put him in the pouts, for he took him at his word while he dreamed of nothing less. This caused the friar to threaten him with such a piece of revenge as was put upon G. Jusome, who having taken the merry Patalin at his word when he had overbid himself in some cloth, was afterwards fairly taken by the horns like a bullock by his jovial chapman, whom he took at his word like a man. Panurge, well knowing that threatened folks live long, bobbed and made mouths at him in token of derision, then cried, would I had here the word of the holy bottle, without being thus obliged to go further in pilgrimage to her. Chapter 57. How Pantagruel went ashore at the dwelling of Gaster, the first master of arts in the world. That day Pantagruel went ashore in an island which, for situation and governor, may be said not to have its fellow. When you just come into it, you find it rugged, craggy, and barren, unpleasant to the eye, painful to the feet, and almost as inaccessible as the mountain of Dauphine, which is somewhat like a toadstool. And was never climbed as any can remember by any but Doyac, who had the charge of King Charles VIII's train of artillery. This same Doyac with strange tools and engines gained that mountain's top, and there he found an old ram. It puzzled many a wise head to guess how it got thither. Some said that some eagle or great horncoot, having carried it thither while it was yet a lambkin, it had got away and saved itself among the bushes. As for us, having with much toil and sweat overcome the difficult ways at the entrance, we found the top of the mountain so fertile, healthful, and pleasant, that I thought I was then in the true Garden of Eden, or earthly paradise. About whose situation our good theologues are in such a quandary and keep such a pother. As for Pantagruel, he said that here was the seat of Arate, that is as much as to say, virtue, described by Hesiod. This, however, with submission to better judgments. The ruler of this place was one Master Gaster, the first master of arts in this world. For, if you believe that fire is the great master of arts, as Tully writes, you very much wrong him and yourself, alas. Tully never believed this. On the other side, if you fancy Mercury to be the first inventor of arts, as our ancient Druids believed of old, you are mightily beside the mark. The satirist's sentence, that affirms Master Gaster to be the master of all arts, is true. With him peacefully resided old Goody Penia, alias Poverty, the mother of the 99 Muses, on whom Porus, the Lord of Plenty, formerly begot Love, that noble child, the mediator of heaven and earth, as Plato affirms in Symposio. We were all obliged to pay our homage and swear allegiance to that mighty sovereign, for he is imperious, severe, blunt, hard, uneasy, inflexible, you cannot make him believe, represent to him, or persuade him anything. He does not hear. And as the Egyptians said that Harpocrates, the god of silence, named Sigilion in Greek, was astome, that is, without a mouth, so Gaster was created without ears, even like the image of Jupiter in Candia. He only speaks by signs, but those signs are more readily obeyed by everyone than the statutes of senates or commands of monarchs. Neither will he admit the least let or delay in his summons. You say that when a lion roars all the beasts at a considerable distance round about, as far as his roar can be heard, are seized with a shivering. This is written, it is true, I have seen it. I assure you that at Master Gaster's command the very heavens tremble, and all the earth shakes. His command is called, do this or die. Needs must when the devil drives, there's no gainsaying of it. The pilot was telling us how, on a certain time, after the manner of the members that mutinied against the belly, as Aesop describes it, the whole kingdom of the Somates went off into a direct faction against Gaster, resolving to throw off his yoke. But they soon found their mistake, and most humbly submitted, for otherwise they had all been famished. What company soever he is in, none dispute with him for precedence or superiority. He still goes first, though kings, emperors, or even the Pope, were there. So he held the first place at the Council of Baal, though some will tell you that the council was tumultuous by the contention and ambition of many for priority. Everyone is busied and labors to serve him, and indeed, to make amends for this, he does this good to mankind, as to invent for them all arts, machines, trades, engines, and crafts. He even instructs brutes in arts which are against their nature, making poets of ravens, jackdaws, chattering jays, parrots, and starlings, and poetesses of magpies, teaching them to utter human language, speak, and sing, and all for the gut. He reclaims and tames eagles, gerfalcons, falcons gentle, sakers, lanners, goshawks, sparrowhawks, merlins, haggards, passengers, wild rapacious birds. So that, setting them free in the air whenever he thinks fit, as high and as long as he pleases, he keeps them suspended, straying, flying, hovering, and courting him above the clouds. Then on a sudden he makes them stoop, and come down amain from heaven next to the ground, and all for the gut. Elephants, lions, rhinoceroses, bears, horses, mares, and dogs, he teaches to dance, prance, vault, fight, swim, hide themselves, fetch and carry what he pleases, and all for the gut. Salt and freshwater fish, whales, and the monsters of the main, he brings them up from the bottom of the deep. Wolves he forces out of the woods, bears out of the rocks, foxes out of their holes, and serpents out of the ground, and all for the gut. In short, he is so unruly, that in his rage he devours all men and beasts. As was seen among the Vascons, when Q. Metellus besieged them in the Sertorian wars, among the Saguntines besieged by Hannibal, among the Jews besieged by the Romans, and 600 more, and all for the gut. When his regent Penia takes a progress, wherever she moves all senates are shut up, all statutes repealed, all orders and proclamations vain, she knows, obeys, and has no law. All shun her, in every place choosing rather to expose themselves to shipwreck at sea, and venture through fire, rocks, caves, and precipices, than be seized by that most dreadful tormentor. Chapter 58. How, at the court of the master of ingenuity, Pantagruel detested the Angastromiths and the gastrolators. At the court of that great master of ingenuity, Pantagruel observed two sorts of troublesome and too officious apparitors, whom he very much detested. The first were called gastromaths, the others, gastrolators. The first pretended to be descended of the ancient race of Euricles, and for this brought the authority of Aristophanes in his comedy called The Wasps. Whence of old they were called Eurycleans, as Plato writes, and Plutarch in his book of the Cessation of Oracles. In the Holy Decrees, 26, Q3, they are styled ventriloqui. And the same name is given them in Ionian by Hippocrates, in his Fifth Book of Abode, as men who speak from the belly. Sophocles calls them sternomantes. These were soothsayers, enchanters, cheats, who gulled the mob, and seemed not to speak and give answers from the mouth, but from the belly. Such a one, about the year of our Lord 1513, was Jacoba Rodogena, an Italian woman of mean extract. From whose belly we, as well as an infinite number of others at Ferrara and elsewhere, have often heard the voice of the evil spirit speak, low, feeble, and small, indeed, but yet very distinct, articulate, and intelligible. When she was sent for out of curiosity by the lords and princes of the Cisalpine Gaul. To remove all manner of doubt, and be assured that this was not a trick, they used to have her stripped stark naked, and caused her mouth and nose to be stopped. This evil spirit would be called curled pate, or Cincinnatulo, seeming pleased when any called him by that name, at which he was always ready to answer. If any spoke to him of things past or present, he gave pertinent answers, sometimes to the amazement of the hearers, but if of things to come, then the devil was gravelled, and used to lie as fast as a dog can trot. Nay, sometimes he seemed to own his ignorance, instead of an answer letting out a rousing fart, or muttering some words with barbarous and uncouth inflections, and not to be understood. As for the gastrolators, they stuck close to one another in knots and gangs. Some of them merry, wanton, and soft as so many milksops, others lowering, grim, dogged, demure, and crabbed. All idle, mortal foes to business, spending half their time in sleeping and the rest in doing nothing, a rent charge and dead unnecessary weight on the earth, as Hesiod saith, afraid, as we judged, of offending or lessening their paunch. Others were masked, disguised, and so oddly dressed that it would have done you good to have seen them. There's a saying, and several ancient sages write, that the skill of nature appears wonderful in the pleasure which she seems to have taken in the configuration of seashells, so great is their variety in figures, colors, streaks, and inimitable shapes. I protest the variety we perceived in the dresses of the gastrolatrous coquillons was not less. They all owned Gaster for their supreme god, adored him as a god, offered him sacrifices as to their omnipotent deity, owned no other god, served, loved, and honored him above all things. You would have thought that the holy apostle spoke of those when he said, "Phil, chap. 3. Many walk, of whom I have told you often, and now tell you even weeping, that they are enemies of the cross of Christ, whose end is destruction, whose god is their belly." Pantagruel compared them to the Cyclops Polyphemus, whom Euripides brings in speaking thus, "I only sacrifice to myself, not to the gods, and to this belly of mine, the greatest of all the gods." Chapter 59. Of the ridiculous statue Mandus. And how and what the gastrolators sacrificed to their ventripotent god. While we fed our eyes with the sight of the physes and actions of these lounging gully-gutted gastrolators, we on a sudden heard the sound of a musical instrument called a bell. At which all of them placed themselves in rank and file as for some mighty battle, everyone according to his office, degree, and seniority. In this order they moved towards Master Gaster, after a plump, young, lusty, gorbelied fellow, who on a long staff fairly gilt carried a wooden statue, grossly carved, and as scurvily daubed over with paint. Such a one as Plautus, Juvenal, and Pomp. Festus describe it. At Lyons during the carnival it is called Mascacrut or Knockrust, they called this Mandus. It was a monstrous, ridiculous, hideous figure, fit to fright little children. Its eyes were bigger than its belly, and its head larger than all the rest of its body. Well mouth cloven however, having a goodly pair of wide, broad jaws, lined with 2 rows of teeth, upper tier and under tier, which, by the magic of a small twine hid in the hollow part of the golden staff, were made to clash, clatter, and rattle dreadfully one against another. As they do at Metz with St. Clement's dragon. Coming near the gastrolators I saw they were followed by a great number of fat waiters and tenders, laden with baskets, dossers, hampers, dishes, wallets, pots, and kettles. Then, under the conduct of Mandus, and singing I do not know what dithyrambics, crapalicombs, and epinons, opening their baskets and pots, they offered their god. White hippocras, with dry toasts. Fricassees, 9 sorts. Cold loins of veal, with spice. White bread. Monastical brews. Zinzabarine. Brown bread. Gravy soup. Beetle pies. Carbonados, 6 sorts. Hotchpots. Brews. Soft bread. Marrow bones, toast, and cabbage. Brawn. Household bread. Sweetbreads. Caporitados. Hashes. Eternal drink intermixed. Brisk delicate white wine led the van, claret and champagne followed, cool, nay, as cold as the very ice, I say, filled and offered in large silver cups. Then they offered chitlins, garnished with mustard. Chins and peas. Hams. Hogs' haslets. Brawn heads. Scotch collops. Powdered venison, with turnips. Sausages. Puddings. Neat's tongues. Servalots. Pickled olives. Hung beef. Bologna sausages. All this associated with sempiternal liquor. Then they housed within his muzzle legs of mutton, with shallots. Ribs of pork with onion sauce. Caponets. Caviar and toast. Oleas. Roast capons, basted with their own dripping. Fawns, deer. Lumber pies, with hot sauce. Hares, leverets. Plovers. Partridges and young partridges. Flamingos. Herons, and young herons. Cygnets. Dwarf herons. A reinforcement of vinegar intermixed. Olives. Teals. Thrushes. Duckers. Venison pasties. Young sea ravens. Bitterns. Lark pies. Geese, goslings. Chevellers. Dormice pies. Queasts. Curlews. Cabretto pasties. Widgeons. Wood hens. Roebuck pasties. Mavises. Coots, with leeks. Pigeon pies. Grouses. Fat kids. Kid pasties. Turtles. Shoulders of mutton, with capers. Capon pies. Docanis. Bacon pies. Hedgehogs. Sirloins of beef. Soused hog's feet. Snites. Breasts of veal. Fried pasty crust. Then large puffs. Pheasants and pheasant poots. Forced capons. Thistle finches. Parmesan cheese. Whore's farts. Peacocks. Red and pale hippocras. Fritters. Storks. Cakes, 16 sorts. Woodcocks. Gold peaches. Crisp wafers. Snipes. Artichokes. Quince tarts. Ortolans. Dry and wet sweetmeats, 78 sorts. Curds and cream. Turkey cocks, hen turkeys, and turkey poots. Whipped cream. Preserved mirabellans. Boiled hens, and fat capons marinated. Stock doves, and wood culvers. Jellies. Pullets, with eggs. Welsh barrapicelids. Pigs, with wine sauce. Chickens. Macaroons. Blackbirds, ouzels, and rails. Rabbits, and sucking rabbits. Tarts, 20 sorts. Lemon cream, raspberry cream, and moorhens. quails, and young quails. Bustards, and bustard poots. Comfits, 100 colors. Pigeons, squabs, and squeakers. Fig peckers. Cream wafers. Young guinea hens. Field fares. Cream cheese. Vinegar brought up the rear to wash the mouth, and for fear of the squinsy, also toasts to scour the grinders. Chapter 60. What the gastrolators sacrificed to their god on interlarded fish days. Pantagruel did not like this pack of rascally scoundrels with their manifold kitchen sacrifices. And would have been gone had not Epistemon prevailed with him to stay and see the end of the farce. He then asked the skipper what the idle lobcocks used to sacrifice to their gorbellied god on interlarded fish days. For his first course, said the skipper, they gave him caviar, botargos, fresh butter, peas soup, spinach, fresh herrings, full road, salads, 100 varieties, of cress, sodden hop tops, bishop's gods, celery, chives, rampions, Jew's ears, a sort of mushrooms that sprout out of old elders, asparagus, woodbine, and a world of others. Red herrings, pilchards, anchovies, fry of tunny, cauliflowers, beans, salt salmon, pickled grigs, oysters in the shell. Then he must drink, or the devil would gripe him at the throat. This, therefore, they take care to prevent, and nothing is wanting. Which being done, they give him lampreys with hippocras sauce, gurnards, thornbacks, fried oysters, salmon trouts, sleeves, cockles, barbels, great and small, sturgeons, prawns, sheathfish, smelts, roaches, mackerels, rockfish, cockerels, maids, gracious lords, minnows, plaice, swordfish, skatefish, sharplings, soles, lampreys, tunnies, mussels, jegs, silver eels, lobsters, pickerels, chevins, great prawns, golden carps, crayfish, dace, burbaits, paulowers, bleaks, salmons, shrimps, tenches, salmon peels, congers, ombers, dolphins, porpoises, fresh cods, barn trouts, bases, dried melwolls, miller's thumbs, shads, darefish, precks, murrens, a sort of lampreys, fawsons, and grigs, bretfish, eelpouts, flounders, graylings, tortoises, sea nettles, esamoyes, serpents, i.e. wood eels, mullets, turbots, gudgeons, trout, not above a foot long, dories, dabs and sandings, more game, haddocks, salmons, perches, carps, meagres, loaches, pikes, sea breams, crabfish, batidos, halibuts, snails and whelks, rochets, dog's tongue, or kind fool, frogs, sea bears. If, when he had crammed all this down his guttural trapdoor, he did not immediately make the fish swim again in his paunch, death would pack him off in a trice. Special care is taken to antidote his godship with vine-tree syrup. Then is sacrificed to him haberdines, poor Jack, mingle-mangled, mismashed, and eggs fried, beaten, buttered, poached, hardened, boiled, broiled, stewed, sliced, roasted in the embers, tossed in the chimney, and green fish, sea bats, cod sounds, stockfish, sea pikes, which to concoct and digest the more easily, vinegar is multiplied. For the latter part of their sacrifices they offer rice milk, and hasty pudding, stewed prunes, and baked bullace, raisins, dates, buttered wheat, and flummery, pistachios, or fistic nuts, chestnut and walnuts, water gruel, and milk porridge, figs, filberts, almond butter, parsnips, frumenty and bonny clamber, skirret root, artichokes, white pot, perpetuity of soaking with the whole. It was none of their fault, I will assure you, if this same God of theirs was not publicly, preciously, and plentifully served in the sacrifices, better yet than Heliogabalus's idol. Nay, more than Bel and the dragon in Babylon, under King Belshazzar. Yet Gaster had the manners to own that he was no god, but a poor, vile, wretched creature. And as King Antigonus, first of the name, when one Hermodotus, as poets will flatter, especially princes, in some of his fustian dubbed him a god, and made the son adopt him for his son, said to him, my Lysanophore, or, in plain English, my groom of the close stool, can give thee the lie. So Master Gaster very civilly used to send back his bigoted worshippers to his close stool, to see, smell, taste, philosophize, and examine what kind of divinity they could pick out of his Sir Reverence. Chapter 61. How Gaster invented means to get and preserve corn. Those gastrolatrous hobgoblins being withdrawn, Pantagruel carefully minded the famous master of arts, Gaster. You know that, by the institution of nature, bread has been assigned him for provision and food, and that, as an addition to this blessing, he should never want the means to get bread. Accordingly, from the beginning he invented the smith's art, and husbandry to manure the ground, that it might yield him corn. He invented arms and the art of war to defend corn. Physic and astronomy, with other parts of mathematics which might be useful to keep corn a great number of years in safety from the injuries of the air, beasts, robbers, and purloiners. He invented water, wind, and hand mills, and 1,000 other engines to grind corn and to turn it into meal, leaven to make the dough ferment, and the use of salt to give it a savor. For he knew that nothing bred more diseases than heavy, unleavened, unsavory bread. He found a way to get fire to bake it, hourglasses, dials, and clocks to mark the time of its baking. And as some countries wanted corn, he contrived means to convey some out of one country into another. He had the wit to pimp for asses and mares, animals of different species, that they might copulate for the generation of a third, which we call mules, more strong and fit for hard service than the other two. He invented carts and wagons to draw him along with greater ease. And as seas and rivers hindered his progress, he devised boats, galleys, and ships, to the astonishment of the elements, to waft him over to barbarous, unknown, and far distant nations, thence to bring, or thither to carry corn. Besides, seeing that when he had tilled the ground, some years the corn perished in it for want of rain in due season, in others rotted or was drowned by its excess, sometimes spoiled by hail, eat by worms in the ear, or beaten down by storms. And so his stock was destroyed on the ground. We were told that ever since the days of yore he has found out a way to conjure the rain down from heaven only with cutting certain grass, common enough in the field, yet known to very few, some of which was then shown us. I took it to be the same as the plant, one of whose boughs being dipped by Jove's priest in the Agrian fountain on the Lycian mountain in Arcadia, in time of drought raised vapors which gathered into clouds, and then dissolved into rain that kindly moistened the whole country. Our master of arts was also said to have found a way to keep the rain up in the air, and make it to fall into the sea, also to annihilate the hail, suppress the winds, and remove storms as the Methanentians of Troezene used to do. And as in the fields thieves and plunderers sometimes stole and took by force the corn and bread which others had toiled to get, he invented the art of building towns, forts, and castles, to hoard and secure that staff of life. On the other hand, finding none in the fields, and hearing that it was hoarded up and secured in towns, forts, and castles, and watched with more care than ever were the golden pippins of the Hesperides, he turned engineer, and found ways to beat storm and demolish forts and castles with machines and warlike thunderbolts, battering rams, ballists, and catapults, whose shapes were shown to us, not over well understood by our engineers, architects, and other disciples of Vitruvius. As Master Philibert de Lorme, King Megistus's principal architect, has owned to us. And seeing that sometimes all these tools of destruction were baffled by the cunning subtlety or the subtle cunning, which you please, of fortifiers, he lately invented cannons, field pieces, culverins, bombards, basiliscos. Murdering instruments that dart iron, leaden, and brazen balls, some of them outweighing huge anvils. This by the means of a most dreadful powder, whose hellish compound and effect has even amazed nature, and made her own herself outdone by art, the oxidration thunders, hails, and storms by which the people of that name immediately destroyed their enemies in the field being but mere potguns to these. For one of our great guns when used is more dreadful, more terrible, more diabolical, and maims, tears, breaks, slays, mows down, and sweeps away more men, and causes a greater consternation and destruction than 100 thunderbolts. Chapter 62. How Gaster invented an art to avoid being hurt or touched by cannonballs. Gaster, having secured himself with his corn within strongholds, has sometimes been attacked by enemies. His fortresses, by that thrice threefold cursed instrument, leveled and destroyed, his dearly beloved corn and bread snatched out of his mouth and sacked by a titanic force. Therefore he then sought means to preserve his walls, bastions, rampiers, and sconces from cannon shot, and to hinder the bullets from hitting him, stopping them in their flight, or at least from doing him or the besieged walls any damage. He showed us a trial of this which has been since used by Frontin, and is now common among the pastimes and harmless recreations of the Thelemites. I will tell you how he went to work, and pray for the future be a little more ready to believe what Plutarch affirms to have tried. Suppose a herd of goats were all scampering as if the devil drove them, do but put a bit of eringo into the mouth of the hindmost nanny, and they will all stop stock still in the time you can tell 3. Thus Gaster, having caused a brass falcon to be charged with a sufficient quantity of gunpowder well purged from its sulphur, and curiously made up with fine camphor, he then had a suitable ball put into the piece, with 24 little pellets like hail shot, some round, some pearl fashion. Then taking his aim and levelling it at a page of his, as if he would have hit him on the breast. About 60 strides off the piece, halfway between it and the page in a right line, he hanged on a gibbet by a rope a very large siderite or iron-like stone, otherwise called Herculean, formerly found on Ida in Phrygia by one Magnus, as Nicander writes, and commonly called lodestone. Then he gave fire to the prime on the piece's touch-hole, which in an instant consuming the powder, the ball and hail shot were with incredible violence and swiftness hurried out of the gun at its muzzle, that the air might penetrate to its chamber, where otherwise would have been a vacuum, which nature abhors so much, that this universal machine, heaven, air, land, and sea, would sooner return to the primitive chaos than admit the least void anywhere. Now the ball and small shot, which threatened the page with no less than quick destruction, lost their impetuosity and remained suspended and hovering round the stone. Nor did any of them, notwithstanding the fury with which they rushed, reach the page. Master Gaster could do more than all this yet, if you will believe me. For he invented a way how to cause bullets to fly backwards, and recoil on those that sent them with as great a force, and in the very numerical parallel for which the guns were planted. And indeed, why should he have thought this difficult? Seeing the herb Ethiopus opens all locks whatsoever, and an echinus or remora, a silly weakly fish, in spite of all the winds that blow from the 32 points of the compass, will in the midst of a hurricane make you the biggest first-rate remain stock still, as if she were becalmed or the blustering tribe had blown their last. Nay, and with the flesh of that fish, preserved with salt, you may fish gold out of the deepest well that was ever sounded with a plummet, for it will certainly draw up the precious metal, since Democritus affirmed it. Theophrastus believed and experienced that there was an herb at whose single touch an iron wedge, though never so far driven into a huge log of the hardest wood that is, would presently come out. And it is this same herb your hickways, alias woodpeckers, use, when with some mighty axe anyone stops up the hole of their nests, which they industriously dig and make in the trunk of some sturdy tree. Since stags and hinds, when deeply wounded with darts, arrows, and bolts, if they do but meet the herb called dittany, which is common in Candia, and eat a little of it, presently the shafts come out and all is well again. Even as kind Venus cured her beloved byblow Aeneas when he was wounded on the right thigh with an arrow by Juturna, Turnus' sister. Since the very wind of laurels, fig trees, or sea calves makes the thunder sheer off insomuch that it never strikes them. Since at the sight of a ram, mad elephants recover their former senses. Since mad bulls coming near wild fig trees, called caprifici, grow tame, and will not budge a foot, as if they had the cramp. Since the venomous rage of vipers is assuaged if you but touch them with a beechen bough. Since also Euphorion writes that in the Isle of Samos, before Juno's temple was built there, he has seen some beasts called needs, whose voice made the neighboring places gape and sink into a chasm and abyss. In short, since elders grow of a more pleasing sound, and fitter to make flutes, in such places where the crowing of cocks is not heard, as the ancient sages have writ and Theophrastus relates. As if the crowing of a cock dulled, flattened, and perverted the wood of the elder, as it is said to astonish and stupefy with fear that strong and resolute animal, a lion. I know that some have understood this of wild elder, that grows so far from towns or villages that the crowing of cocks cannot reach near it. And doubtless that sort ought to be preferred to the stenching common elder that grows about decayed and ruined places. But others have understood this in a higher sense, not literal, but allegorical, according to the method of the Pythagoreans, as when it was said that Mercury's statue could not be made of every sort of wood. To which sentence they gave this sense, that God is not to be worshipped in a vulgar form, but in a chosen and religious manner. In the same manner, by this elder which grows far from places where cocks are heard, the ancients meant that the wise and studious ought not to give their minds to trivial or vulgar music, but to that which is celestial, divine, angelical. More abstracted, and brought from remoter parts, that is, from a region where the crowing of cocks is not heard. For, to denote a solitary and unfrequented place, we say cocks are never heard to crow there. Chapter 63. How Pantagruel fell asleep near the island of Chanaf, and of the problems proposed to be solved when he waked. The next day, merrily pursuing our voyage, we came in sight of the island of Chanaf, where Pantagruel's ship could not arrive. The wind chopping about, and then failing us so that we were becalmed, and could hardly get ahead, tacking about from starboard to larboard, and larboard to starboard, though to our sails we added drabblers. With this accident we were all out of sorts, moping, drooping, metagrabilized, as dull as done in the mire, in C sol faut flat, out of tune, off the hinges, and I don't know howish, without caring to speak one single syllable to each other. Pantagruel was taking a nap, slumbering and nodding on the quarter-deck by the cuddy, with an heliodorus in his hand, for still it was his custom to sleep better by book than by heart. Epistemon was conjuring, with his astrolabe, to know what latitude we were in. Friar John was got into the cook-room, examining, by the ascendant of the spits and the horoscope of ragouts and fricassees, what time of day it might then be. Panurge, sweet baby, held a stalk of Pantagruelians, alias hemp, next his tongue, and with it made pretty bubbles and bladders. Gymnast was making toothpickers with lentisk. Ponocrates, dozing, dozed, and dreaming, dreamed. Tickled himself to make himself laugh, and with one finger scratched his noddle where it did not itch. Carplin, with a nutshell and a trencher of vern, that's a card in Gascony, was making a pretty little merry windmill, cutting the card longways into 4 slips, and fastening them with a pin to the convex of the nut. And its concave to the tarred side of the gunwale of the ship. Eusthenes, bestriding one of the guns, was playing on it with his fingers as if it had been a trump marine. Rhizotome, with the soft coat of a field tortoise, alias a mole, was making himself a velvet purse. Xenomanes was patching up an old weather-beaten lantern with a hawk's jesses. Our pilot, good man, was pulling maggots out of the seamen's noses. At last Friar John, returning from the forecastle, perceived that Pantagruel was awake. Then breaking this obstinate silence, he briskly and cheerfully asked him how a man should kill time, and raise good weather, during a calm at sea. Panurge, whose belly thought his throat cut, backed the motion presently, and asked for a pill to purge melancholy. Epistemon also came on, and asked how a man might be ready to bepiss himself with laughing when he has no heart to be merry. Gymnast, arising, demanded a remedy for a dimness of eyes. Ponocrates, after he had a while rubbed his noddle and shaken his ears, asked how one might avoid dog sleep. Hold! Cried Pantagruel, the Peripatetics have wisely made a rule that all problems, questions, and doubts which are offered to be solved ought to be certain, clear, and intelligible. What do you mean by dog sleep? I mean, answered Ponocrates, to sleep fasting in the sun at noonday, as the dogs do. Rhizotome, who lay stooping on the pump, raised his drowsy head, and lazily yawning, by natural sympathy set almost everyone in the ship yawning too. Then he asked for a remedy against occultations and gapings. Xenomanes, half puzzled, and tired out with new vamping his antiquated lantern, asked how the hold of the stomach might be so well ballasted and freighted from the keel to the main hatch, with stores well stowed. That our human vessels might not heel or be walt, but well trimmed and stiff. Carpelin, twirling his diminutive windmill, asked how many motions are to be felt in nature before a gentleman may be said to be hungry. Eusthenes, hearing them talk, came from between decks, and from the capstan called out to know why a man that is fasting, bit by a serpent also fasting, is in greater danger of death than when man and serpent have eat their breakfasts. Why a man's fasting spittle is poisonous to serpents and venomous creatures. One single solution may serve for all your problems, gentlemen, answered Pantagruel, and one single medicine for all such symptoms and accidents. My answer shall be short, not to tire you with a long needless train of pedantic cant. The belly has no ears, nor is it to be filled with fair words, you shall be answered to content by signs and gestures. As formerly at Rome, Tarquin the Proud, its last king, sent an answer by signs to his son Sextus, who was among the Gabii at Gabii. Saying this, he pulled the string of a little bell, and Friar John hurried away to the cook-room. The son having sent his father a messenger to know how he might bring the Gabii under a close subjection, the king, mistrusting the messenger, made him no answer, and only took him into his privy garden. And in his presence with his sword lopped off the heads of the tall poppies that were there. The express returned without any other dispatch, yet having related to the prince what he had seen his father do, he easily understood that by those signs he advised him to cut off the heads of the chief men in the town, the better to keep under the rest of the people. Chapter 64. How Pantagruel gave no answer to the problems. Pantagruel then asked what sort of people dwelt in that damned island. They are, answered Xenomanes, all hypocrites, holy mountebanks, tumblers of beads, mumblers of Ave Marias, spiritual comedians, sham saints, hermits, all of them poor rogues who, like the hermit of Lormont between Blaye and Bordeaux, live wholly on alms given them by passengers. Catch me there if you can, cried Panurge, may the devil's head cook conjure my bumgut into a pair of bellows if ever you find me among them. Hermits, sham saints, living forms of mortification, holy mountebanks, avaunt. In the name of your father Satan, get out of my sight. When the devil's a hog, you shall eat bacon. I shall not forget yet awhile our fat consolipetes of Chesil. Oh, that Beelzebub and Astaroth had counselled them to hang themselves out of the way, and they had done't. We had not then suffered so much by devilish storms as we did for having seen M. Hark ye me, dear rogue, Xenomanes, my friend, I prithee are these hermits, hypocrites, and eavesdroppers maids or married? Is there anything of the feminine gender among them? Could a body hypocritically take there a small hypocritical touch? Will they lie backwards, and let out their forerooms? There's a fine question to be asked, cried Pantagruel. Yes, yes, answered Xenomanes. You may find there many goodly Hippocratesses, jolly spiritual actresses, kind Hermitesses, women that have a plaguey deal of religion, then there's the copies of little Hypocritolons, sham Sanctitos, and Hermitillans. Faugh! Away with them, cried Friar John, a young saint, an old devil. Mark this, an old saying, and as true a one as, a young whore, an old saint. Were there not such, continued Xenomanes, the Isle of Chanef, for want of a multiplication of progeny, had long ere this been desert and desolate. Pantagruel sent them by gymnast in the pinnace 78,000 fine pretty little gold half-crowns, of those that are marked with a lantern. After this he asked, What's o'clock? Past 9, answered Epistemon. It is then the best time to go to dinner, said Pantagruel, for the sacred line so celebrated by Aristophanes in his play called Conchinatrices is at hand, never failing when the shadow is decempital. Formerly, among the Persians, dinner time was at a set hour only for kings, as for all others, their appetite and their belly was their clock, when that chimed, they thought it time to go to dinner. So we find in Plautus a certain parasite making a heavy dew, and sadly railing at the inventors of hourglasses and dials as being unnecessary things, there being no clock more regular than the belly. Diogenes being asked at what times a man ought to eat, answered, the rich when he is hungry, the poor when he has anything to eat. Physicians more properly say that the canonical hours are to rise at 5, to dine at 9. To sup at 5, to sleep at 9. The famous King Petasiris's magic was different. Here the officers for the gut came in, and got ready the tables and cupboards, laid the cloth, whose sight and pleasant smell were very comfortable. And brought plates, napkins, salts, tankards, flagons, tall boys, ewers, tumblers, cups, goblets, basins, and cisterns. Friar John, at the head of the stewards, sewers, yeomen of the pantry, and of the mouth, tasters, carvers, cupbearers, and cupboard-keepers, brought 4 stately pasties, so huge that they put me in mind of the 4 bastions at Turin. Ods fish, how manfully did they storm them! What havoc did they make with the long train of dishes that came after them! How bravely did they stand to their pan-puddings, and paid off their dust! How merrily did they soak their noses! The fruit was not yet brought in, when a fresh gale at west and by north began to fill the main course, mizzen-sail, foresail, tops, and top-gallants, for which blessing they all sung divers hymns of thanks and praise. When the fruit was on the table, Pantagruel asked, Now tell me, gentlemen, are your doubts fully resolved for no? I gape and yawn no more, answered Rhizotome. I sleep no longer like a dog, said Ponocrates. I have cleared my eyesight, said Gymnast. I have broke my fast, said Eusthenes, so that for this whole day I shall be secure from the danger of my spittle. Asps. Black wag-leg flies. Domzas. Amphisbeans. Spanish flies. Dryaenades. Aneridots. Cataboleps. Dragons. Abodicimans. Horned snakes. Elopes. Alhartraphs. Caterpillars. Enhydrides. Amobates. Crocodiles. Falvises. Apomeas. Toads. Galeotes. Alhatrobans. Nightmares. Harmons. Aractes. Mad dogs. Handans. Asterians. Calotes. Icals. Alcarates. Cycreotes. Gereres. Argesh. Caphazates. Illicines. Spiders. Cahares. Pharaoh's mice. Starry lizards. Snakes. Casugers. Attalabes. Cohersks, 2-tongued adders. Sea hares. Ascalobotes. Calcitic newts. Hemorrhoids. Amphibious serpents. Footed serpents. Basilisks. Manticores. Fiches. Senkers. Molyers. sucking water snakes, cockatrices, mouse serpents, dipsades, shrewmice, milliares, salamanders, stinkfish, megalons, slowworms, stuffies, spitting asps, stellions, sabrins, porphyri, scorpions, blood-sucking flies, perids, scorpions, hornfretters, phalanges, hornworms, scolopendras, penfredens, scolovotans, tarantulas, pine tree worms, solifuiters, blind worms, rutels, deaf asps, tetragnathias, worms, horseleeches, terrastales, ragins, salt haters, vipers, and ragains, rot serpents. Chapter 65. How Pantagruel passed the time with his servants. In what hierarchy of such venomous creatures do you place Panurge's future spouse? Asked Friar John. Art thou speaking ill of women, cried Panurge, thou mangy scoundrel, thou sorry, not a peaked shaveling monk? By the Xenomanic paunch and gixi, said Epistemon, Euripides has written, and makes Andromache say it, that by industry, and the help of the gods, men had found remedies against all poisonous creatures, but none was yet found against a bad wife. This flaunting Euripides, cried Panurge, was gabbling against women every foot, and therefore was devoured by dogs, as a judgment from above, as Aristophanes observes. Let's go on. Let him speak that is next. I can leak now like any stone horse, said then Epistemon. I am, said Xenomanes, full as an egg and round as a hoop, my ship's hold can hold no more, and will now make shift to bear a steady sail. Said Carpalin, a truce with thirst, a truce with hunger, they are strong, but wine and meat are stronger. I'm no more in the dumps, cried Panurge, my heart's a pound lighter. I'm in the right queue now, as brisk as a body louse, and as merry as a beggar. For my part, I know what I do when I drink. And it is a true thing, though 'tis in your Euripides, that is said by that jolly toper Silenus of blessed memory, that the man's emphatically mad who drinks the best, yet can be sad. We must not fail to return our humble and hearty thanks to the being who, with this good bread, this cool delicious wine, these good meats and rare dainties, removes from our bodies and minds these pains and perturbations, and at the same time fills us with pleasure and with food. But methinks, sir, you did not give an answer to Friar John's question, which, as I take it, was how to raise good weather. Since you ask no more than this easy question, answered Pantagruel, I'll strive to give you satisfaction. And some other time we'll talk of the rest of the problems, if you will. Well then, Friar John asked how good weather might be raised. Have we not raised it? Look up and see our full topsails. Hark how the wind whistles through the shrouds, what a stiff gale it blows. Observe the rattling of the tacklings, and see the sheets that fasten the mainsail behind, the force of the wind puts them upon the stretch. While we passed our time merrily, the dull weather also passed away, and while we raised the glasses to our mouths, we also raised the wind by a secret sympathy in nature. Thus Atlas and Hercules clubbed to raise and underprop the falling sky, if you'll believe the wise mythologists, but they raised it some half an inch too high, Atlas to entertain his guest Hercules more pleasantly, and Hercules to make himself amends for the thirst which some time before had tormented him in the deserts of Africa. Your good father, said Friar John, interrupting him, takes care to free many people from such an inconveniency. For I have been told by many venerable doctors that his chief butler, Turalupin, saves above 1,800 pipes of wine yearly to make servants, and all comers and goers, drink before they are dry. As the camels and dromedaries of a caravan, continued Pantagruel, used to drink for the thirst that's past, for the present, and for that to come, so did Hercules. And being thus excessively raised, this gave new motion to the sky, which is that of titubation and trepidation, about which our crack-brained astrologers make such a pother. This, said Panurge, makes the saying good. While jolly companions carouse it together. A fig for the storm, it gives way to good weather. Nay, continued Pantagruel, some will tell you that we have not only shortened the time of the calm, but also much disburthened the ship, not like Aesop's basket, by easing it of the provision, but by breaking our fasts. And that a man is more terrestrial and heavy when fasting than when he has eaten and drank, even as they pretend that he weighs more dead than living. However it is, you will grant they are in the right who take their morning's draught and breakfast before a long journey, then say that the horses will perform the better, and that a spur in the head is worth 2 in the flank. Or, in the same horse dialect, that a cup in the pate is a mile in the gate. Don't you know that formerly the Amyclenes worshipped the noble Bacchus above all other gods, and gave him the name of Scylla, which in the Doric dialect signifies wings? For, as the birds raise themselves by a towering flight with their wings above the clouds, so, with the help of soaring Bacchus, the powerful juice of the grape, our spirits are exalted to a pitch above themselves, our bodies are more sprightly, and their earthly parts become soft and pliant. Chapter 66. How, by Pantagruel's order, the Muses were saluted near the Isle of Ganybim. This fair wind and his fine talk brought us in sight of a high land, which Pantagruel discovering afar off, showed it Xenomanes, and asked him, Do you see yonder to the leeward a high rock with 2 tops, much like Mount Parnassus in Phocis? I do plainly, answered Xenomanes, 'tis the Isle of Ganybim. Have you a mind to go ashore there? No, returned Pantagruel. You do well, indeed, said Xenomanes, for there is nothing worth seeing in the place. The people are all thieves. Yet there is the finest fountain in the world, and a very large forest towards the right top of the mountain. Your fleet may take in wood and water there. He that spoke last, spoke well, quoth Panurge. Let us not by any means be so mad as to go among a parcel of thieves and sharpers. You may take my word for it, this place is just such another as, to my knowledge, formerly were the islands of Sark and Herm, between the smaller and the greater Britain, such as was the Ponoropolis of Philip in Thrace. Islands of thieves, banditti, picaroons, robbers, ruffians, and murderers, worse than Rawhead and Bloody Bones, and full as honest as the senior fellows of the College of Iniquity, the very outcasts of the county jail's common side. As you love yourself, do not go among them. If you go you'll come off but bluely, if you come off at all. If you will not believe me, at least believe what the good and wise Xenomanes tells you. For may I never stir if they are not worse than the very cannibals, they would certainly eat us alive. Do not go among them, I pray you, it were safer to take a journey to hell. Hark! By Cod's body, I hear them ringing the alarm bell most dreadfully, as the Gascons about Bordeaux used formerly to do against the commissaries and officers for the tax on salt, or my ears tingle. Let's sheer off. Believe me, sir, said Friar John, let's rather land, we will rid the world of that vermin, and in there for nothing. Old Nick go with thee for me, quoth Panurge. This rash harebrained devil of a friar fears nothing, but ventures and runs on like a mad devil as he is, and cares not a rush what becomes of others, as if everyone was a monk, like his friarship. A pox on grinning honor, say I. Go to, returned the friar, thou mangy not a peak. Thou forlorn druggle-headed sneak-spy. And may a million of black devils anatomize thy cockle brain. The hen-hearted rascal is so cowardly that he buries himself for fear every day. If thou art so afraid, dunghill, do not go, stay here and be hanged, or go and hide thy loggerhead under Madame Proserpine's petticoat. Panurge hearing this, his breech began to make buttons. So he slunk in an instant, and went to hide his head down in the bread-room among the musty biscuits and the orts and scraps of broken bread. Pantagruel in the meantime said to the rest, I feel a pressing retraction in my soul, which like a voice admonishes me not to land there. Whenever I have felt such a motion within me I have found myself happy in avoiding what it directed me to shun, or in undertaking what it prompted me to do, and I never had occasion to repent following its dictates. As much, said Epistemon, is related of the demon of Socrates, so celebrated among the academics. Well then, sir, said Friar John, while the ship's crew water have you a mind to have good sport? Panurge is got down somewhere in the hold, where he is crept into some corner, and lurks like a mouse in a cranny. Let give the word for the gunner to fire yon gun over the roundhouse on the poop. This will serve to salute the muses of this Antiparnassus, besides, the powder does but decay in it. You are in the right, said Pantagruel, here, give the word for the gunner. The gunner immediately came, and was ordered by Pantagruel to fire that gun, and then charge it with fresh powder, which was soon done. The gunners of the other ships, frigates, galleons, and galleys of the fleet, hearing us fire, gave every one a gun to the island, which made such a horrid noise that you would have sworn heaven had been tumbling about our ears. Chapter 67. How Panurge buried himself for fear. And of the huge cat Rhodolardus, which he took for a puny devil. Panurge, like a wild, addle-pated, giddy goat, sallies out of the bread-room in his shirt, with nothing else about him but one of his stockings, half on, half off, about his heel. Like a rough-footed pigeon. His hair and beard all bepowdered with crumbs of bread in which he had been over head and ears, and a huge and mighty puss partly wrapped up in his other stocking. In this equipage, his chaps moving like a monkey's who's alouse hunting, his eyes staring like a dead pig's, his teeth chattering, and his bum quivering, the poor dog fled to Friar John, who was then sitting by the chainwales of the starboard side of the ship, and prayed him heartily to take pity on him and keep him in the safeguard of his trusty bilbo. Swearing, by his share of papimony, that he had seen all hell broke loose. Woe is me, my Jacky, cried he, my dear Johnny, my old crony, my brother, my ghostly father. All the devils keep holiday, all the devils keep their feast today, man. Pork and peas choke me if ever thou sawest such preparations in thy life for an infernal feast. Dost thou see the smoke of hell's kitchens? This he said, showing him the smoke of the gunpowder above the ships. Thou never sawest so many damned souls since thou wast born, and so fair, so bewitching they seem, that one would swear they are Stygian ambrosia. I thought at first, God forgive me, that they had been English souls. And I don't know but that this morning the Isle of Horses, near Scotland, was sacked, with all the English who had surprised it, by the lords of Termes and Essay. Friar John, at the approach of Panurge, was entertained with a kind of smell that was not like that of gunpowder, nor altogether so sweet as musk. Which made him turn Panurge about, and then he saw that his shirt was dismally bepawed and buried with fresh surreverence. The retentive faculty of the nerve which restrains the muscle called sphincter, 'tis the arse-hole, and it please you, was relaxated by the violence of the fear which he had been in during his fantastic visions. Add to this the thundering noise of the shooting, which seems more dreadful between decks than above. Nor ought you to wonder at such a mishap. For one of the symptoms and accidents of fear is, that it often opens the wicket of the cupboard wherein second-hand meat is kept for a time. Let's illustrate this noble theme with some examples. Messer Pandolf de la Casina of Siena, riding post from Rome, came to Chambéry, and alighting at honest Vinet's took one of the pitchforks in the stable, then turning to the innkeeper, said to him, De Roma in qua io non son anato del corpo. Di grazia piglia in mano questa freccia, edf mi pora. I have not had a stool since I left Rome. I pray thee take this pitchfork and fright me. Vinet took it, and made several offers as if he would in good earnest have hit the senior, but all in vain, so the Sienese said to him, Si tu non fai altrament, tu non fai nulla, pero sforzati di adoperarli più guagliardament. If thou dost not go another way to work, thou hadst as good do nothing, therefore try to bestir thyself more briskly. With this, Vinet lent him such a swinging stoter with the pitchfork souse between the neck and the collar of his jerkin, that down fell senior on the ground arsiversy, with his spindle shanks wide straggling over his pole. Then mine host sputtering, with a full-mouthed laugh, said to his guest, By Beelzebub's bum gut, much good may it do you, Signore Italiano. Take notice this is datum Cambariaci, given at Chambéry. 'Twas well the Sienese had untrussed his points and let down his drawers, for this physic worked with him as soon as he took it, and as copious was the evacuation as that of 9 buffaloes and 14 missificating archlubbers. Which operation being over, the mannerly Sienese courteously gave mine host a whole bushel of thanks, saying to him, Ioti ring ratio, bel messera, cosi facendo tu mai esparmiata la spesa dun servicial. I thank thee, good landlord. By this thou hast e'en saved me the expense of a clyster. I'll give you another example of Edward V, King of England. Master Francis Villon, being banished France, fled to him, and got so far into his favour as to be privy to all his household affairs. One day the king, being on his close stool, showed Villon the arms of France, and said to him, Dost thou see what respect I have for thy French kings? I have none of their arms anywhere but in this backside, near my close stool. ODS life, said the buffoon, how wise, prudent, and careful of your health your highness is. How carefully your learned doctor, Thomas Linacre, looks after you. He saw that now you grow old you are inclined to be somewhat costive, and every day were fain to have an apothecary, I mean a suppository or clyster, thrust into your royal Nicandro. So he has, much to the purpose, induced you to place here the arms of France, for the very sight of them puts you into such a dreadful fright that you immediately let fly as much as would come from 18 squattering Bonassi of Peonia. And if they were painted in other parts of your house, by Jingo, you would presently kite yourself wherever you saw them. Nay, had you but here a picture of the great oriflamme of France, Odie's bodikins, your tripes and bowels would be in no small danger of dropping out at the orifice of your posteriors. But hen, ac iterum hen. A silly cockney am I not? As ever did from Paris come? And with a rope and sliding knot. My neck shall know what weighs my bum. A cockney of short reach, I say, shallow of judgment and judging shallowly, to wonder that you should cause your points to be untrussed in your chamber before you come into this closet. By Our Lady, at first I thought your close stool had stood behind the hangings of your bed, otherwise it seemed very odd to me you should untruss so far from the place of evacuation. But now I find I was a gull, a whittle, a woodcock, a mere ninny, a dolthead, a noddy, a changeling, a calf-lolly, a dodipole. You do wisely, by the mass, you do wisely. For had you not been ready to clap your hind face on the mustard pot as soon as you came within sight of these arms, mark ye me, cop's body, the bottom of your breeches had supplied the office of a close stool. Friar John, stopping the handle of his face with his left hand, did, with the forefinger of the right, point out Panurge's shirt to Pantagruel, who, seeing him in this pickle, scared, appalled, shivering, raving, staring, bewrayed, and torn with the claws of the famous cat Rotelardus, could not choose but laugh, and said to him, Prithee what wouldst thou do with this cat? With this cat? Quoth Panurge. The devil scratch me if I did not think it had been a young soft-chinned devil, which, with this same stocking instead of mitten, I had snatched up in the great hutch of hell as thievishly as any sizer of Montague College could have done. The devil take Tybert. I feel it has all bepinked my poor hide, and drawn on it to the life I don't know how many lobsters' whiskers. With this he threw his boar-cat down. Go, said Pantagruel, be bathed and cleaned, calm your fears, put on a clean shift, and then your clothes. What? Do you think I am afraid? Cried Panurge. Not I protest. By the testicles of Hercules, I am more hardy, bold, and stout, though I say it that should not, than if I had swallowed as many flies as are put into plum cakes and other paste at Paris from midsummer to Christmas. But what's this? Ha! Oh, ho! How the devil came I by this? Do you call this what the cat left in the malt, filth, dirt, dung, dejection, fecal matter, excrement, stercoration, surreverence, ordure, second-hand meats, fumes, straunce, cybele, or spiraith? 'Tis Hibernian saffron, I protest. Ha, ha, ha! 'Tis Irish saffron, by Shine Pautrick, and so much for this time. Selah. Let's drink. End of Book 4. Book 5. The Author's Prologue. Indefatigable topers, and you, thrice precious martyrs of the smock, give me leave to put a serious question to your worships while you are idly striking your codpieces, and I myself not much better employed. Pray, why is it that people say that men are not such sots nowadays as they were in the days of yore? Sot is an old word that signifies a dunce, dullard, jolthead, gull, whittle, or naughty, one without guts in his brains, whose cockloft is unfurnished, and, in short, a fool. Now would I know whether you would have us understand by this same saying, as indeed you logically may, that formerly men were fools and in this generation are grown wise? How many and what dispositions made them fools? How many and what dispositions were wanting to make them wise? Why were they fools? How should they be wise? Pray, how came you to know that men were formerly fools? How did you find that they are now wise? Who the devil made them fools? Who a God's name made them wise? Who d'ye think are most, those that loved mankind foolish, or those that love it wise? How long has it been wise? How long otherwise? Whence proceeded the foregoing folly? Whence the following wisdom? Why did the old folly end now, and no later? Why did the modern wisdom begin now, and no sooner? What were we the worse for the former folly? What the better for the succeeding wisdom? How should the ancient folly be come to nothing? How should this same new wisdom be started up and established? Now answer me, an't please you. I dare not adjure you in stronger terms, reverend sirs, lest I make your pious fatherly worships in the least uneasy. Come, pluck up a good heart. Speak the truth and shame the devil. Be cheery, my lads, and if you are for me, take me off 3 or 5 bumpers of the best, while I make a halt at the first part of the sermon, then answer my question. If you are not for me, avaunt. Avoid, Satan. For I swear by my great-grandmother's placket, and that's a horrid oath, that if you don't help me to solve that puzzling problem, I will, nay, I already do repent having proposed it. For still I must remain nettled and gravelled, and a devil a bit I know how to get off. Well, what say you? I' faith, I begin to smell you out. You are not yet disposed to give me an answer, nor I neither, by these whiskers. Yet to give some light into the business, I'll e'en tell you what had been anciently foretold in the matter by a venerable doctor, who, being moved by the Spirit in a prophetic vein, wrote a book yclept the Prelatical Bagpipe. What d'ye think the old fornicator saith? Hearken, you old noddies, hearken now or never. The Jubilee's year, when all like fools were shorn, is about 30 supernumerary. O want of veneration! Fools they seemed. But, persevering, with long breves, at last. No more they shall be gaping greedy fools. For they shall shell the shrub's delicious fruit, whose flower they in the spring so much had feared. Now you have it, what do you make on't? The seer is ancient, the style laconic, the sentences dark like those of Scotus, though they treat of matters dark enough in themselves. The best commentators on that good father take the Jubilee after the 30th to be the years that are included in this present age till 1550, there being but one Jubilee every 50 years. Men shall no longer be thought fools next green peas season. The fools, whose number, as Solomon certifies, is infinite, shall go to pot like a parcel of mad bedlamites as they are. And all manner of folly shall have an end, that being also numberless, according to Avicenna, Manii infiniti sunt species. Having been driven back and hidden towards the centre during the rigour of the winter, 'tis now to be seen on the surface, and buds out like the trees. This is as plain as a nose in a man's face, you know it by experience, you see it. And it was formerly found out by that great good man Hippocrates, aphorism very eaten in Manii, and this world therefore wisifying itself, shall no longer dread the flower and blossoms of every coming spring, that is, as you may piously believe, bumper in hand and tears in eyes, in the woeful time of Lent, which used to keep them company. Whole cartloads of books that seemed florid, flourishing, and flowery, gay, and gaudy as so many butterflies, but in the main were tiresome, dull, soporiferous, irksome, mischievous, crabbed, naughty, puzzling, and dark as those of whining Heraclitus, as unintelligible as the numbers of Pythagoras, that king of the bean, according to Horace. Those books, I say, have seen their best days and shall soon come to nothing, being delivered to the executing worms and merciless petty chandlers, such was their destiny, and to this they were predestinated. In their stead beans in cod are started up, that is, these merry and fructifying Pantagruelian books, so much sought nowadays in expectation of the following Jubilees period. To the study of which writings all people have given their minds, and accordingly have gained the name of wise. Now I think I have fairly solved and resolved your problem, then reform, and be the better for it. Hem once or twice like hearts of oak. Stand to your pan puddings, and take me off your bumpers, 9 go-downs, and huzzah. Since we are like to have a good vintage, and misers hang themselves. Oh! They will cost me an estate in hempen collars if fair weather hold. For I hereby promise to furnish them with twice as much as will do their business on free cost, as often as they will take the pains to dance at a rope's end providently to save charges, to the no small disappointment of the finisher of the law. Now, my friends, that you may put in for a share of this new wisdom, and shake off the antiquated folly this very moment, scratch me out of your scrolls and quite discard the symbol of the old philosopher with the golden thigh, by which he has forbidden you to eat beans. For you may take it for a truth granted among all professors in the science of good eating, that he enjoined you not to taste of them only with the same kind intent that a certain freshwater physician had when he did forbid to Amer, late Lord of Camelotier, kinsman to the lawyer of that name, the wing of the partridge, the rump of the chicken, and the neck of the pigeon, saying, alla mala, rumpum dubium, collum bonum, pel remota. For the duncical dog-leech was so selfish as to reserve them for his own dainty chops, and allowed his poor patients little more than the bare bones to pick, lest they should overload their squeamish stomachs. To the heathen philosopher succeeded a pack of Capuchins, monks who forbid us the use of beans, that is, Pantagruelian books. They seem to follow the example of Philoxenus and Gnatho, one of whom was a Sicilian of fulsome memory, the ancient master-builders of their monastic cramgut voluptuousness, who, when some dainty bit was served up at a feast, filthily used to spit on it, that none but their nasty selves might have the stomach to eat of it, though their liquorish chops watered never so much after it. So those hideous, snotty, physicky, eavesdropping, musty, moving forms of mortification, both in public and private, curse those dainty books, and like toads spit their venom upon them. Now, though we have in our mother tongue several excellent works in verse and prose, and, heaven be praised, but little left of the trash and trumpery stuff of those duncical mumblers of Ave Marys and the barbarous foregoing Gothic age, I have made bold to choose to chirrup and warble my plain ditty, or, as they say, to whistle like a goose among the swans, rather than be thought deaf among so many pretty poets and eloquent orators. And thus I am prouder of acting the clown, or any other underpart, among the many ingenious actors in that noble play, than of hurting among those mutes, who, like so many shadows and ciphers, only serve to fill up the house and make up a number. Gaping and yawning at the flies, and pricking up their lugs, like so many Arcadian asses, at the striking up of the music. Thus silently giving to understand that their fopships are tickled in the right place. Having taken this resolution, I thought it would not be amiss to move my diegenical tub, that you might not accuse me of living without example. I see a swarm of our modern poets and orators, your Colinets, Marots, Druets, Saint Galais, Salels, Majels, and many more, who, having commenced masters in Apollo's academy on Mount Parnassus, and drunk brimmers at the Cabalin fountain among the 9 merry muses, have raised our vulgar tongue, and made it a noble and everlasting structure. Their works are all Parian marble, alabaster, porphyry, and royal cement. They treat of nothing but heroic deeds, mighty things, grave and difficult matters, and this in a crimson, a la mode, rhetorical style. Their writings are all divine nectar, rich, racy, sparkling, delicate, and luscious wine. Nor does our sex wholly engross this honor, ladies have had their share of the glory. One of them, of the royal blood of France, whom it were a profanation but to name here, surprises the age at once by the transcendent and inventive genius in her writings and the admirable graces of her style. Imitate those great examples if you can, for my part one cannot. Everyone, you know, cannot go to Corinth. When Solomon built the temple, all could not give gold by handfuls. Since then, 'tis not in my power to improve our architecture as much as they, I am e'en resolved to do like Renaud of Montauban, I'll wait on the masons, set on the pot for the masons, cook for the stonecutters. And since it was not my good luck to be cut out for one of them, I will live and die the admirer of their divine writings. As for you, little envious prigs, snarling bastards, puny critics, you'll soon have railed your last. Go hang yourselves, and choose you out some well-spread oak, under whose shade you may swing in state, to the admiration of the gaping mob, you shall never want rope enough. While I here solemnly protest before my Helicon, in the presence of my 9 mistresses the Muses, that if I live yet the age of a dog, eked out with that of 3 crows, sound wind and limbs, like the old Hebrew Captain Moses. Xenophilus the musician, and Demonax the philosopher, by arguments no ways impertinent, and reasons not to be disputed, I will prove, in the teeth of a parcel of brokers and retailers of ancient rhapsodies and such mouldy trash, that our vulgar tongue is not so mean, silly, inept, poor, barren, and contemptible as they pretend. Nor ought I to be afraid of I know not what botchers of old threadbare stuff, 100 times clout up and pieced together, wretched bunglers that can do nothing but new vamp old rusty saws. Beggarly scavengers that rake even the muddiest canals of antiquity for scraps and bits of Latin as insignificant as they are often uncertain. Beseeching our grandees of Whitland that, as when formerly Apollo had distributed all the treasures of his poetical exchequer to his favourites, little hunchbacked Aesop got for himself the office of apologmonger. In the same manner, since I do not aspire higher, they would not deny me that of puny riperographer, or riffraff follower of the sect of Pyriacus. I dare swear they will grant me this. For they are all so kind, so good-natured, and so generous, that they'll ne'er boggle at so small a request. Therefore, both dry and hungry souls, pot and trenchermen, fully enjoying those books, perusing, quoting them in their merry conventicles, and observing the great mysteries of which they treat, shall gain a singular profit and fame. As in the like case was done by Alexander the Great with the books of prime philosophy composed by Aristotle. O rare! Belly on belly! What swillers, what twisters will there be! Then be sure all you that take care not to die of the pip, be sure, I say, you take my advice, and stock yourselves with good store of such books as soon as you meet with them at the booksellers. And do not only shell those beans, but e'en swallow them down like an opiate cordial, and let them be in you, I say, let them be within you, then you shall find, my beloved, what good they do to all clever shellers of beans. Here is a good handsome basketful of them, which I here lay before your worships, they were gathered in the very individual garden whence the former came. So I beseech you, reverend sirs, with as much respect as was ever paid by dedicating author, to accept of the gift, in hopes of somewhat better against next visit the swallows give us. Chapter 1. How Pantagruel arrived at the ringing island, and of the noise that we heard. Pursuing our voyage, we sailed 3 days without discovering anything, on the 4th we made land. Our pilot told us that it was the ringing island, and indeed we heard a kind of a confused and often repeated noise, that seemed to us at a great distance not unlike the sound of great, middle-sized, and little bells rung all at once. As 'tis customary at Paris, Tours, Giorgio, Nantes, and elsewhere on high holidays. And the nearer we came to the land the louder we heard that jangling. Some of us doubted that it was the Dodonian kettle, or the portico called Heptaphone in Olympia, or the eternal humming of the colossus raised on Memnon's tomb in Thebes of Egypt. Or the horrid din that used formerly to be heard about a tomb at Lipara, one of the Aeolian islands. But this did not square with chorography. I do not know, said Pantagruel, but that some swarms of bees hereabouts may be taking a ramble in the air, and so the neighborhood make this dingle-dangle with pans, kettles, and basins, the Carabantine symbols of Cybele, grandmother of the gods. To call them back. Let's hearken. When we were nearer, among the everlasting ringing of these indefatigable bells we heard the singing, as we thought, of some men. For this reason, before we offered to land on the ringing island, Pantagruel was of opinion that we should go in the pinnace to a small rock, near which we discovered an hermitage and a little garden. There we found a diminutive old hermit, whose name was Macrobius, born at Langey. He gave us a full account of all the jangling, and regaled us after a strange sort of fashion, for livelong days did he make us fast, assuring us that we should not be admitted into the ringing island otherwise. Because it was then one of the 4 fasting, or ember weeks. As I love my belly, quoth Panurge, I by no means understand this riddle. Methinks this should rather be one of the 4 windy weeks, for while we fast we are only puffed up with wind. Pray now, good Father Hermit, have not you here some other pastime besides fasting? Methinks it is somewhat of the leanest, we might well enough be without so many palace holidays and those fasting times of yours. In my Donatus, quoth Friar John, I could find yet but 3 times or tenses, the preterite, the present, and the future, doubtless here the 4th ought to be a work of supererogation. That time or tense, said Epistemon, is aorist, derived from the preterimperfect tense of the Greeks, admitted in war, and odd cases. Patience perforce is a remedy for a mad dog. Saith the hermit, it is, as I told you, fatal to go against this. Whosoever does it is a rank heretic, and wants nothing but fire and faggot, that's certain. To deal plainly with you, my dear pater, cried Panurge, being at sea, I much more fear being wet than being warm, and being drowned than being burned. Well, however, let us fast, a God's name, yet I have fasted so long that it has quite undermined my flesh, and I fear that at last the bastions of this bodily fort of mine will fall to ruin. Besides, I am much more afraid of vexing you in this same trade of fasting, for the devil a bit I understand anything in it, and it becomes me very scurvily, as several people have told me, and I am apt to believe them. For my part, I have no great stomach to fasting, for alas! It is as easy as pissing a bed, and a trade of which anybody may set up, there needs no tools. I am much more inclined not to fast for the future. For to do so there is some stock required, and some tools are set a work. No matter, since you are so steadfast, and would have us fast, let us fast as we can, and then breakfast in the name of famine. Now we are come to these Isurial idle days. I vow I had quite put them out of my head long ago. If we must fast, said Pantagruel, I see no other remedy but to get rid of it as soon as we can, as we would out of a bad way. I'll in that space of time somewhat look over my papers, and examine whether the marine study be as good as ours at land. For Plato, to describe a silly, raw, ignorant fellow, compares him to those that are bred on shipboard, as we would do one bred up in a barrel, who never saw anything but through the bunghole. To tell you the short and the long of the matter, our fasting was most hideous and terrible. For the first day we fasted on fisticuffs, the second at cudgels, the third at sharps, and the 4th at blood and wounds, such was the order of the fairies. Chapter 2. How the ringing island had been inhabited by the citizens, who were become birds. Having fasted as aforesaid, the hermit gave us a letter for one whom he called Albion Camer, Master Edituus of the ringing island. But Panurge greeting him called him Master Antitus. He was a little queer old fellow, bald-pated, with a snout whereat you might easily have lighted a card match, and a phiz as red as a cardinal's cap. He made us all very welcome, upon the hermit's recommendation, hearing that we had fasted, as I have told you. When we had well stuffed our puddings, he gave us an account of what was remarkable in the island, affirming that it had been at first inhabited by the citizens. But that, according to the course of nature, as all things, you know, are subject to change, they were become birds. There I had a full account of all that Aetius Capito, Paulus, Marcellus, A. Gellius, Athenius, Suedas, Ammonius, and others had writ of the citizens and Sicinists, and then we thought we might as easily believe the transmutations of Nectimene, Progny, Ides, Alcyone, Antigone, Tyrus, and other birds. Nor did we think it more reasonable to doubt of the transmogrification of the Macrobian children into swans, or that of the men of Pellene in Thrace into birds, as soon as they had bathed themselves in the Tritonic lake. After this the devil a word could we get out of him but of birds and cages. The cages were spacious, costly, magnificent, and of an admirable architecture. The birds were large, fine, and neat accordingly, looking as like the men in my country as one pea does like another, for they ate and drank like men, muted like men, endued or digested like men, farted like men, but stunk like devils. Slept, billed, and trod their females like men, but somewhat oftener. In short, had you seen and examined them from top to toe, you would have laid your head to a turnip that they had been mere men. However, they were nothing less, as Master Edituus told us, assuring us, at the same time, that they were neither secular nor laic, and the truth is, the diversity of their feathers and plumes did not a little puzzle us. Some of them were all over as white as swans, others as black as crows, many as grey as owls, others black and white like magpies, some all red like redbirds, and others purple and white like some pigeons. He called the males clerg hawks, monk hawks, priest hawks, abbot hawks, bish hawks, carden hawks, and one pope hawk, who is a species by himself. He called the females clerg kites, nun kites, priest kites, abbess kites, bish kites, carden kites, and pope kites. However, said he, as hornets and drones will get among the bees, and there do nothing but buzz, eat, and spoil everything. So, for these last 300 years, a vast swarm of bigatellos flocked, I do not know how, among these goodly birds every fifth full moon, and have bemuted, bewrayed, and conskidded the whole island. They are so hard-favoured and monstrous that none can abide them. For their wry necks make a figure like a crooked billet, their paws are hairy, like those of rough-footed pigeons. Their claws and pounces, belly and breech, like those of the stymphalid harpies. Nor is it possible to root them out, for if you get rid of one, straight 24 new ones fly thither. There had been need of another monster hunter such as was Hercules, for Friar John had like to have run distracted about it, so much he was nettled and puzzled in the matter. As for the good Pantagruel, he was even served as was Messer Priapus, contemplating the sacrifices of Ceres, for want of skin. Chapter 3. How there is but one Pope Hawk in the ringing island. We then asked Master Edituus why there was but one Pope Hawk among such venerable birds multiplied in all their species. He answered that such was the first institution and fatal destiny of the stars that the clerg hawks begot the priest hawks and monk hawks without carnal copulation, as some bees are born of a young bull. The priest hawks begot the bish hawks the stately carden hawks, and the stately carden hawks, if they live long enough, at last come to be pope hawk. Of this last kind there never is more than one at a time, as in a beehive there is but one king, and in the world is but one sun. When the pope hawk dies, another arises in his stead out of the whole brood of carden hawks, that is, as you must understand it all along, without carnal copulation. So that there is in that species an individual unity, with a perpetuity of succession, neither more or less than in the Arabian phoenix. 'Tis true that, about 2,760 moons ago, 2 pope hawks were seen upon the face of the earth, but then you never saw in your lives such a woeful rout and hurly-burly as was all over this island. For all these same birds did so peck, clapperclaw, and maul one another all that time, that there was the devil and all to do, and the island was in a fair way of being left without inhabitants. Some stood up for this pope hawk, some for t'other. Some, struck with a dumbness, were as mute as so many fishes, the devil a note was to be got out of them. Part of the merry bells here were as silent as if they had lost their tongues, I mean their clappers. During these troublesome times they called to their assistance the emperors, kings, dukes, earls, barons, and commonwealths of the world that live on t'other side the water. Nor was this schism and sedition at an end till one of them died, and the plurality was reduced to a unity. We then asked what moved those birds to be thus continually chanting and singing. He answered that it was the bells that hung on the top of their cages. Then he said to us, "Will you have me make these monk hawks whom you see bardocuculated with a bag such as you use to still brandy, sing like any woodlarks. Pray do, said we. He then gave 6 pulls to a little rope, which caused a diminutive bell to give so many ting-tangs, and presently a parcel of monkhawks ran to him as if the devil had drove and fell a-singing like mad. Pray, master, cried Panurge, if I also rang this bell could I make those other birds yonder, with red herring-coloured feathers, sing? Ay, marry would you, returned Eudicus. With this Panurge hanged himself, by the hands, I mean, at the bell-rope's end, and no sooner made it speak but those smoked birds hied them thither and began to lift up their voices and make a sort of untowardly hoarse noise, which I grudge to call singing. Eudicus indeed told us that they fed on nothing but fish, like the herons and cormorants of the world, and that they were a 5th kind of cucolotti newly stamped. He added that he had been told by Robert Valbring, who lately passed that way in his return from Africa, that a 6th kind was to fly hither out of hand, which he called capus hawks, more grum, vinegar-faced, brain-sick, froward, and loathsome than any kind whatsoever in the whole island. Africa, said Pantagruel, still uses to produce some new and monstrous thing. Chapter 4. How the birds of the ringing island were all passengers. Since you have told us, said Pantagruel, how the pope-hawk is begot by the carden-hawks by the bish-hawks, and the bish-hawks by the priest-hawks, and the priest-hawks by the clerg-hawks, I would gladly know whence you have these same clerg-hawks. They are all of them passengers, or travelling birds, returned Eudicus, and come hither from t'other world, part out of a vast country called Want-o-Bread, the rest out of another toward the west, which they style too many of em. From these 2 countries flock hither, every year, whole legions of these clerg-hawks, leaving their fathers, mothers, friends, and relations. This happens when there are too many children, whether male or female, in some good family of the latter country. Insomuch that the house would come to nothing if the paternal estate were shared among them all, as reason requires, nature directs, and God commands. For this cause parents used to rid themselves of that inconveniency by packing off the younger fry, and forcing them to seek their fortune in this Albosart, crooked island. I suppose he means L'Isle Bouchart, near Chinon, cried Panurge. No, replied t'other, I mean Bossart, crooked, for there is not 1 in 10 among them but is either crooked, crippled, blinking, limping, ill-favoured, deformed, or an unprofitable load to the earth. 'Twas quite otherwise among the heathens, said Pantagruel, when they used to receive a maiden among the number of vestals. For Leo Antistius affirms that it was absolutely forbidden to admit a virgin into that order if she had any vice in her soul or defect in her body, though it were but the smallest spot on any part of it. I can hardly believe, continued Eudicus, that their dams on t'other side the water go 9 months with them. For they cannot endure them 9 years, nay, scarce 7 sometimes, in the house, but by putting only a shirt over the other clothes of the young urchins, and lopping off I don't well know how many hairs from their crowns. Mumbling certain apostrophized and expiatory words, they visibly, openly, and plainly, by a Pythagorical metempsychosis, without the least hurt, transmogrify them into such birds as you now see. Much after the fashion of the Egyptian heathens, who used to constitute their Isiacs by shaving them and making them put on certain linostoles, or surplices. However, I don't know, my good friends, but that these she-things, whether clerg-kites, monk-kites, and abbess-kites, instead of singing pleasant verses and charisteers, such as used to be sung to Oromasis by Zoroaster's institution, may be bellowing out such cataracts and cithropes, cursed lamentable and wretched imprecations, as were usually offered to the Aromanian demon. Being thus in devotion for their kind friends and relations that transformed them into birds, whether when they were maids, or thornbacks, in their prime, or at their last prayers. But the greatest numbers of our birds came out of Want-o-Bread, which, though a barren country, where the days are of a most tedious lingering length, overstocks this whole island with the lower class of birds. For hither fly the Asaphius that inhabit that land, hither when they are in danger of passing their time scurvily for want of belly timber, being unable, or, what's more likely, unwilling to take heart of grace and follow some honest lawful calling, or too proud-hearted and lazy to go to service in some sober family. The same is done by your frantic inamorados, who, when crossed in their wild desires, grow stark staring mad, and choose this life suggested to them by their despair, too cowardly to make them swing, like their brother Iphis of doleful memory. There is another sort, that is, your jailbirds, who, having done some rogue's trick or other heinous villainy, and being sought up and down to be trussed up and made to ride the 2 or 3-legged mare that groans for them, warily scour off and come here to save their bacon. Because all these sorts of birds are here provided for, and grow in an instant as fat as hogs, though they came as lean as rakes, for having the benefit of the clergy, they are as safe as thieves in a mill within this sanctuary. But, asked Pantagruel, do these birds never return to the world where they were hatched? Some do, answered Eudicus, formerly very few, very seldom, very late, and very unwillingly. However, since some certain eclipses, by the virtue of the celestial constellations, a great crowd of them fled back to the world. Nor do we fret or vex ourselves a jot about it, for those that stay wisely sing, the fewer the better cheer. And all those that fly away, first cast off their feathers here among these nettles and briars. Accordingly we found some thrown by there. And as we looked up and down, we chanced to light on what some people will hardly thank us for having discovered, and thereby hangs a tale. Chapter 5. Of the dumb nighthawks of the ringing island. These words were scarce out of his mouth when some 25 or 30 birds flew towards us. They were of a hue and feather like which we had not seen anything in the whole island. Their plumes were as changeable as the skin of the chameleon, and the flower of Tripolian, or Teucrian. They had all under the left wing a mark like 2 diameters dividing a circle into equal parts, or, if you had rather have it so, like a perpendicular line falling on a right line. The marks which each of them bore were much of the same shape, but of different colors, for some were white, others green, some red, others purple, and some blue. Who are those? Asked Panurge, and how do you call them? They are mongrels, quoth Eudicus. We call them nighthawks, and they have a great number of rich commanderies, fat livings, in your world. Good your worship, said I, make them give us a song, an't please you, that we may know how they sing. They scorn your words, cried Eudicus, they are none of your singing birds, but, to make amends, they feed as much as the best 2 of them all. Pray where are their hens? Where are their females? Said I. They have none, answered Eudicus. How comes it to pass then, asked Panurge, that they are thus bescabbed, bescurfed, all embroidered o'er the phiz with carbuncles, pushes, and pock royals, some of which undermine the handles of their faces? This same fashionable and illustrious disease, quoth Eudicus, is common among that kind of birds, because they are pretty apt to be tossed on the salt deep. He then acquainted us with the occasion of their coming. This next to us, said he, looks so wistfully upon you to see whether he may not find among your company a stately gaudy kind of huge dreadful birds of prey, which yet are so untoward that they ne'er could be brought to the lure nor to perch on the glove. They tell us that there are such in your world, and that some of them have goodly garters below the knee with an inscription about them which condemns him, Camal y pence, who shall think ill of it to be buried and conskidded. Others are said to wear the devil in a string before their paunches, and others a ram's skin. All that's true enough, good master Eudicus, quoth Panurge, but we have not the honor to be acquainted with their knightships. Come on, cried Eudicus in a merry mood, we have had chat enough o' conscience. Let's e'en go drink. And eat, quoth Panurge. Eat, replied Eudicus, and drink bravely, old boy, twist like plough-jobbers and swill like tinkers. Pull away and save tide, for nothing is so dear and precious as time, therefore we will be sure to put it to a good use. He would fain have carried us first to bathe in the bagnios of the Cardenhawks, which are goodly delicious places, and have us licked over with precious ointments by the elliptes, alias rubbers, as soon as we should come out of the bath. But Pantagruel told him that he could drink but too much without that. He then led us into a spacious delicate refectory, or frottery room, and told us, Braguibus the hermit made you fast 4 days together. Now, contrariwise, I'll make you eat and drink of the best 4 days through stitch before you budge from this place. But hark ye me, cried Panurge, may not we take a nap in the meantime? Aye, answered Aedicus, that is as you shall think good. For he that sleeps, drinks. Good Lord! How we lived! What good bub! What dainty cheer! Oh, what a honest cod was this same Aedicus! Chapter 6. How the birds are crammed in the ringing island. Pantagruel looked I don't know howish, and seemed not very well pleased with the 4 days' junketing which Aedicus enjoined us. Aedicus, who soon found it out, said to him, You know, sir, that 7 days before winter, and 7 days after, there is no storm at sea. For then the elements are still out of respect for the halcyons, or kingfishers, birds sacred to Thetis, which then lay their eggs and hatch their young near the shore. Now here the sea makes itself amends for this long calm. And whenever any foreigners come hither it grows boisterous and stormy for 4 days together. We can give no other reason for it but that it is a piece of its civility, that those who come among us may stay whether they will or no, and be copiously feasted all the while with the incomes of the ringing. Therefore pray don't think your time lost. For, willing, nilling, you'll be forced to stay, unless you are resolved to encounter Juno, Neptune, Doris, Aeolus, and his flusterbusters, and, in short, all the pack of ill-natured left-handed godlings and Vijoves. Do but resolve to be cheery, and fall to briskly. After we had pretty well stayed our stomachs with some tight snatches, Friar John said to Aedicus, For aught I see, you have none but a parcel of birds and cages in this island of yours. And the devil a bit of one of them all that sets his hand to the plough, or tills the land whose fat he devours. Their whole business is to be frolic, to chirp it, to whistle it, to warble it, tossing it, and roar it merrily night and day. Pray then, if I may be so bold, whence comes this plenty and overflowing of all dainty bits and good things which we see among you? From all the other world, returned Aedicus, if you except some part of the northern regions, who of late years have stirred up the jakes. They may chance ere long to rue the day they did so, their cows shall have porridge and their dogs oats. There will be work made among them, that there will. Come, a fig fort, let's drink. But pray what countrymen are you? Turenne is our country, answered Panurge. Cod so, cried Aedicus, you were not then hatched of an ill bird, I will say that for you, since the blessed Turenne is your mother. For from thence there comes hither every year such a vast store of good things, that we were told by some folks of the place that happened to touch at this island, that your Duke of Turenne's income will not afford him to eat his bellyful of beans and bacon, a good dish spoiled between Moses and Pythagoras, because his predecessors have been more than liberal to these most holy birds of ours. That we might here munch it, twist it, cram it, gorge it, craw it, riot it, junket it, and tickle it off, stuffing our puddings with dainty pheasants, partridges, pullets with eggs, fat capons of Ladunois, and all sorts of venison and wild fowl. Come, box it about, tope on, my friends. Pray do you see yon jolly birds that are perched together, how fat, how plump, and in good case they look, with the income that Turenne yields us. And in faith they sing rarely for their good founders, that is the truth on't. You never saw any Arcadian birds mumble more fairly than they do over a dish when they see these 2 gilt batons, or when I ring for them those great bells that you see above their cages. Drink on, sirs, whip it away. Verily, friends, 'tis very fine drinking today, and so 'tis every day the week, then drink on, toss it about, here's to you with all my soul. You are most heartily welcome, never spare it, I pray you. Fear not we should ever want good bub and belly timber. For, look here, though the sky were of brass, and the earth of iron, we should not want wherewithal to stuff the gut, though they were to continue so 7 or 8 years longer than the famine in Egypt. Let us then, with brotherly love and charity, refresh ourselves here with the creature. Wounds, man, cried Panurge, what a rare time you have on't in this world. Pshaw, returned Aedicus, this is nothing to what we shall have in t'other. The Elysian fields will be the least that can fall to our lot. Come, in the meantime let us drink here, come, here's to thee, old Fuddlecap. Your first citizens, said I, were superlatively wise in devising thus a means for you to compass whatever all men naturally covet so much, and so few, or, to speak more properly, none can enjoy together, I mean, a paradise in this life. And another in the next. Sure you were born wrapped in your mother's smickets. O happy creatures! O more than men! Would I had the luck to fare like you. Mataw inserts chapter 16. After chapter 6. Chapter 7. How Panurge related to Master Aedicius the fable of the horse and the ass. When we had crammed and crammed again, Aedicius took us into a chamber that was well furnished, hung with tapestry, and finely gilt. Thither he caused to be brought store of myrobalans, casho, green ginger preserved, with plenty of hippocras, and delicious wine. With those antidotes, that were like a sweet lethe, he invited us to forget the hardships of our voyage. And at the same time he sent plenty of provisions on board our ship that rid in the harbor. After this, we e'en jogged to bed for that night. But the devil a bit poor Pulgarlic could sleep one wink, the everlasting jingle-jangle of the bells kept me awake whether I would or no. About midnight Aedicius came to wake us that we might drink. He himself showed us the way, saying, You men of t'other world say that ignorance is the mother of all evil, and so far you are right. Yet for all that you do not take the least care to get rid of it, but still plod on, and live in it, with it, and by it. For which a plaguy deal of mischief lights on you every day, and you are right enough served, you are perpetually ailing somewhat, making a moan, and never right. It is what I was ruminating upon just now. And, indeed, ignorance keeps you here fastened in bed, just as that bully rock Mars was detained by Vulcan's art. For all the while you do not mind that you ought to spare some of your rest, and be as lavish as you can of the goods of this famous island. Come, come, ye should have eaten 3 breakfasts already. And take this from me for a certain truth, that if you would consume the mouth ammunition of this island, you must rise betimes, eat them, they multiply, spare them, they diminish. For example, mow a field in due season, and the grass will grow thicker and better, don't mow it, and in a short time, 'twill be floored with moss. Let's drink, and drink again, my friends, come, let's all carouse it. The leanest of our birds are now singing to us all, we'll drink to them, if you please. Let's take off 1, 2, 3, 9 bumpers. Non zealous, said Caritas. When day, peeping in the east, made the sky turn from black to red like a boiling lobster, he waked us again to take a dish of monastical brews. From that time we made but one meal, that only lasted the whole day. So that I cannot well tell how I may call it, whether dinner, supper, nuncheon, or after supper, only, to get a stomach, we took a turn or two in the island, to see and hear the blessed singing birds. At night Panurge said to Aedicius, Give me leave, sweet sir, to tell you a merry story of something that happened some 23 moons ago in the country of Chastelerod. One day in April, a certain gentleman's groom, Roger by name, was walking his master's horses in some fallow ground. There 'twas his good fortune to find a pretty shepherdess feeding her bleating sheep and harmless lambkins on the brow of a neighboring mountain, in the shade of an adjacent grove. Near her, some frisking kids tripped it over a green carpet of nature's own spreading, and, to complete the landscape, there stood an ass. Roger, who was a wag, had a dish of chat with her, and after some ifs, ands, and buts, hems and hays on her side, got her in the mind to get up behind him, to go and see his stable, and there take a bit by the by in a civil way. While they were holding a parley, the horse, directing his discourse to the ass, for all brute beasts spoke that year in divers places, whispered these words in his ear, Poor ass, how I pity thee. Thou slavest like any hack, I read it on thy crupper. Thou dost well, however, since God has created thee to serve mankind. Thou art a very honest ass, but not to be better rubbed down, currycombed, trapped, and fed than thou art, seems to me indeed to be too hard a lot. Alas! Thou art all rough-coated, in ill plight, jaded, foundered, crestfallen, and drooping, like a mooting duck, and feedest here on nothing but coarse grass, or briars and thistles. Therefore do but pace it along with me, and thou shalt see how we noble steeds, made by nature for war, are treated. Come, thou'lt lose nothing by coming, I'll get thee a taste of my fare. I troth, sir, I can but love you and thank you, returned the ass, I'll wait on you, good Mr. Steed. Methinks, Gaffer Ass, you might as well have said Sir Grandpa Steed. Oh! Cry mercy, good Sir Grandpa, returned the ass. We country clowns are somewhat gross, and apt to knock words out of joint. However, an't please you, I will come after your worship at some distance, lest for taking this run my side should chance to be firked and curried with a vengeance, as it is but too often, the more is my sorrow. The shepherdess being got behind Roger, the ass followed, fully resolved to bait like a prince with Roger's steed. But when they got to the stable, the groom, who spied the grave animal, ordered one of his underlings to welcome him with a pitchfork and currycomb him with a cudgel. The ass, who heard this, recommended himself mentally to the god Neptune, and was packing off, thinking and syllogizing within himself thus, had not I been an ass, I had not come here among great lords. When I must needs be sensible that I was only made for the use of the small vulgar. Aesop had given me a fair warning of this in one of his fables. Well, I must e'en scamper or take what follows. With this he fell a-trotting, and wincing, and yerking, and calcitrating, alias kicking, and farting, and funking, and curvetting, and bounding, and springing, and galloping full drive, as if the devil had come for him in propria persona. The shepherdess, who saw her ass scour off, told Roger that it was her cattle, and desired he might be kindly used, or else she would not stir her foot over the threshold. Friend Roger no sooner knew this but he ordered him to be fetched in, and that my master's horses should rather chop straw for a week together than my mistress's beast should want his bellyful of corn. The most difficult point was to get him back. For in vain the youngsters complimented and coaxed him to come. I dare not, said the ass, I am bashful. And the more they strove by fair means to bring him with them, the more the stubborn thing was untoward, and flew out at the heels. Insomuch that they might have been there to this hour, had not his mistress advised them to toss oats in a sieve or in a blanket, and call him, which was done, and made him will about and say, Oats, with a witness. Oats shall go to pot. Adveniat. Oats will do, there's evidence in the case, but none of the rubbing down, none of the fur king. Thus melodiously singing, for, as you know, that Arcadian bird's note is very harmonious, he came to the young gentleman of the horse, alias Black Garb, who brought him to the stable. When he was there, they placed him next to the great horse his friend, rubbed him down, currycombed him, laid clean straw under him up to the chin, and there he lay at rack and manger, the first stuffed with sweet hay, the latter with oats. Which when the horse's valet chamber sifted, he clapped down his lugs, to tell them by signs that he could eat it but too well without sifting, and that he did not deserve so great an honor. When they had well fed, quoth the horse to the ass. Well, poor ass, how is it with thee now? How dost thou like this fare? Thou wert so nice at first, a body had much ado to get thee hither. By the fig, answered the ass, which, one of our ancestors eating, Philemon died laughing, this is all sheer ambrosia, good Sir Grandpa, but what would you have an ass say? Methinks all this is yet but half cheer. Don't your worships here now and then use to take a leap? What leaping dost thou mean? Ask the horse, the devil leap thee. Dost thou take me for an ass? In troth, Sir Grandpa, quoth the ass, I am somewhat of a blockhead, you know, and cannot, for the heart's blood of me, learn so fast the court way of speaking of you gentlemen horses. I mean, don't you stallionize it sometimes here among your meddled fillies? Tush, whispered the horse, speak lower. For, by Bucephalus, if the grooms but hear thee they will maul and belam thee thrice and threefold, so that thou wilt have but little stomach to a leaping bout. Cod so, man, we dare not so much as grow stiff at the tip of the lowermost snout, though it were but to leak or so, for fear of being jerked and paid out of our lechery. As for anything else, we are as happy as our master, and perhaps more. By this pack saddle, my old acquaintance, quoth the ass, I have done with you, a fart for thy litter and hay, and a fart for thy oats, give me the thistles of our fields, since there we leap when we list. Eat less, and leap more, I say. It is meat, drink, and cloth to us. Ah! Friend Grandpa, it would do thy heart good to see us at a fair, when we hold our provincial chapter. Oh! How we leap it, while our mistresses are selling their goslings and other poultry. With this they parted. Dixie, I have done. Panurge then held his peace. Pantagruel would have had him to have gone on to the end of the chapter, but Eudicus said, a word to the wise is enough. I can pick out the meaning of that fable, and know who is that ass, and who the horse, but you are a bashful youth, I perceive. Well, know that there's nothing for you here, scatter no words. Yet, returned Panurge, I saw but even now a pretty kind of a cooing abbess kite as white as a dove, and her I had rather ride than lead. May I never stir if she is not a dainty bit, and very well worth a sin or two. Heaven forgive me. I meant no more harm in it than you, may the harm I meant in it befall me presently. Chapter 8. How with much ado we got a sight of the Pope Hawk. Our junketing and banqueting held on at the same rate the third day as the two former. Pantagruel then earnestly desired to see the Pope Hawk. But Eudicus told him it was not such an easy matter to get a sight of him. How, asked Pantagruel, has he Plato's helmet on his crown, Gyges' ring on his pounces, or a chameleon on his breast, to make him invisible when he pleases? No, sir, returned Eudicus, but he is naturally of pretty difficult access. However, I'll see and take care that you may see him, if possible. With this he left us piddling. Then within a quarter of an hour came back, and told us the Pope Hawk is now to be seen. So he led us, without the least noise, directly to the cage wherein he sat drooping, with his feathers staring about him, attended by a brace of little carden hawks and 6 lusty fusty bish hawks. Panurge stared at him like a dead pig, examining exactly his figure, size, and motions. Then with a loud voice he said, a curse light on the hatcher of the ill bird, oh, my word, this is a filthy whoop-hooper. Tush, speak softly, said Eudicus. By G, he has a pair of ears, as formerly Michael de Matiscones remarked. What then? Returned Panurge, so hath a whoop-cat. So, said Eudicus, if he but hear you speak such another blasphemous word, you had as good be damned. Do you see that basin yonder in his cage? Out of it shall sally thunderbolts and lightnings, storms, bulls, and the devil and all, that will sink you down to peg trantums, 100 fathom underground. It were better to drink and be merry, quoth Friar John. Panurge was still feeding his eyes with the sight of the Pope Hawk and his attendants, when somewhere under his cage he perceived a match howlet. With this he cried out, by the devil's maker, master, there's roguery in the case, they put tricks upon travellers here more than anywhere else, and would make us believe that D's a sugarloaf. What damned cozening, gulling, and coney-catching have we here? Do you see this match howlet? By Minerva, we are all beshit. Oddsons, said Eudicus, speak softly, I tell you. It is no match howlet, no she-thing on my honest word. But a male, and a noble bird. May we not hear the Pope Hawk sing? Asked Pantagruel. I dare not promise that, returned Eudicus, for he only sings and eats at his own hours. So don't I, quoth Panurge. Poor Pulgarlic is fain to make everybody's time his own, if they have time, I find time. Come, then, let us go drink, if you will. Now this is something like a tansy, said Eudicus, you begin to talk somewhat like. Still speak in that fashion, and I'll secure you from being thought a heretic. Come on, I am of your mind. As we went back to have t'other fuddling bout, we spied an old green-headed bishhawk, who sat moping with his mate and 3 jolly bittern attendants, all snoring under an arbor. Near the old cuff stood a buxom abbess kite that sung like any linnet, and we were so mightily tickled with her singing that I vow and swear we could have wished all our members but one turned into ears, to have had more of the melody. Quoth Panurge, this pretty cherubim of cherubims is here breaking her head with chanting to this huge, fat, ugly face, who lies grunting all the while like a hog as he is. I will make him change his note presently, in the devil's name. With this he rang a bell that hung over the bishhawk's head, but though he rang and rang again, the devil a bit bishhawk would hear, the louder the sound, the louder his snoring. There was no making him sing. By G, quoth Panurge, you old buzzard, if you won't sing by fair means, you shall by foul. Having said this, he took up one of St. Stephen's loaves, alias a stone, and was going to hit him with it about the middle. But Eudicus cried to him, hold, hold, honest friend. Strike, wound, poison, kill, and murder all the kings and princes in the world, by treachery or how thou wilt, and as soon as thou wouldst unnestle the angels from their cockloft. Pope-Hawk will pardon thee all this. But never be so mad as to meddle with these sacred birds, as much as thou lovest the profit, welfare, and life not only of thyself, and thy friends and relations alive or dead, but also of those that may be born hereafter to the 1000th generation. For so long thou wouldst entail misery upon them. Do but look upon that basin. Catso. Let us rather drink, then, quoth Panurge. He that spoke last, spoke well, Mr. Antitus, quoth Friar John. While we are looking on these devilish birds we do nothing but blaspheme, and while we are taking a cup we do nothing but praise God. Come on, then, let's go drink, how well that word sounds. The third day, after we had drank, as you must understand, Eudicus dismissed us. We made him a present of a pretty little pergoy's knife, which he took more kindly than Artaxerxes did the cup of cold water that was given him by a clown. He most courteously thanked us, and sent all sorts of provisions aboard our ships, wished us a prosperous voyage and success in our undertakings, and made us promise and swear by Jupiter of Stone to come back by his territories. Finally he said to us, friends, pray note that there are many more stones in the world than men, take care you don't forget it. Chapter 9. How we arrived at the Island of Tools. Having well ballasted the holds of our human vessels, we weighed anchor, hoised up sail, stowed the boats, set the land, and stood for the offing with a fair loom gale. And for more haste unperilled the mizzen yard, and launched it and the sail over the lee quarter, and fitted gyves to keep it steady, and boomed it out. So in 3 days we made the Island of Tools, that is altogether uninhabited. We saw there a great number of trees which bore mattocks, pickaxes, crows, weeding hooks, scythes, sickles, spades, trowels, hatchets, hedging bills, saws, adzes, bills, axes, shears, pincers, bolts, piercers, augers, and wimbles. Others bore dags, daggers, poniards, bayonets, square-bladed tucks, stilettos, poniardos, skeins, pen-knives, puncheons, bodkins, swords, rapiers, backswords, cutlasses, scimitars, hangers, falchions, glaives, railins, whittles, and whinyards. Whoever would have any of these needed but to shake the tree, and immediately they dropped down as thick as hops, like so many ripe plums, nay, what's more, they fell on a kind of grass called scabbard, and sheathed themselves in it cleverly. But when they came down, there was need of taking care lest they happened to touch the head, feet, or other parts of the body. For they fell with the point downwards, and in they stuck, or slit the continuum of some member, or lopped it off like a twig. Either of which generally was enough to have killed a man, though he were 100 years old, and worth as many thousand spankers, spur royals, and rose nobles. Under some other trees, whose names I cannot justly tell you, I saw some certain sorts of weeds that grew and sprouted like pikes, lances, javelins, javelets, darts, dartlets, halberds, boar spears, eel spears, partisans, tridents, prongs, trout staves, spears, half-pikes, and hunting staves. As they sprouted up and chanced to touch the tree, straight they met with their heads, points, and blades, each suitable to its kind, made ready for them by the trees over them, as soon as every individual wood was grown up, fit for its steel. Even like the children's coats, that are made for them as soon as they can wear them, and you wean them of their swaddling clothes. Nor do you mutter, I pray you, at what Plato, Anaxagoras, and Democritus have said. Ods fish. They were none of your lower form gimcracks, were they? Those trees seem to us terrestrial animals, in no wise so different from brute beasts as not to have skin, fat, flesh, veins, arteries, ligaments, nerves, cartilages, kernels, bones, marrow, humours, matrices, brains, and articulations. For they certainly have some, since Theophrastus will have it so. But in this point they differed from other animals, that their heads, that is, the part of their trunks next to the root, are downwards. Their hair, that is, their roots, in the earth, and their feet, that is, their branches, upside down, as if a man should stand on his head with outstretched legs. And as you, battered sinners, on whom Venus has bestowed something to remember her, feel the approach of rains, winds, cold, and every change of weather, at your ischiatic legs and your omoplates. By means of the perpetual almanac which she has fixed there. So these trees have notice given them, by certain sensations which they have at their roots, stalks, gums, paps, or marrow, of the growth of the staves under them, and accordingly they prepare suitable points and blades for them beforehand. Yet as all things, except God, are sometimes subject to error, nature itself not free from it when it produceth monstrous things, likewise I observed something amiss in these trees. For a half-pike that grew up high enough to reach the branches of one of these instrumentiferous trees, happened no sooner to touch them but, instead of being joined to an iron head, it impaled a stubbed broom at the fundament. Well, no matter, 'twill serve to sweep the chimney. Thus a partisan met with a pair of garden shears. Come, all's good for something, 'twill serve to nip off little twigs and destroy caterpillars. The staff of a halberd got the blade of a scythe, which made it look like a hermaphrodite. Happy be lucky, 'tis all a case, 'twill serve for some mower. Oh, 'tis a great blessing to put our trust in the Lord. As we went back to our ships I spied behind I don't know what bush, I don't know what folks, doing I don't know what business, in I don't know what posture, scouring I don't know what tools, in I don't know what manner, and I don't know what place. Chapter 10. How Pantagruel arrived at the island of Sharping. We left the island of Tools to pursue our voyage, and the next day stood in for the island of Sharping, the true image of Fontainebleau, for the land is so very lean that the bones, that is, the rocks, shoot through its skin. Besides, 'tis sandy, barren, unhealthy, and unpleasant. Our pilot showed us there 2 little square rocks which had 8 equal points in the shape of a cube. They were so white that I might have mistaken them for alabaster or snow, had he not assured us they were made of bone. He told us that 20 chance devils very much feared in our country dwelt there in 6 different stories, and that the biggest twins or braces of them were called sixes, and the smallest amzace, the rest sinks, cotters, trays, and deuces. When they were conjured up, otherwise coupled, they were called either sice sink, sice cotter, sice tray, sice deuce, and sice ace, or sink cotter, sink tray, and so forth. I made there a shrewd observation. Would you know what 'tis, gamesters? 'Tis that there are very few of you in the world but what call upon and invoke the devils. For the dice are no sooner thrown on the board, and the greedy gazing sparks have hardly said, 2 sixes, frank. But 6 devils, damn it. Cry as many of them. If am's ace, then, a brace of devils broil me. Will they say? Cotter deuce, Tom, the deuce take it. Cries another. And so on to the end of the chapter. Nay, they don't forget sometimes to call the black cloven-footed gentlemen by their Christian names and surnames. And what is stranger yet, they use them as their greatest cronies, and make them so often the executors of their wills, not only giving themselves, but everybody and everything, to the devil, that there's no doubt but he takes care to seize, soon or late, what so zealously bequeathed him. Indeed, 'tis true Lucifer does not always immediately appear by his lawful attorneys, but, alas, 'tis not for want of goodwill, he is really to be excused for his delay, for what the devil would you have a devil do? He and his black guards are then at some other places, according to the priority of the persons that call on them, therefore, pray let none be so venturesome as to think that the devils are deaf and blind. He then told us that more wrecks had happened about those square rocks, and a greater loss of body and goods, than about all the Syrtes, Scyllas and Charybdis, Sirens, Strophiades, and gulfs in the universe. I had not much ado to believe it, remembering that formerly, among the wise Egyptians, Neptune was described in hieroglyphics for the first cube, Apollo by an ace, Diana by a deuce, Minerva by 7, and so forth. He also told us that there was a phial of Sancreal, a most divine thing, and known to a few. Panurge did so sweeten up the syndics of the place that they blessed us with the sight of tea. But it was with 3 times more pother and ado, with more formalities and antic tricks, than they show the Pandects of Justinian at Florence, or the Holy Veronica at Rome. I never saw such a sight of flambeaux, torches, and hagios, sanctified tapers, rushlights, and farthing candles in my whole life. After all, that which was shown us was only the ill-faced countenance of a roasted coney. All that we saw there worth speaking of was a good face set upon an ill game, and the shells of the 2 eggs formerly laid up and hatched by Leda, out of which came Castor and Pollux, fair Helen's brothers. These same syndics sold us a piece of them for a song, for a morsel of bread. Before we went we bought a parcel of hats and caps of the manufacture of the place, which, I fear, will turn to no very good account. Nor are those who shall take them off our hands more likely to commend their wearing. Chapter 11. How we passed through the wicket inhabited by Gripmanol, Archduke of the Furred Lawcats. From thence condemnation was passed by us. 'Tis another damned barren island, whereat none for the world cared to touch. Then we went through the wicket. But Pantagruel had no mind to bear us company, and 'twas well he did not, for we were nabbed there, and clapped into Lob's Pound by order of Gripmanol, Archduke of the Furred Lawcats. Because one of our company would put upon a sergeant some hats of the Sharping Island. The Furred Lawcats are most terrible and dreadful monsters, they devour little children, and trample over marble stones. Pray tell me, noble topers, do they not deserve to have their snouts slit? The hair of their hides doesn't lie outward, but inwards, and every mother's son of them for his device wears a gaping pouch, but not all in the same manner. For some wear it tied to their neck scarf-wise, others upon the breech, some on the paunch, others on the side, and all for a cause, with reason and mystery. They have claws so very strong, long, and sharp that nothing can get from them that is once fast between their clutches. Sometimes they cover their heads with mortar-like caps, at other times with mortified caparisons. As we entered their den, said a common mumper, to whom we had given half a teston, worshipful culprits, God send you a good deliverance. Examine well, said he, the countenance of these stout props and pillars of this catch-coin law and iniquity. And pray observe, that if you still live but 6 Olympiads, and the age of 2 dogs more, you'll see these Furred Lawcats lords of all Europe, and in peaceful possession of all the estates and dominions belonging to it. Unless, by divine providence, what's got over the devil's back is spent under his belly, or the goods which they unjustly get perish with their prodigal heirs. Take this from an honest beggar. Among them reigns the 6th essence. By the means of which they gripe all, devour all, conscrite all, burn all, draw all, hang all, quarter all, behead all, murder all, imprison all, waste all, and ruin all, without the least notice of right or wrong. For among them vice is called virtue, wickedness, piety, treason, loyalty, robbery, justice. Plunder is their motto, and when acted by them is approved by all men, except the heretics, and all this they do because they dare. Their authority is sovereign and irrefragable. For a sign of the truth of what I tell you, you'll find that there the mangers are above the racks. Remember hereafter that a fool told you this. And if ever plague, famine, war, fire, earthquakes, inundations, or other judgments befall the world, do not attribute them to the aspects and conjunctions of the malevolent planets. To the abuses of the court of Romania, or the tyranny of secular kings and princes, to the impostures of the false zealots of the cowl, heretical bigots, false prophets, and broachers of sects. To the villainy of griping usurers, clippers, and coiners, or to the ignorance, impudence, and imprudence of physicians, surgeons, and apothecaries, nor to the lewdness of adulteresses and destroyers of byeblows. But charge them all, wholly and solely, to the inexpressible, incredible, and inestimable wickedness and ruin which is continually hatched, brewed, and practised in the den or shop of those furred law-cats. Yet 'tis no more known in the world than the Kabbalah of the Jews, the more's the pity, and therefore 'tis not detested, chastised, and punished as 'tis fit it should be. But should all their villainy be once displayed in its true colors and exposed to the people, there never was, is, nor will be any spokesman so sweet-mouthed, whose fine colloguing tongue could save M. Nor any law so rigorous and draconic that could punish M as they deserve, nor yet any magistrate so powerful as to hinder their being burnt alive in their coney burrows without mercy. Even their own furred kittlings, friends, and relations would abominate M. For this reason, as Hannibal was solemnly sworn by his father Amilcar to pursue the Romans with the utmost hatred as long as ever he lived, so my late father has enjoined me to remain here without, till God Almighty's thunder reduce them there within to ashes, like other presumptuous titans, profane wretches, and opposers of God. Since mankind is so inured to their oppressions that they either do not remember, foresee, or have a sense of the woes and miseries which they have caused, or, if they have, either will not, dare not, or cannot root them out. How, said Panurge, say you so? Catch me there and hang me. Damn, let's march off. This noble beggar has scared me worse than thunder in autumn, Mataw gives, than the thunder would do them. Upon this we were filing off, but, alas! We found ourselves trapped, the door was double-locked and barricadoed. Some messengers of ill news told us it was full as easy to get in there as into hell, and no less hard to get out. Aye. There indeed lay the difficulty, for there is no getting loose without a pass and discharge in due course from the bench. This for no other reason than because folks go easier out of a church than out of a sponging house. And because they could not have our company when they would. The worst on't was when we got through the wicket, for we were carried, to get out our pass or discharge, before a more dreadful monster than ever was read of in the legends of knight-errantry. They called him Gripe Menol. I can't tell what to compare it to better than to a chimera, a sphinx, a Cerberus, or to the image of Osiris. As the Egyptians represented him, with 3 heads, one of a roaring lion, t'other of a fawning cur, and the last of a howling, prowling wolf, twisted about with a dragon biting his tail, surrounded with fiery rays. His hands were full of gore. His talons like those of the harpies, his snout like a hawk's bill, his fangs or tusks like those of an overgrown brindled wild boar, his eyes were flaming like the jaws of hell, all covered with mortars interlaced with pestles. And nothing of his arms was to be seen but his clutches. His hutch, and that of the warren cats his collaterals, was a long, spick-and-span new rack. Atop of which, as the mumper told us, some large stately mangers were fixed in the reverse. Over the chief seat was the picture of an old woman holding the case or scabbard of a sickle in her right hand, a pair of scales in her left. With spectacles on her nose, the cups or scales of the balance were a pair of velvet pouches, the one full of bullion, which overpoised t'other, empty and long, hoisted higher than the middle of the beam. I'm of opinion it was the true effigies of Justice Gripe Menol, far different from the institution of the ancient Thebans, who set up the statues of their die-casts without hands, in marble, silver, or gold, according to their merit, even after their death. When we made our personal appearance before him, a sort of I don't know what men, all clothed with I don't know what bags and pouches, with long scrolls in their clutches, made us sit down upon a cricket, such as criminals sit on when tried in France. Quoth Panurge to M, good my lords, I'm very well as I am, I'd as lief stand, and please you. Besides, this same stool is somewhat of the lowest for a man that has new breeches and a short doublet. Sit you down, said Gripe Menol again, and look that you don't make the court bid you twice. Now, continued he, the earth shall immediately open its jaws and swallow you up to quick damnation if you don't answer as you should. Chapter 12. How Gripe-Menol propounded a riddle to us. When we were sat, Gripe-Menol, in the middle of his furred cats, called to us in a hoarse dreadful voice, "Well, come on, give me presently an answer." "Well, come on," muttered Panurge between his teeth, give me presently a comforting dram." "Hearken to the court," continued Gripe-Menol. "An enigma. A young tight thing, as fair as may be. Without a dad conceived a baby. And brought him forth without the pother. In labor made by teeming mother. Yet the cursed brat feared not to gripe her. But gnawed, for haste, her sides like viper. Then the black upstart boldly sallies. And walks and flies o'er hills and valleys. Many fantastic sons of wisdom. Amazed, foresaw their own in his doom. And thought like an old Grecian naughty. A human spirit moved his body. Give me out of hand, an answer to this riddle," quoth Gripe-Menol. Give me, leave to tell you, good my lord," answered Panurge, "that if I had but a sphinx at home, as ver as one of your precursors had, I might then solve your enigma presently. But verily, good my lord, I was not there. And, as I hope to be saved, am as innocent in the matter as the child unborn." "Faugh, give me a better answer," cried Gripe-Menol, "or, by gold, this shall not serve your turn. I'll not be paid in such coin. If you have nothing better to offer, I'll let your rascalship know that it had been better for you to have fallen into Lucifer's own clutches than into ours. Dost thou see here, Sirrah? Ha! And dost thou prate here of thy being innocent, as if thou couldst be delivered from our racks and tortures for being so? Give me patience. Thou widgeon. Our laws are like cobwebs. Your silly little flies are stopped, caught, and destroyed therein, but your stronger ones break them, and force and carry them which way they please. Likewise, don't think we are so mad as to set up our nets to snap up your great robbers and tyrants. No, they are somewhat too hard for us, there's no meddling with them, for they would make no more of us than we make of the little ones. But you paltry, silly, innocent wretches must make us amends, and, by gold, we will innocentize your fopship with a wannion. You never were so innocentized in your days, the devil shall sing mass among ye." Friar John, hearing him run on at that mad rate, had no longer the power to remain silent, but cried to him, "Heyday! Prithee, Mr. Devil in a coif, wouldst thou have a man tell thee more than he knows? Hasn't the fellow told you he does not know a word of the business? His name is Twyford. A plague rot you! Won't truth serve your turns? Why, how now, mister? Prate apace," cried Gripe-Menol, taking him short, "marry come up, who made you so saucy as to open your lips before you were spoken to? Give me patience. By gold! This is the first time since I have reigned that anyone has had the impudence to speak before he was bidden. How came this mad fellow to break loose?" "Villain, thou least," said Friar John, without stirring his lips. Sirrah, continued Gripe-Menol, "I doubt thou wilt have business enough on thy hands when it comes to thy turn to answer." "Damn, thou least," said Friar John, silently. "Dost thou think," continued my lord, "thou art in the wilderness of your foolish university, wrangling and bawling among the idle, wandering searchers and hunters after truth? By gold, we have here other fish to fry. We go another gatesway to work, that we do. By gold, people here must give categorical answers to what they don't know. By gold, they must confess they have done those things which they have not nor ought to have done. By gold, they must protest that they know what they never knew in their lives, and, after all, patience perforce must be their only remedy, as well as a mad dog's. Here silly geese are plucked, yet cackle not. Sirrah, give me an account whether you had a letter of attorney, or whether you were feed or no, that you offered to bawl in another man's cause. I see you had no authority to speak, and I may chance to have you wed to something you won't like. Oh, you devils, cried Friar John, proto-devils, panto-devils, you would wed a monk, would you? Ho hoo! Ho hoo! A heretic! A heretic! I'll give thee out for a rank heretic. Chapter 13. How Panurge solved Gripmenal's riddle. Gripmenal, as if he had not heard what Friar John said, directed his discourse to Panurge, saying to him, Well, what have you to say for yourself, Mr. Roganuff, ha? Give me out of hand, an answer. Say. Quoth Panurge, Why, what would you have me say? I say that we are damnably beshit, since you give no heed at all to the equity of the plea, and the devil sings among you. Let this answer serve for all, I beseech you, and let us go out about our business. I am no longer able to hold out, as Gad shall judge me. Go to, cried Gripmenal. When did you ever hear that for these 300 years last past anybody ever got out of this wheel without leaving something of his behind him? No, get out of the trap if you can without losing leather, life, or at least some hair, and you will have done more than ever was done yet. For why, this would bring the wisdom of the court into question, as if we had took you up for nothing, and dealt wrongfully by you. Well, by hook or by crook, we must have something out of you. Look ye, it is a folly to make a rout for a fart and a do, one word is as good as 20. I have no more to say to thee, but that, as thou likest thy former entertainment, thou wilt tell me more of the next. For it will go 10 times worse with thee unless, by gold, you give me, a solution to the riddle I propounded. Give it, without any more ado. By gold, quoth Panurge, 'tis a black mite or weevil which is born of a white bean, and sallies out at the hole which he makes gnawing it, the mite being turned into a kind of fly, sometimes walks and sometimes flies over hills and dales. Now Pythagoras, the philosopher, and his sect, besides many others, wondering at its birth in such a place, which make some argue for equivocal generation, thought that by a metempsychosis the body of that insect was the lodging of a human soul. Now, were you men here, after your welcome death, according to his opinion, your souls would most certainly enter into the body of mites or weevils. For in your present state of life you are good for nothing in the world but to gnaw, bite, eat, and devour all things, so in the next you'll e'en gnaw and devour your mother's very sides, as the vipers do. Now, by gold, I think I have fairly solved and resolved your riddle. May my bauble be turned into a nutcracker, quoth Friar John, if I could not almost find in my heart to wish that what comes out at my bunghole were beans, that these evil weevils might feed as they deserve. Panurge then, without any more ado, threw a large leathern purse stuffed with gold crowns, equus au soleil, among them. The furred lawcats no sooner heard the jingling of the chink but they all began to bestir their claws, like a parcel of fiddlers running a division, and then fell to't, squimble, squamble, catch that catch can. They all said aloud, These are the fees, these are the gloves, now, this is somewhat like a tansy. Oh! 'Twas a pretty trial, a sweet trial, a dainty trial. Oh, my word, they did not starve the cause. These are none of your snivelling forma pauperuses, no, they are noble clients, gentlemen every inch of them. By gold, it is gold, quoth Panurge, good old gold, I'll assure you. Saith Gripmenal, the court, upon a full hearing, of the gold, quoth Panurge, and weighty reasons given, finds the prisoners not guilty, and accordingly orders them to be discharged out of custody, paying their fees. Now, gentlemen, proceed, go forwards, said he to us, we have not so much of the devil in us as we have of his hue, though we are stout, we are merciful. As we came out at the wicket, we were conducted to the port by a detachment of certain Highland griffins, scribery cum dashos, who advised us before we came to our ships not to offer to leave the place until we had made the usual presents. First to the Lady Gripmenal, then to all the furred lawpusses. Otherwise we must return to the place from whence we came. Well, said Friar John, we'll fumble in our fobs, examine every one of us his concern, and e'en give the women their due, we'll ne'er boggle or stick out on that account. As we tickled the men in the palm, we'll tickle the women in the right place. Pray, gentlemen, added they, don't forget to leave somewhat behind you for us poor devils to drink your healths. O Laud! Never fear, answered Friar John, I don't remember that I ever went anywhere yet where the poor devils are not remembered and encouraged. Chapter 14. How the Third Law Cats Live on Corruption. Friar John had hardly said those words ere he perceived 78 galleys and frigates just arriving at the port. So he hied him thither to learn some news. And as he asked what goods they had aboard, he soon found that their whole cargo was venison, hares, capons, turkeys, pigs, swine, bacon, kids, calves, hens, ducks, teals, geese, and other poultry and wildfowl. He also spied among these some pieces of velvet, satin, and damask. This made him ask the newcomers whither and to whom they were going to carry those dainty goods. They answered that they were for gripe men all and the Third Law Cats. Pray, asked he, what is the true name of all these things in your country language? Corruption, they replied. If they live on corruption, said the friar, they will perish with their generation. May the devil be damned, I have it now, their fathers devoured the good gentlemen who, according to their state of life, used to go much hunting and hawking, to be the better inured to toil in time of war. For hunting is an image of a martial life, and Xenophon was much in the right of it when he affirmed that hunting had yielded a great number of excellent warriors, as well as the Trojan horse. For my part, I am no scholar. I have it but by hearsay, yet I believe it. Now the souls of those brave fellows, according to gripe men all's riddle, after their decease enter into wild boars, stags, roebucks, herns, and such other creatures which they loved, and in quest of which they went while they were men. And these Third Law Cats, having first destroyed and devoured their castles, lands, domains, possessions, rents, and revenues, are still seeking to have their blood and soul in another life. What an honest fellow was that same Mumper who had forewarned us of all these things, and bid us take notice of the mangers above the racks. But, said Panurge to the newcomers, how do you come by all this venison? Methinks the great king has issued out a proclamation strictly inhibiting the destroying of stags, does, wild boars, roebucks, or other royal game, on pain of death. All this is true enough, answered one for the rest, but the great king is so good and gracious, you must know, and these Third Law Cats so cursed and cruel, so mad, and thirsting after Christian blood, that we have less cause to fear in trespassing against that mighty sovereign's commands than reason to hope to live if we do not continually stop the mouths of these Third Law Cats with such bribes and corruption. Besides, added he, tomorrow gripe men all marries a Third Law puss of his to a high and mighty double Third Law Tybert. Formerly we used to call them chop hay, but alas! They are not such neat creatures now as to eat any, or chew the cud. We call them chop hares, chop partridges, chop woodcocks, chop pheasants, chop pullets, chop venison, chop connies, chop pigs, for they scorn to feed on coarser meat. A.T.D. for their chops, cried Friar John, next year we'll have called chop dung, chop straunt, chop filth. Would you take my advice? Added he to the company. What is it? Answered we. Let's do two things, returned he. First, let us secure all this venison and wild fowl, I mean, paying well for them. For my part, I am but too much tired already with our salt meat, it heats my flanks so horribly. In the next place, let's go back to the wicket, and destroy all these devilish Third Law Cats. For my part, quoth Panurge, I know better things, catch me there, and hang me. No, I am somewhat more inclined to be fearful than bold. I love to sleep in a whole skin. Chapter 15. How Friar John talks of rooting out the Third Law Cats. Virtue of the frock, quoth Friar John, what kind of voyage are we making? A shitten one, oh, my word. The devil of anything we do but fizzling, farting, funking, squattering, dozing, raving, and doing nothing. O.D.S. belly, 'tisn't in my nature to lie idle, I mortally hate it. Unless I am doing some heroic feat every foot, I can't sleep one wink o' nights. Damn it, did you then take me along with you for your chaplain, to sing mass and shrive you? By Maundy Thursday, the first of ye all that comes to me on such an account shall be fitted, for the only penance I'll enjoin shall be, that he immediately throw himself headlong overboard into the sea like a base cow-hearted son of 10 fathers. This in deduction of the pains of purgatory. What made Hercules such a famous fellow, d'ye think? Nothing but that while he travelled he still made it his business to rid the world of tyrannies, errors, dangers, and drudgeries. He still put to death all robbers, all monsters, all venomous serpents and hurtful creatures. Why then do we not follow his example, doing as he did in the countries through which we pass? He destroyed the Stymphalides, the Lernaean Hydra, Cacus, Antheus, the Centaurs, and what not. I am no clericus, those that are such tell me so. In imitation of that noble byblow, let's destroy and root out these wicked furred lawcats, that are a kind of ravenous devils, thus we shall remove all manner of tyranny out of the land. Mahomet's tutor swallow me body and soul, tripes and guts, if I would stay to ask your help or advice in the matter were I but as strong as he was. Come, he that would be thought a gentleman, let him storm a town, well, then, shall we go? I dare swear we'll do their business for them with a wet finger, they'll bear it, never fear, since they could swallow down more foul language that came from us than 10 sows and their babies could swill hogwash. Damn them, they don't value all the ill words or dishonour in the world at a rush, so they but get the coin into their purses, though they were to have it in a shitten clout. Come, we may chance to kill them all, as Hercules would have done had they lived in his time. We only want to be set to work by another Eurystheus, and nothing else for the present, unless it be what I heartily wish them, that Jupiter may give them a short visit, only some 2 or 3 hours long. And walk among their lordships in the same equipage that attended him when he came last to his Miss Semele, jolly Bacchus's mother. 'Tis a very great mercy, quoth Panurge, that you have got out of their clutches. For my part, I have no stomach to go there again, I'm hardly come to myself yet, so scared and appalled I was. My hair still stands up an end when I think on't. And most damnably troubled I was there, for 3 very weighty reasons. First, because I was troubled. Secondly, because I was troubled. Thirdly and lastly, because I was troubled. Hearken to me a little on thy right side, Friar John, my left cod, since thou wilt not here at the other. Whenever the maggot bites thee to take a trip down to hell and visit the tribunal of Minos, Aeacus, Rhadamanthus, and Dis, do but tell me, and I'll be sure to bear thee company, and never leave thee as long as my name's Panurge. But we'll wade over Acheron, Styx, and Cocytus, drink whole bumpers of Lethe's water, though I mortally hate that element, and even pay thy passage to that bawling, cross-grained ferryman, Charon. But as for the damned wicked, if thou art so weary of thy life as to go thither again, thou mayst e'en look for somebody else to bear thee company, for I'll not move one step that way. E'en rest satisfied with this positive answer. By my good will I'll not stir a foot to go thither as long as I live, any more than Calpe will come over to Abla. Here Mata adds the following note: Calpe is a mountain in Spain that faces another, called Abla, in Mauritania. Both said to have been severed by Hercules. Was Ulysses so mad as to go back into the Cyclops' cave to fetch his sword? No, marry was he not. Now I have left nothing behind me at the wicket through forgetfulness, why then should I think of going thither? Well, quoth Friar John, as good sit still as rise up and fall, what cannot be cured must be endured. But, prithee, let's hear one another speak. Come, wert thou not a wise doctor to fling away a whole purse of gold on those mangy scoundrels? Ha! A squinsy choke thee! We were too rich, were we? Had it not been enough to have thrown the hellhounds a few cropped pieces of white cash? How could I help it? Returned Panurge. Did you not see how gripe men all held his gaping velvet pouch, and every moment roared and bellowed, by gold, give me out of hand, by gold, give me presently. Now, thought I to myself, we shall never come off scot-free. I'll e'en stop their mouths with gold, that the wicket may be opened, and we may get out, the sooner the better. And I judged that lousy silver would not do the business. For, d'ye see, velvet pouches do not use to gape for little paltry clipped silver and small cash, no, they are made for gold, my friend John, that they are, my dainty cod. Ah! When thou hast been larded, basted, and roasted, as I was, thou wilt hardly talk at this rate, I doubt. But now what is to be done? We are enjoined by them to go forwards. The scabby Slabberdagolians still waited for us at the port, expecting to be greased in the fist as well as their masters. Now when they perceived that we were ready to put to sea, they came to Friar John and begged that we would not forget to gratify the apparitors before we went off, according to the assessment for the fees at our discharge. Hell and damnation! Cried Friar John, are ye here still, ye bloodhounds, ye sighting, scribbling imps of Satan? Rot you, am I not vexed enough already, but you must have the impudence to come and plague me, ye scurvy flycatchers you? By Cobb's body, I'll gratify your ruffianships as you deserve, I'll apparitorize you presently with a wannion, that I will. With this, he lugged out his slashing cutlass, and in a mighty heat came out of the ship to cut the cozening varlets into steaks, but they scampered away and got out of sight in a trice. However, there was somewhat more to do, for some of our sailors, having got leave of Pantagruel to go ashore while we were had before Gripmenal, had been at a tavern near the haven to make much of themselves, and roar it. As seamen will do when they come into some port. Now I don't know whether they had paid their reckoning to the full or no, but, however it was, an old fat hostess, meeting Friar John on the quay, was making a woeful complaint before a sergeant, son-in-law to one of the furred lawcats. And a brace of bums, his assistants. The friar, who did not much care to be tired with their impertinent prating, said to them, Hark ye me, ye lubberly gnat-snappers. Do ye presume to say that our seamen are not honest men? I'll maintain they are, ye dotterels, and will prove it to your brazen faces, by justice, I mean, this trusty piece of cold iron by my side. With this he lugged it out and flourished with it. The forlorn lobcocks soon showed him their backs, betaking themselves to their heels. But the old fusty landlady kept her ground, swearing like any butter whore that the tarpaulins were very honest cods, but that they only forgot to pay for the bed on which they had lain after dinner, and she asked 5 pence, French money, for the said bed. May I never sup, said the friar, if it be not dog cheap, they are sorry guests and unkind customers, that they do not know when they have a pennyworth, and will not always meet with such bargains. Come, I myself will pay you the money, but I would willingly see it first. The hostess immediately took him home with her, and showed him the bed, and having praised it for all its good qualifications, said that she thought as times when she was not out of the way in asking 5 pence for it. Friar John then gave her the 5 pence, and she no sooner turned her back but he presently began to rip up the ticking of the feather bed and bolster, and threw all the feathers out at the window. In the meantime the old hag came down and roared out for help, crying out murder to set all the neighborhood in an uproar. Yet she also fell to gathering the feathers that flew up and down in the air, being scattered by the wind. Friar John let her bawl on, and, without any further ado, marched off with the blanket, quilt, and both the sheets, which he brought aboard undiscovered, for the air was darkened with the feathers, as it uses sometimes to be with snow. He gave them away to the sailors, then said to Pantagruel that beds were much cheaper at that place than in Xenomanes, though we have there the famous geese of Pout-Isle. For the old beldam had asked him but 5 pence for a bed which in Xenomanes had been worth about 12 francs. As soon as Friar John and the rest of the company were embarked, Pantagruel set sail. But there arose a southeast wind, which blew so vehemently they lost their way, and in a manner going back to the country of the furred lawcats, they entered into a huge gulf, where the sea ran so high and terrible that the ship-boy on the top of the mast cried out he again saw the habitation of Gripmenal. Upon which Panurge, frightened almost out of his wits, roared out, Dear master, in spite of the wind and waves, change your course, and turn the ship's head about. O my friend, let us come no more into that cursed country where I left my purse. So the wind carried them near an island, where however they did not dare at first to land, but entered about a mile off. Mautain omitted this passage altogether in the edition of 1694. It was restored by Ozel in the edition of 1738. Chapter 16. How Pantagruel came to the island of the Apetiphers, or ignoramuses, with long claws and crooked paws, and of terrible adventures and monsters there. As soon as we had cast anchor and had moored the ship, the pinnace was put over the ship's side and manned by the coxswain's crew. When the good Pantagruel had prayed publicly, and given thanks to the Lord that had delivered him from so great a danger, he stepped into it with his whole company to go on shore, which was no ways difficult to do, for as the sea was calm and the winds laid, they soon got to the cliffs. When they were set on shore, Epistemon, who was admiring the situation of the place and the strange shape of the rocks, discovered some of the natives. The first he met had on a short purple gown, a doublet cut in panes, like a Spanish leather jerkin, half sleeves of satin, and the upper part of them leather, a coif like a black pot tipped with tin. He was a good likely sort of a body, and his name, as we heard afterwards, was Double Fee. Epistemon asked him how they called those strange craggy rocks and deep valleys. He told them it was a colony brought out of Attorneyland, and called Process, and that if we forded the river somewhat further beyond the rocks we should come into the island of the Apetiphers. By the memory of the Decretals, said Friar John, tell us, I pray you, what you honest men here live on. Could not a man take a chirping bottle with you to taste your wine? I can see nothing among you but parchment, inkhorns, and pens. We live on nothing else, returned Double Fee, and all who live in this place must come through my hands. How, quoth Panurge, are you a shaver, then? Do you fleece them? Aye, their purse, answered Double Fee, nothing else. By the foot of Pharaoh, cried Panurge, the devil a so will you get of me. However, sweet sir, be so kind as to show an honest man the way to those Apetiphers, or ignorant people, for I come from the land of the learned, where I did not learn overmuch. Still talking on, they got to the island of the Apetiphers, for they were soon got over the ford. Pantagruel was not a little taken up with admiring the structure and habitation of the people of the place. For they live in a swinging wine-press, 50 steps up to it. You must know there are some of all sorts, little, great, private, middle-sized, and so forth. You go through a large peristyle, alias a long entry set about with pillars, in which you see, in a kind of landscape, the ruins of almost the whole world, besides so many great robbers' gibbets, so many gallows and racks. That, 'tis enough to fright you out of your 7 senses. Double Fee perceiving that Pantagruel was taken up with contemplating those things, let us go further, sir, said he to him, all this is nothing yet. Nothing, quotha, cried Friar John. By the soul of my overheated codpiece, friend Panurge and I here shake and quiver for mere hunger. I had rather be drinking than staring at these ruins. Pray come along, sir, said Double Fee. He then led us into a little winepress that lay backwards in a blind corner, and was called Pithies in the language of the country. You need not ask whether Master John and Panurge made much of their sweet selves there. It is enough that I tell you there was no want of Bologna sausages, turkey poots, capons, bustards, momsey, and all other sorts of good belly timber, very well dressed. A pimping son of 10 fathers, who, for want of a better, did the office of a butler, seeing that Friar John had cast a sheep's eye at a choice bottle that stood near a cupboard by itself, at some distance from the rest of the Botellic magazine. Like a jack in an office said to Pantagruel, Sir, I perceive that one of your men here is making love to this bottle. He ogles it, and would fain caress it, but I beg that none offer to meddle with it, for it is reserved for their worships. How, cried Panurge, there are some grandees here then, I see. It is vintage time with you, I perceive. Then Double Fee led us up to a private staircase, and showed us into a room, whence, without being seen, out at a loophole we could see their worships in the great winepress, where none could be admitted without their leave. Their worships, as he called them, were about a score of fusty crack ropes and gallows clappers, or rather more, all posted before a bar, and staring at each other like so many dead pigs. Their paws were as long as a crane's foot, and their claws 24 inches long at least, for you must know they are enjoined never to pare off the least chip of them, so that they grow as crooked as a Welsh hook or a hedging bill. We saw a swinging bunch of grapes that are gathered and squeezed in that country, brought in by them. As soon as it was laid down, they clapped it into the press, and there was not a bit of it out of which each of them did not squeeze some oil of gold. Insomuch that the poor grape was tried with a witness, and brought off so drained and picked, and so dry, that there was not the least moisture, juice, or substance left in it, for they had pressed out its very quintessence. Double Fee told us they had not often such huge bunches, but, let the worst come to the worst, they were sure never to be without others in their press. But hark you me, master of mine, asked Panurge, have they not some of different growth? Ay, marry have they, quoth Double Fee. Do you see here this little bunch, to which they are going to give t'other wrench? It is of tithe growth, you must know. They crushed, wrung, squeezed and strained out the very heart's blood of it but the other day, but it did not bleed freely, the oil came hard, and smelt of the priest's chest, so that they found there was not much good to be got out of it. Why then, said Pantagruel, do they put it again into the press? Only, answered Double Fee, for fear there should still lurk some juice among the husks and hullings in the mother of the grape. The devil be damned! Cried Friar John. Do you call these same folks illiterate lobcocks and duncical doddipoles? May I be broiled like a red herring if I do not think they are wise enough to skin a flint and draw oil out of a brick wall. So they are, said Double Fee. For they sometimes put castles, parks, and forests into the press, and out of them all extract aurum potable. You mean portabile, I suppose, cried Epistman, such as may be born. I mean as I said, replied Double Fee, potable, such as may be drunk, for it makes them drink many a good bottle more than otherwise they should. But I cannot better satisfy you as to the growth of the vine tree syrup that is here squeezed out of grapes, than in desiring you to look yonder in that backyard, where you will see above 1,000 different growths that lie waiting to be squeezed every moment. Here are some of the public and some of the private growth. Some of the builders' fortifications, loans, gifts, and gratuities, escheats, forfeitures, fines, and recoveries, penal statutes, crown lands, and domain, privy purse, post offices, offerings, lordships of manors, and a world of other growths, for which we want names. Pray, quoth Epistman, tell me of what growth is that great one, with all those little grapelings about it. Oh, returned Double Fee, that plump one is of the treasury, the very best growth in the whole country. Whenever any one of that growth is squeezed, there is not one of their worships but gets juice enough of it to soak his nose 6 months together. When their worships were up, Pantagruel desired Double Fee to take us into that great wine-press, which he readily did. As soon as we were in, Epistman, who understood all sorts of tongues, began to show us many devices on the press, which was large and fine, and made of the wood of the cross, at least Double Fee told us so. On each part of it were names of everything in the language of the country. The spindle of the press was called receipt, the trough, cost and damages, the hole for the vice pin, state, the sideboards, money paid into the office. The great beam, respite of homage, the branches, radiator, the side beams, recuperator, the fats, ignoramus, the two-handled basket, the rolls, the treading place, acquittance, the dossers, validation, the panniers, authentic decrees. The pails, potentials, the funnels, quietus est. By the queen of the chitlins, quoth Panurge, all the hieroglyphics of Egypt are mina, to this jargon. Why? Here are a parcel of words full as analogous as chalk and cheese, or a cat in a cartwheel. But why, prithee, dear Double Fee, do they call these worshipful dons of yours ignorant fellows? Only, said Double Fee, because they neither are, nor ought to be, clerks, and all must be ignorant as to what they transact here, nor is there to be any other reason given, but, the court hath said it, the court will have it so. The court has decreed it. Cop's body, quoth Pantagruel, they might full as well have called necessity, for necessity has no law. From thence, as he was leading us to see 1,000 little puny presses, we spied another paltry bar, about which sat 4 or 5 ignorant waspish churls, of so testy, fuming a temper, like an ass with squibs and crackers tied to its tail. And so ready to take pepper in the nose for ye and nay, that a dog would not have lived with them. They were hard at it with the lees and dregs of the grapes, which they gripped over and over again, might and main, with their clenched fists. They were called contractors in the language of the country. These are the ugliest, misshapen, grim-looking scrubs, said Friar John, that ever were beheld, with or without spectacles. Then we passed by an infinite number of little pimping winepresses all full of vintage mongers, who were picking, examining, and raking the grapes with some instruments called bills of charge. Finally we came into a hall downstairs, where we saw an overgrown cursed mangy cur with a pair of heads, a wolf's belly, and claws like the devil of hell. The son of a bitch was fed with costs, for he lived on a multiplicity of fine amends and amerciaments by order of their worships, to each of whom the monster was worth more than the best farm in the land. In their tongue of ignorance they called him twofold. His dam lay by him, and her hair and shape was like her whelp's, only she had 4 heads, 2 male and 2 female, and her name was fourfold. She was certainly the most cursed and dangerous creature of the place, except her grandam, which we saw, and had been kept locked up in a dungeon time out of mind, and her name was refusing of fees. Friar John, who had always 20 yards of gut ready empty to swallow a gallimaufry of lawyers, began to be somewhat out of humour, and desired Pantagruel to remember he had not dined, and bring double fee along with him. So away we went, and as we marched out at the back gate whom should we meet but an old piece of mortality in chains. He was half ignorant and half learned, like an hermaphrodite of Satan. The fellow was all caparisoned with spectacles as a tortoise is with shells, and lived on nothing but a sort of food which, in their gibberish, was called appeals. Pantagruel asked double fee of what breed was that protonotary, and what name they gave him. Double fee told us that time out of mind he had been kept there in chains, to the great grief of their worships, who starved him, and his name was Review. By the Pope's sanctified 2-pounders, cried Friar John, I do not much wonder at the meagre cheer which this old chuff finds among their worships. Do but look a little on the weather-beaten Scratch-Toby, friend Panurge. By the sacred tip of my cowl, I'll lay 5 pounds to a hazelnut the foul thief has the very looks of Gripe-me-now. These same fellows here, ignorant as they be, are as sharp and knowing as other folk. But were it my case, I would send him packing with a squib in his breech like a rogue as he is. By my oriental barnacles, quoth Panurge, honest friar, thou art in the right. For if we but examine that treacherous Review's ill-favoured phiz, we find that the filthy snudge is yet more mischievous and ignorant than these ignorant wretches here. Since they, honest dunces, grapple and glean with as little harm and pother as they can, without any long fiddle-cum-farts or tantalizing in the case. Nor do they dally and demur in your suit, but in 2 or 3 words, whip-stitch, in a trice, they finish the vintage of the close, baiting you all these damned tedious interlocutories, examinations, and appointments which fret to the heart's blood your furred law-cats. Chapter 17. How we went forwards, and how Panurge had like to have been killed. We put to sea that very moment, steering our course forwards, and gave Pantagruel a full account of our adventures, which so deeply struck him with compassion that he wrote some elegies on that subject to divert himself during the voyage. When we were safe in the port we took some refreshment, and took in fresh water and wood. The people of the place, who had the countenance of jolly fellows and boon companions, were all of them forward folks, bloated and puffed up with fat. And we saw some who slashed and pinked their skins to open a passage to the fat, that it might swell out at the slits and gashes which they made. Neither more nor less than the shit-breech fellows in our country bepink and cut open their breeches that the taffety on the inside may stand out and be puffed up. They said that what they did was not out of pride or ostentation, but because otherwise their skins would not hold them without much pain. Having thus slashed their skin, they used to grow much bigger, like the young trees on whose barks the gardeners make incisions that they may grow the better. Near the haven there was a tavern, which forward seemed very fine and stately. We repaired thither, and found it filled with people of the forward nation, of all ages, sexes, and conditions. So that we thought some notable feast or other was getting ready, but we were told that all that throng were invited to the bursting of mine host, which caused all his friends and relations to hasten thither. We did not understand that jargon, and therefore thought in that country by that bursting they meant some merry meeting or other, as we do in ours by betrothing, wedding, groaning, christening, churching, of women, shearing, of sheep, reaping, of corn, or harvest home, and many other junketing bouts that end in ing. But we soon heard that there was no such matter in hand. The master of the house, you must know, had been a good fellow in his time, loved heartily to wind up his bottom, to bang the pitcher, and lick his dish. He used to be a very fair swallower of gravy soup, a notable accountant in matter of hours, and his whole life was one continual dinner, like mine host at Rouillac, in Perigord. But now, having farted out much fat for 10 years together, according to the custom of the country, he was drawing towards his bursting hour. For neither the inner thin kell wherewith the entrails are covered, nor his skin that had been jagged and mangled so many years, were able to hold and enclose his guts any longer, or hinder them from forcing their way out. Pray, quoth Panurge, is there no remedy, no help for the poor man, good people? Why don't you swaddle him round with good tight girths, or secure his natural tub with a strong sorbapple tree hoop? Nay, why don't you iron bind him, if needs be? This would keep the man from flying out and bursting. The word was not yet out of his mouth when we heard something give a loud report, as if a huge sturdy oak had been split in two. Then some of the neighbors told us that the bursting was over, and that the clap or crack which we heard was the last fart, and so there was an end of mine host. This made me call to mind a saying of the venerable Abbot of Castiliers, the very same who never cared to hump his chambermaids but when he was in pontificalibus. That pious person, being much dunned, teased, and importuned by his relations to resign his abbey in his old age, said and professed that he would not strip till he was ready to go to bed. And that the last fart which his reverend paternity was to utter should be the fart of an abbot. Chapter 18. How our ships were stranded, and we were relieved by some people that were subject to Queen whims, que tenoyant de la cant. We weighed and set sail with a merry westerly gale. When about 7 leagues off, 22 miles, some gusts or scuds of wind suddenly arose, and the wind veering and shifting from point to point, was, as they say, like an old woman's breech, at no certainty. So we first got our starboard tacks aboard, and hauled off our lee sheets. Then the gusts increased, and by fits blowed all at once from several quarters, yet we neither settled nor braided up close our sails, but only let fly the sheets, not to go against the master of the ship's direction. And thus having let go amain, lest we should spend our topsails, or the ship's quick side should lie in the water and she be overset, we lay by and run adrift, that is, in a landloper's phrase, we temporized it. For he assured us that, as these gusts and whirlwinds would not do us much good, so they could not do us much harm, considering their easiness and pleasant strife, as also the clearness of the sky and calmness of the current. So that we were to observe the philosopher's rule, bear and forbear, that is, trim, or go according to the time. However, these whirlwinds and gusts lasted so long that we persuaded the master to let us go and lie at tree with our main course. That is, to haul the tack aboard, the sheet close aft, the bowline set up, and the helm tied close aboard, so, after a stormy gale of wind, we broke through the whirlwind. But it was like falling into Scylla to avoid Charybdis, out of the frying pan into the fire. For we had not sailed a league ere our ships were stranded upon some sand such as are the flats of St. Maxent. All our company seemed mightily disturbed except Friar John, who was not a jot daunted, and with sweet sugar-plum words comforted now one and then another, giving them hopes of speedy assistance from above. And telling them that he had seen Castor at the mainyard-arm. Oh! That I were but now ashore, cried Panurge, that is all I wish for myself at present, and that you who like the sea so well had each man of you 200,000 crowns. I would fairly let you set up shop on these sands, and would get a fat calf dressed and 100 of faggots, i.e. bottles of wine, cooled for you against you come ashore. I freely consent never to mount a wife, so you but set me ashore and mount me on a horse, that I may go home. No matter for a servant, I will be contented to serve myself, I am never better treated than when I am without a man. Faith, old Plautus was in the right on't when he said the more servants the more crosses, for such they are, even supposing they could want what they all have but too much of, a tongue, that most busy, dangerous, and pernicious member of servants. Accordingly, 'twas for their sakes alone that the racks and tortures for confession were invented, though some foreign civilians in our time have drawn illogical and unreasonable consequences from it. That very moment we spied a sail that made towards us. When it was close by us, we soon knew what was the lading of the ship and who was aboard of her. She was full freighted with drums. I was acquainted with many of the passengers that came in her, who were most of them of good families. Among the rest Harry Cotirel, an old toast, who had got a swinging ass's touch-tripe penis fastened to his waist, as the good women's beads are to their girdle. In his left hand he held an old overgrown greasy foul cap, such as your scald-pated fellows wear, and in the right a huge cabbage stump. As soon as he saw me he was overjoyed, and bawled out to me, "What cheer, ho! How dost like me now? Behold the true Algamana," this he said showing me the ass's tickle-gizzard. "This doctor's cap is my true elixir, and this," continued he, shaking the cabbage stump in his fist, "is Lunaria Major, you old noddy. I have old boy, I have We'll make when thou art come back." "But pray, father," said I, "whence come you? Whither are you bound? What's your lading? Have you smelt the salt deep?" To these 4 questions he answered, from Queen Whims, for Turenne, alchemy. To the very bottom. "Whom have you got board?" said I. Said he, "Astrologers, fortune-tellers, alchemists, rhymers, poets, painters, projectors, mathematicians, watchmakers, sing-songs, musicianers. And the devil and all of others that are subject to Queen Whims." Mottot gives the following footnote: "La cant, this means a fantastic humor, maggots, or a foolish giddiness of brains. And also, a fifth, or the proportion of 5 in music, and they have very fair legible patents to show for't, as anybody may see." Panurge had no sooner heard this but he was upon the high rope, and began to rail at them like mad. "What devil d'ye mean," cried he, "to sit idly here like a pack of loitering sneak-spies, and see us stranded, while you may help us, and tow us off into the current? A plague your whims! You can make all things whatsoever, they say. So much as good weather and little children, yet won't make haste to fasten some hawsers and cables, and get us off. I was just coming to set you afloat," quoth Harry Cotirel, "by Trismegistus, I'll clear you in a trice." With this he caused 7,532, 810 huge drums to be unheaded on one side, and set that open side so that it faced the end of the streamers and pendants, and having fastened them to good tacklings and our ship's head to the stern of theirs, with cables fastened to the bitts abaft the manger in the ship's loof, they towed us off ground at one pull so easily and pleasantly that you'd have wondered at it had you been there. For the dub-a-dub rattling of the drums, with the soft noise of the gravel which murmuring disputed us our way, and the merry cheers and huzzas of the sailors, made an harmony almost as good as that of the heavenly bodies when they roll and are whirled round their spheres. Which rattling of the celestial wheels Plato said he heard some nights in his sleep. We scorned to be behindhand with in civility, and gratefully gave store of our sausages and chitlins, with which we filled their drums. And we were just hoisting 260 hogsheads of wine out of the hold, when 2 huge whirlpools with great fury made towards their ship, spouting more water than is in the river Vienne, from Chinon to Saumur. To make short, all their drums, all their sails, their concerns, and themselves were soused, and their very hose were watered by the collar. Panurge was so overjoyed, seeing this, and laughed so heartily, that he was forced to hold his sides, and it set him into a fit of the colic for 2 hours and more. "I had a mind," quoth he, "to make the dogs drink, and those honest whirlpools, egad, have saved me that labour and that cost. There's sauce for them, Ariston men uter. Water is good, saith a poet, let pindarize upon't." They never cared for fresh water but to wash their hands or their glasses. This good salt water will stand them in good stead for want of sal ammoniac and nitre in Jeber's kitchen. We could not hold any further discourse with M. For the former whirlwind hindered our ship from feeling the helm. The pilot advised us henceforwards to let her run adrift and follow the stream, not busying ourselves with anything, but making much of our carcasses. For our only way to arrive safe at the queendom of whims was to trust to the whirlwind and be led by the current. Chapter 19. How we arrived at the queendom of whims or entelechy. We did as he directed us for about 12 hours, and on the third day the sky seemed to us somewhat clearer, and we happily arrived at the port of Mediotechny. Not far distant from Queen Whims, alias the Quintessence. We met full but on the quay a great number of guards and other military men that garrisoned the arsenal, and we were somewhat frightened at first because they made us all lay down our arms, and in a haughty manner asked us whence we came. Cousin, quoth Panurge to him that asked the question, we are of Touraine, and come from France, being ambitious of paying our respects to the Lady Quintessence and visit this famous realm of entelechy. What do you say? Cried they. Do you call it entelechy or endelechy? Truly, truly, sweet cousins, quoth Panurge, we are a silly sort of grout-headed lobcocks, and please you, be so kind as to forgive us if we chance to knock words out of joint. As for anything else, we are downright honest fellows and true hearts. We have not asked you this question without a cause, said they. For a great number of others who have passed this way from your country of Touraine seemed as mere jolt-headed doddepoles as ever were scored o'er the coxcomb, yet spoke as correct as other folks. But there has been here from other countries a pack of I know not what overweening self-conceited prigs, as moody as so many mules and as stout as any Scotch lairds, and nothing would serve these, forsooth. But they must wilfully wrangle and stand out against us at their coming. And much they got by it after all. Troth, we e'en fitted them and clawed them off with a vengeance, for all they looked so big and so grum. Pray tell me, does your time lie so heavy upon you in your world that you do not know how to bestow it better than in thus impudently talking, disputing, and writing of our sovereign lady? There was much need that your Tully, the consul, should go and leave the care of his commonwealth to busy himself idly about her. And after him your Diogenes Laertius, the biographer, and your Theodorus Gaza, the philosopher, and your Argyropoulos, the emperor, and your Bessarion, the cardinal, and your Politian, the pedant, and your Budius, the judge, and your Lascaris, the ambassador, and the devil and all of those you call lovers of wisdom. Whose number, it seems, was not thought great enough already, but lately your Scaliger, Bigot, Chambrier, Francis Fleury, and I cannot tell how many such other junior sneaking flyblows must take upon M to increase it. A squinsy gripe the cod's-headed changelings at the swallow and eke at the cover weasel, we shall make M, but the deuce take M. They flatter the devil here, and smoothify his name, quoth Panurge, between his teeth. You don't come here, continued the captain, to uphold M in their folly, you have no commission from M to this effect, well then, we will talk no more on't. Aristotle, that first of men and peerless pattern of all philosophy, was our sovereign lady's godfather, and wisely and properly gave her the name of entelechy. Her true name then is entelechy, and may he be entail beshit, and entail a shitabed faculty and nothing else on his family, who dares call her by any other name, for whoever he is, he does her wrong, and is a very impudent person. You are heartily welcome, gentlemen. With this they called and clipped us about the neck, which was no small comfort to us, I'll assure you. Panurge then whispered me, fellow traveller, quoth he, hast thou not been somewhat afraid this bout? A little, said I. To tell you the truth of it, quoth he, never were the Ephraimites in a greater fear and quandary when the Gileadites killed and drowned them for saying Sibboleth instead of Shibboleth. And among friends, let me tell you that perhaps there is not a man in the whole country of Beausy but might easily have stopped my bunghole with a cartload of hay. The captain afterwards took us to the Queen's palace, leading us silently with great formality. Pantagruel would have said something to him, but the other, not being able to come up to his height, wished for a ladder or a very long pair of stilts. Then said, Patience, if it were our sovereign lady's will, we would be as tall as you. Well, we shall when she pleases. In the first galleries we saw great numbers of sick persons, differently placed according to their maladies. The leprous were apart, those that were poisoned on one side, those that had got the plague on another, those that had the pox in the first rank, and the rest accordingly. Chapter 20. How the Quintessence cured the sick with a song. The captain showed us the queen, attended with her ladies and gentlemen, in the second gallery. She looked young, though she was at least 1800 years old, and was handsome, slender, and as fine as a queen, that is, as hands could make her. He then said to us, It is not yet a fit time to speak to the queen. Be you but mindful of her doings in the meanwhile. You have kings in your world that fantastically pretend to cure some certain diseases, as, for example, scrofula or wens, swelled throats, nicknamed the king's evil, and quartan agues, only with a touch. Now our queen cures all manner of diseases without so much as touching the sick, but barely with a song, according to the nature of the distemper. He then showed us a set of organs, and said that when it was touched by her those miraculous cures were performed. The organ was indeed the strangest that ever eyes beheld, for the pipes were of cassia fistula in the cod. The top and cornice of guiacum, the bellows of rhubarb, the pettas of turbith, and the clavier or keys of scamony. While we were examining this wonderful new make of an organ, the leprous were brought in by her abstractors, spotizators, masticators, pregustics, tabacans, chaconins, nemonins, raberbans, nursins, rosuins, nebidins, terrants, sigamians, pararons, chassinins, sarins, sotines, abath, enolins, archisdarpanins, mebins, shaburins, and other officers, for whom I want names. So she played I don't know what sort of a tune or song, and they were all immediately cured. Then those who were poisoned were had in, and she had no sooner given them a song but they began to find a use for their legs, and up they got. Then came on the deaf, the blind, and the dumb, and they too were restored to their lost faculties and senses with the same remedy. Which did so strangely amaze us, and not without reason, I think, that down we fell on our faces, remaining prostrate, like men ravished in ecstasy, and were not able to utter one word through the excess of our admiration, till she came. And having touched Pantagruel with a fine fragrant nosegay of white roses which she held in her hand, thus made us recover our senses and get up. Then she made us the following speech in Bisan words, such as Perisatus desired should be spoken to her son Cyrus, or at least of crimson alamode. The probity that scintillizes in the superfices of your persons informs my ratiocinating faculty, in a most stupendous manner, of the radiant virtues latent within the precious caskets and ventricles of your minds. For, contemplating the mellifluous suavity of your thrice discreet reverences, it is impossible not to be persuaded with facility that neither your affections nor your intellects are vitiated with any defect or privation of liberal and exalted sciences. Far from it, all must judge that in you are lodged a cornucopia and encyclopedia, an unmeasurable profundity of knowledge in the most peregrine and sublime disciplines, so frequently the admiration, and so rarely the concomitants of the imperite vulgar. This gently compels me, who in preceding times indefatigably kept my private affections absolutely subjugated, to condescend to make my application to you in the trivial phrase of the plebeian world, and assure you that you are well, more than most heartily welcome. I have no hand at making of speeches, quoth Panurge to me privately, prithee, man, make answer to her for us, if thou canst. This would not work with me, however, neither did Pantagruel return a word. So that Queen Whims, or Queen Quintessence, which you please, perceiving that we stood as mute as fishes, said, Your taciturnity speaks you not only disciples of Pythagoras, from whom the venerable antiquity of my progenitors in successive propagation was imawned and derives its original, but also discovers, that through the revolution of many retrograde moons, you have in Egypt pressed the extremities of your fingers with the hard tenons of your mouths, and scalptized your heads with frequent applications of your unguicules. In the school of Pythagoras, taciturnity was the symbol of abstracted and superlative knowledge, and the silence of the Egyptians was agnited as an expressive manner of divine adoration. This caused the pontiffs of Hierapolis to sacrifice to the great deity in silence, impercussively, without any vociferous or obstreperous sound. My design is not to enter into a privation of gratitude towards you, but by a vivacious formality, though matter were to abstract itself from me, excentricate to you my cogitations. Having spoken this, she only said to her officers, Tabicans, a panacea, and straight they desired us not to take it amiss if the queen did not invite us to dine with her. For she never ate anything at dinner but some categories, Jacobots, Emnons, Dimions, abstractions, harbour-ins, Kelemans, second intentions, Caradoths, antitheses, metempsychoses, transcendent prolepsies, and such other light food. Then they took us into a little closet lined through with alarums, where we were treated God knows how. It is said that Jupiter writes whatever is transacted in the world on the diphthera or skin of the Amalthean goat that suckled him in Crete, which pelt served him instead of a shield against the Titans, whence he was nicknamed Aegiochos. Now, as I hate to drink water, brother topers, I protest it would be impossible to make 18 goatskins hold the description of all the good meat they brought before us. Though it were written in characters as small as those in which were penned Homer's Iliads, which Tully tells us he saw enclosed in a nutshell. For my part, had I 100 mouths, as many tongues, a voice of iron, a heart of oak, and lungs of leather, together with the mellifluous abundance of Plato, yet I never could give you a full account of a third part of a second of the whole. Pantagruel was telling me that he believed the queen had given the symbolic word used among her subjects to denote sovereign good cheer, when she said to her Tabicans, a panacea. Just as Lucullus used to say, in Apollo, when he designed to give his friends a singular treat, though sometimes they took him at unawares, as, among the rest, Cicero and Hortensius sometimes used to do. Chapter 21. How the Queen passed her time after dinner. When we had dined, a Shakyanan led us into the Queen's hall, and there we saw how, after dinner, with the ladies and the princes of her court, she used to sift, circe, bolt, range, and pass away time with a fine large white and blue silk sieve. We also perceived how they revived ancient sports, diverting themselves together at 1. Cordax, 2. Emilia, 3. Sicinia, 4. Jambyx, 5. Persica, 6. Phrygia, 7. Thracia, 8. Calabrism, 9. Molossia, 10. Cernophorum, 11. Monogas, 12. Terminalia, 13. Floralia, 14. Pyrrhus, 15. Nicotism, and 1,000 other dances. Moitaux has the following footnote: 1. A sort of country dance. 2. A still tragic dance. 3. Dancing and singing used at funerals. 4. Cutting sarcasms and lampoons. 5. The Persian dance. 6. Tunes, whose measure inspired men with a kind of divine fury. 7. The Thracian movement. 8. Smutty verses. 9. A measure to which the Molossi of Epirus danced a certain Morris. 10. A dance with bowls or pots in their hands. 11. A psalm where one sings alone. 12. Sports at the holidays of the god of bounds. 13. Dancing naked at Flora's holidays. 14. The Trojan dance in armor. Afterwards she gave orders that they should show us the apartments and curiosities in her palace. Accordingly we saw there such new, strange, and wonderful things, that I am still ravished in admiration every time I think of it. However, nothing surprised us more than what was done by the gentlemen of her household, abstractors, parazons, nebidins, spotizators, and others, who freely and without the least dissembling told us that the queen their mistress did all impossible things, and cured men of incurable diseases. And they, her officers, used to do the rest. I saw there a young parazon cure many of the new consumption, I mean the pox, though they were never so peppered. Had it been the rankest Rhone ague, en lice, the Covent Garden gout, 'twas all one to him, touching only their deniform vertebrae thrice with a piece of a wooden shoe, he made them as wholesome as so many sucking pigs. Another did thoroughly cure folks of dropsies, tympanies, ascites, and hyposarsides, striking them on the belly 9 times with a Tenedian hatchet, without any solution of the continuum. Another cured all manner of fevers and agues on the spot, only with hanging a foxtail on the left side of the patient's girdle. One removed the toothache only with washing thrice the root of the aching tooth with elder vinegar, and letting it dry half an hour in the sun. Another the gout, whether hot or cold, natural or accidental, by barely making the gouty person shut his mouth and open his eyes. I saw another ease 9 gentlemen of St. Francis's distemper, a consumption in the pocket, or want of money. Those of St. Francis's order must carry none about Moitaux, in a very short space of time, having clapped a rope about their necks, at the end of which hung a box with 10,000 gold crowns in't. One with a wonderful engine threw the houses out at the windows, by which means they were purged of all pestilential air. Another cured all the 3 kinds of hectics, the tabid, atrophies, and emaciated, without bathing, Tabian milk, dropax, alias depilatory, or other such medicaments, only turning the consumptive for 3 months into monks. And he assured me that if they did not grow fat and plump in a monastic way of living, they never would be fattened in this world, either by nature or by art. I saw another surrounded with a crowd of 2 sorts of women. Some were young, quaint, clever, neat, pretty, juicy, tight, brisk, buxom, proper, kind-hearted, and as right as my leg, to any man's thinking. The rest were old, weather-beaten, overridden, toothless, blear-eyed, tough, wrinkled, shriveled, tawny, mouldy, phthisicky, decrepit hags, beldams, and walking carcasses. We were told that his office was to cast anew those she-pieces of antiquity, and make them such as the pretty creatures whom we saw, who had been made young again that day, recovering at once the beauty, shape, size, and disposition which they enjoyed at 16. Except their heels, that were now much shorter than in their former youth. This made them yet more apt to fall backwards whenever any man happened to touch them, than they had been before. As for their counterparts, the old mother-scratch Tobies, they most devoutly waited for the blessed hour when the batch that was in the oven was to be drawn, that they might have their turns. And in a mighty haste they were pulling and hauling the man like mad, telling him that 'tis the most grievous and intolerable thing in nature for the tail to be on fire and the head to scare away those who should quench it. The officer had his hands full, never wanting patience, neither did his place bring him in little, you may swear. Pantagruel asked him whether he could also make old men young again. He said he could not. But the way to make them new men was to get them to cohabit with a new-cast female. For this they caught that 5th kind of crinkums, which some call pelade, in Greek, ophiasis, that makes them cast off their old hair and skin, just as the serpents do, and thus their youth is renewed like the Arabian phoenixes. This is the true fountain of youth, for there the old and decrepit become young, active, and lusty. Just so, as Euripides tells us, Iolaus was transmogrified, and thus Phaon, for whom kind-hearted Sappho run wild, grew young again, for Venus's use. So Tithon by Aurora's means, so Ezon by Medea, and Jason also, who, if you'll believe Pherecydes and Simonides, was new-vamped and died by that witch, and so were the nurses of jolly Bacchus, and their husbands, as Aeschylus relates. Chapter 22. How Queen Whim's officers were employed. And how the said lady retained us among her abstractors. I then saw a great number of the Queen's officers, who made blackamoors white as fast as hops, just rubbing their bellies with the bottom of a pannier. Others, with 3 couples of foxes in one yoke, ploughed a sandy shore, and did not lose their seed. Others washed burnt tiles, and made them lose their color. Others extracted water out of pumice stones, braying them a good while in a mortar, and changed their substance. Others sheared asses, and thus got long fleece wool. Others gathered barberries and figs off of thistles. Others stroked he-goats by the dugs, and saved their milk in a sieve, and much they got by it. Others washed asses' heads without losing their soap. Others taught cows to dance, and did not lose their fiddling. Others pitched nets to catch the wind, and took cock-lobsters in them. I saw a spotisator, who very artificially got farts out of a dead ass, and sold them for 5 pence an ell. Another did putrefy beetles. Oh, the dainty food! Poor Panurge fairly cast up his accounts, and gave up his halfpenny, i.e. vomited, seeing an Archistarpanin who laid a huge plenty of chamber lye to putrefy in horse dung, mishmashed with abundance of Christian surreverence. Pew, fie upon him, nasty dog! However, he told us that with this sacred distillation he watered kings and princes, and made their sweet lives a fathom or two the longer. Others built churches to jump over the steeples. Others set carts before the horses, and began to flay eels at the tail, neither did the eels cry before they were hurt, like those of Melon. Others out of nothing made great things, and made great things return to nothing. Others cut fire into stakes with a knife, and drew water with a fish net. Others made chalk of cheese, and honey of a dog's t.d. We saw a knot of others, about a baker's dozen in number, tippling under an arbor. They toked out of jolly bottomless cups 4 sorts of cool, sparkling, pure, delicious, vine-tree syrup, which went down like mother's milk, and healths and bumpers flew about like lightning. We were told that these true philosophers were fairly multiplying the stars by drinking till the 7 were 14, as brawny Hercules did with Atlas. Others made a virtue of necessity, and the best of a bad market, which seemed to me a very good piece of work. Others made alchemy, i.e. surreverence, with their teeth, and clapping their hind retort to the recipient, made scurvy faces, and then squeezed. Others, in a large grass plot, exactly measured how far the fleas could go at a hop, a step, and jump. And told us that this was exceedingly useful for the ruling of kingdoms, the conduct of armies, and the administration of commonwealths. And that Socrates, who first got philosophy out of heaven, and from idling and trifling made it profitable and of moment, used to spend half his philosophizing time in measuring the leaps of fleas, as Aristophanes the quintessential affirms. I saw 2 Gibroans by themselves keeping watch on the top of a tower, and we were told they guarded the moon from the wolves. In a blind corner I met for more very hot at it, and ready to go to loggerheads. I asked what was the cause of the stir and ado, the mighty coil and pother they made. And I heard that for 4 livelong days those overwise roysters had been at it ding-dong, disputing on 3 high, more than metaphysical propositions, promising themselves mountains of gold by solving them. The first was concerning a hiasa's shadow, the second, of the smoke of a lantern, and the third of goat's hair, whether it were wool or no. We heard that they did not think it a bit strange that 2 contradictions in mode, form, figure, and time should be true, though I will warrant the sophists of Paris had rather be unchristened than own so much. While we were admiring all those men's wonderful doings, the evening star already twinkling, the Queen, God bless her, appeared, attended with her court, and again amazed and dazzled us. She perceived it, and said to us, "What occasions the aberrations of human cogitations through the perplexing labyrinths and abysses of admiration, is not the source of the effects which sagacious mortals visibly experience to be the consequential result of natural causes. 'Tis the novelty of the experiment which makes impressions on their conceptive, cogitative faculties, that do not provise the facility of the operation adequately, with a sub-act in sedate intellection, associated with diligent and congruous study. Consequently let all manner of perturbation abdicate the ventricles of your brains, if anyone has invaded them while they were contemplating what is transacted by my domestic ministers. Be spectators and auditors of every particular phenomenon and every individual proposition within the extent of my mansion. Satiate yourselves with all that can fall here under the consideration of your visual or auscultating powers, and thus emancipate yourselves from the servitude of Crassus ignorance. And that you may be induced to apprehend how sincerely I desire this in consideration of the studious cupidity that so demonstratively emicates at your external organs, from this present particle of time I retain you as my abstractors. Geber, my principal tabakin, shall register and initiate you at your departing." We humbly thanked her queenship without saying a word, accepting of the noble office she conferred on us. Chapter 23. How the Queen was served at dinner, and of her way of eating. Queen Whims after this said to her gentleman, the orifice of the ventricle, that ordinary ambassador for the alimentation of all members, whether superior or inferior, importunes us to restore, by the apposition of idoneous sustenance, what was dissipated by the internal calidity's action on the radical humidity. Therefore Spotizators, Xenomanes, Mimanes, and Parazons, be not culpable of dilatory protractions in the apposition of every reverberating species, but rather let them pullulate and superabound on the tables. As for you, nobilissime pregustators, and my gentilissime masticators, your frequently experimented industry, internected with prediligent sedulity in sedulous prediligence, continually aggravates you to propitiate all things in so expeditious a manner that there is no necessity of exciting in you a cupidity to consummate them. Therefore I can only suggest to you still to operate as you are assuefacted indefatigably to operate. Having made this fine speech, she retired for a while with part of her women, and we were told that 'twas to bathe, as the ancients did more commonly than we use nowadays to wash our hands before we eat. The tables were soon placed, the cloth spread, and then the Queen sat down. She ate nothing but celestial ambrosia, and drank nothing but divine nectar. As for the lords and ladies that were there, they, as well as we, fared on as rare, costly, and dainty dishes as ever Apicius what were dreamed of in his life. When we were as round as hoops, and as full as eggs, with stuffing the gut, an olla podrida, some call it an olio. Rabelais potpourri. Mouton was set before us to force hunger to come to terms with us, in case it had not granted us a truce. And such a huge vast thing it was that the plate which Pythius Alpheus gave King Darius would hardly have covered it. The olla consisted of several sorts of potages, salads, fricassees, saugrenées, cabarotidos, roast and boiled meat, carbonados, swinging pieces of powdered beef, good old hams, dainty somates, cakes, tarts. A world of curds after the Moorish way, fresh cheese, jellies, and fruit of all sorts. All this seemed to me good and dainty, however, the sight of it made me sigh, for alas, I could not taste a bit on't, so full I had filled my puddings before, and a bellyful is a bellyful you know. Yet I must tell you what I saw that seemed to me odd enough. Oh, conscience, 'twas some pasties in paste, and what should those pasties in paste be, d'ye think, but pasties in pots? At the bottom I perceived store of dice, cards, tarots, great cards on which many different things are figured. Mouton, louettes, pieces of ivory to play withal. Mouton. Chessmen, and checkers, besides full bowls of gold crowns, for those who had a mind to have a game or two and try their chance. Under this I saw a jolly company of mules in stately trappings, with velvet footcloths, and a troop of ambling nags, some for men and some for women, besides I don't know how many litters all lined with velvet, and some coaches of Ferrara make. All this for those who had a mind to take the air. This did not seem strange to me, but if anything did 'twas certainly the Queen's way of eating, and truly 'twas very new, and very odd, for she chewed nothing, the good lady. Not but that she had good sound teeth, and her meat required to be masticated, but such was her Highness's custom. When her pregustators had tasted the meat, her masticators took it and chewed it most nobly. For their dainty chops and gullets were lined through with crimson satin, with little welts and gold pearls, and their teeth were of delicate white ivory. Thus, when they had chewed the meat ready for her Highness's maw, they poured it down her throat through a funnel of fine gold, and so on to her craw. For that reason they told us she never visited a close stool but by proxy. Chapter 24. How there was a ball in the manner of a tournament, at which Queen Whims was present. After supper there was a ball in the form of a tilt or a tournament, not only worth seeing, but also never to be forgotten. First, the floor of the hall was covered with a large piece of velvet white and yellow checkered tapestry, each checker exactly square, and 3 full spans in breadth. Then 32 young persons came into the hall. 16 of them arrayed in cloth of gold, and of these 8 were young nymphs such as the ancients described Diana's attendants, the other 8 were a king, a queen, 2 wardens of the castle, 2 knights, and 2 archers. Those of the other band were clad in cloth of silver. They posted themselves on the tapestry in the following manner, the kings on the last line on the fourth square. So that the golden king was on a white square, and the silvered king on a yellow square, and each queen by her king. The golden queen on a yellow square, and the silvered queen on a white one, and on each side stood the archers to guide their kings and queens, by the archers the knights, and the wardens by them. In the next row before them stood the 8 nymphs. And between the 2 bands of nymphs 4 rows of squares stood empty. Each band had its musicians, 8 on each side, dressed in its livery, the one with orange-colored damask, the other with white. And all played on different instruments most melodiously and harmoniously, still varying in time and measure as the figure of the dance required. This seemed to me an admirable thing, considering the numerous diversity of steps, back steps, bounds, rebounds, jerks, paces, leaps, skips, turns, coops, hops, leadings, risings, meetings, flights, ambuscados, moves, and removes. I was also at a loss when I strove to comprehend how the dancers could so suddenly know what every different note meant. For they no sooner heard this or that sound but they placed themselves in the place which was denoted by the music, though their motions were all different. For the nymphs that stood in the first file, as if they designed to begin the fight, marched straight forwards to their enemies from square to square, unless it were the first step, at which they were free to move over 2 steps at once. They alone never fall back, which is not very natural to other nymphs, and if any of them is so lucky as to advance to the opposite king's row, she is immediately crowned queen of her king. And after that moves with the same state and in the same manner as the queen. But till that happens they never strike their enemies but forwards, and obliquely in a diagonal line. However, they make it not their chief business to take their foes. For, if they did, they would leave their queen exposed to the adverse parties, who then might take her. The kings move and take their enemies on all sides square ways, and only step from a white square into a yellow one, and vice versa, except at their first step the rank should want other officers than the wardens. For then they can set M in their place, and retire by him. The queens take a greater liberty than any of the rest. For they move backwards and forwards all manner of ways, in a straight line as far as they please, provided the place be not filled with one of her own party, and diagonally also, keeping to the color on which she stands. The archers move backwards or forwards, far and near, never changing the color on which they stand. The knights move and take in a lineal manner, stepping over one square, though a friend or foe stand upon it, posting themselves on the second square to the right or left, from one color to another, which is very unwelcome to the adverse party. And ought to be carefully observed, for they take it unawares. The wardens move and take to the right or left, before or behind them, like the kings, and can advance as far as they find places empty, which liberty the kings take not. The law which both sides observe is, at the end of the fight, to besiege and enclose the king of either party, so that he may not be able to move, and being reduced to that extremity, the battle is over, and he loses the day. Now, to avoid this, there is none of either sex of each party but is willing to sacrifice his or her life, and they begin to take one another on all sides in time, as soon as the music strikes up. When anyone takes a prisoner, he makes his honors, and striking him gently in the hand, puts him out of the field and combat, and encamps where he stood. If one of the kings chanced to stand where he might be taken, it is not lawful for any of his adversaries that had discovered him to lay hold on him. Far from it, they are strictly enjoined humbly to pay him their respects, and give him notice, saying, God preserve you, sir. That his officers may relieve and cover him, or he may remove, if unhappily he could not be relieved. However, he is not to be taken, but greeted with a good morrow, the others bending the knee, and thus the tournament uses to end. Chapter 25. How the 32 persons at the ball fought. The 2 companies having taken their stations, the music struck up, and with a martial sound, which had something of horrid in it, like a point of war, roused and alarmed both parties. Who now began to shiver, and then soon were warmed with warlike rage. And having got in readiness to fight desperately, impatient of delay stood waiting for the charge. Then the music of the silvered band ceased playing, and the instruments of the golden side alone were heard, which denoted that the golden party attacked. Accordingly, a new movement was played for the onset, and we saw the nymph who stood before the queen turn to the left towards her king, as it were to ask leave to fight. And thus saluting her company at the same time, she moved 2 squares forwards, and saluted the adverse party. Now the music of the Golden Brigade ceased playing, and their antagonists began again. I ought to have told you that the nymph who began by saluting her company, had by that formality also given them to understand that they were to fall on. She was saluted by them in the same manner, with a full turn to the left, except the queen, who went aside towards her king to the right, and the same manner of salutation was observed on both sides during the whole ball. The silvered nymph that stood before her queen likewise moved as soon as the music of her party sounded a charge. Her salutations, and those of her side, were to the right, and her queen's to the left. She moved in the second square forwards, and saluted her antagonists, facing the first golden nymph, so that there was not any distance between them, and you would have thought they too had been going to fight, but they only strike sideways. Their comrades, whether silvered or golden, followed them in an intercalary figure, and seemed to skirmish a while, till the golden nymph who had first entered the lists, striking a silvered nymph in the hand on the right, put her out of the field, and set herself in her place. But soon the music playing a new measure, she was struck by a silvered archer, who after that was obliged himself to retire. A silvered knight then sallied out, and the golden queen posted herself before her king. Then the silvered king, dreading the golden queen's fury, removed to the right, to the place where his warden stood, which seemed to him strong and well guarded. The 2 knights on the left, whether golden or silvered, marched up, and on either side took up many nymphs who could not retreat, principally the golden knight, who made this his whole business. But the silvered knight had greater designs, dissembling all along, and even sometimes not taking a nymph when he could have done it. Still moving on till he was come up to the main body of the enemies in such a manner that he saluted their king with a God save you, sir. The whole golden brigade quaked for fear and anger, those words giving notice of their king's danger. Not but that they could soon relieve him, but because their king being thus saluted they were to lose their warden on the right wing without any hopes of a recovery. Then the golden king retired to the left, and the silvered knight took the golden warden, which was a mighty loss to that party. However, they resolved to be revenged, and surrounded the knight that he might not escape. He tried to get off, behaving himself with a great deal of gallantry, and his friends did what they could to save him, but at last he fell into the golden queen's hands, and was carried off. Her forces, not yet satisfied, having lost one of her best men, with more fury than conduct moved about, and did much mischief among their enemies. The silvered party warily dissembled, watching their opportunity to be even with them, and presented one of their nymphs to the golden queen, having laid an ambuscado. So that the nymph being taken, a golden archer had like to have seized the silvered queen. Then the golden knight undertakes to take the silvered king and queen, and says, "Good morrow." Then the silvered archer salutes them, and was taken by a golden nymph, and she herself by a silvered one. The fight was obstinate and sharp. The wardens left their posts, and advanced to relieve their friends. The battle was doubtful, and victory hovered over both armies. Now the silvered host charge and break through their enemies' ranks as far as the golden king's tent, and now they are beaten back. The golden queen distinguishes herself from the rest by her mighty achievements still more than by her garb and dignity, for at once she takes an archer, and, going sideways, seizes a silvered warden. Which thing the silvered queen perceiving, she came forwards, and, rushing on with equal bravery, takes the last golden warden and some nymphs. The 2 queens fought a long while hand to hand. Now striving to take each other by surprise, then to save themselves, and sometimes to guard their kings. Finally, the golden queen took the silvered queen, but presently after she herself was taken by the silvered archer. Then the silvered king had only 3 nymphs, an archer, and a warden left, and the golden only 3 nymphs and the right knight, which made them fight more slowly and warily than before. The 2 kings seemed to mourn for the loss of their loving queens, and only studied and endeavored to get new ones out of all their nymphs to be raised to that dignity, and thus be married to them. This made them excite those brave nymphs to strive to reach the farthest rank, where stood the king of the contrary party, promising them certainly to have them crowned if they could do this. The golden nymphs were beforehand with the others, and out of their number was created a queen, who was dressed in royal robes, and had a crown set on her head. You need not doubt the silvered nymphs made also what haste they could to be queens. One of them was within a step of the coronation place, but there the golden knight lay ready to intercept her, so that she could go no further. The new golden queen, resolved to show herself valiant and worthy of her advancement to the crown, achieved great feats of arms. But in the meantime the silvered knight takes the golden warden who guarded the camp. And thus there was a new silvered queen, who, like the other, strove to excel in heroic deeds at the beginning of her reign. Thus the fight grew hotter than before. 1,000 stratagems, charges, rallyings, retreats, and attacks were tried on both sides, till at last the silvered queen, having by stealth advanced as far as the golden king's tent, cried, "God save you, sir." Now none but his new queen could relieve him, so she bravely came and exposed herself to the utmost extremity to deliver him out of it. Then the silvered warden with his queen reduced the golden king to such a stress that, to save himself, he was forced to lose his queen, but the golden king took him at last. However, the rest of the golden party were soon taken. And that king being left alone, the silvered party made him a low bow, crying, "Good morrow, sir." Which denoted that the silvered king had got the day. This being heard, the music of both parties loudly proclaimed the victory. And thus the first battle ended to the unspeakable joy of all the spectators. After this the two brigades took their former stations, and began to tilt a second time, much as they had done before, only the music played somewhat faster than at the first battle, and the motions were altogether different. I saw the golden queen sally out one of the first, with an archer and a knight, as it were angry at the former defeat, and she had like to have fallen upon the silvered king in his tent among his officers. But having been balked in her attempt, she skirmished briskly, and overthrew so many silvered nymphs and officers that it was a most amazing sight. You would have sworn she had been another Penthesilea. For she behaved herself with as much bravery as that Amazonian queen did at Troy. But this havoc did not last long, for the silvered party, exasperated by their loss, resolved to perish or stop her progress. And having posted an archer in ambuscado on a distant angle, together with a knight-errant, her highness fell into their hands and was carried out of the field. The rest were soon routed after the taking of their queen, who, without doubt, from that time resolved to be more wary and keep near her king, without venturing so far amidst her enemies unless with more force to defend her. Thus the silvered brigade once more got the victory. This did not dishearten or deject the golden party, far from it. They soon appeared again in the field to face their enemies. And being posted as before, both the armies seemed more resolute and cheerful than ever. Now the martial concert began, and the music was above a hemiol the quicker, according to the warlike Phrygian mode, such as was invented by Marsyas. Then our combatants began to wheel about, and charge with such a swiftness that in an instant they made 4 moves, besides the usual salutations. So that they were continually in action, flying, hovering, jumping, vaulting, curvetting, with pederistical turns and motions, and often intermingled. Seeing them then turn about on one foot after they had made their honors, we compared them to your tops or gigs, such as boys used to whip about, making them turn round so swiftly that they sleep, as they call it, and motion cannot be perceived. But resembles rest, its contrary. So that if you make a point or mark on some part of one of those gigs, 'twill be perceived not as a point, but a continual line, in a most divine manner, as Cusanus has wisely observed. While they were thus warmly engaged, we heard continually the claps and episemapses which those of the two bands reiterated at the taking of their enemies. And this, joined to the variety of their motions and music, would have forced smiles out of the most severe Cato, the never-laughing Crassus, the Athenian man-hater, Timon. Nay, even whining Heraclitus, though he abhorred laughing, the action that is most peculiar to man. For who could have forborne? Seeing those young warriors, with their nymphs and queens, so briskly and gracefully advance, retire, jump, leap, skip, spring, fly, vault, caper, move to the right, to the left, every way still in time, so swiftly, and yet so dexterously, that they never touched one another but methodically. As the number of the combatants lessened, the pleasure of the spectators increased, for the stratagems and motions of the remaining forces were more singular. I shall only add that this pleasing entertainment charmed us to such a degree that our minds were ravished with admiration and delight. And the martial harmony moved our souls so powerfully that we easily believed what is said of Ismenias as having excited Alexander to rise from table and run to his arms, with such a warlike melody. At last the Golden King remained master of the field, and while we were minding those dances, Queen Whims vanished, so that we saw her no more from that day to this. Then Gebers Michelots conducted us, and we were set down among her abstractors, as her queenship had commanded. After that we returned to the port of Mediotechne, and then straight aboard our ships. For the wind was fair, and had we not hoisted out of hand, we could hardly have got off in 3/4 of a moon in the wane. Chapter 26. How we came to the island of Odes, where the ways go up and down. We sailed before the wind, between a pair of courses, and in 2 days made the island of Odes, at which place we saw a very strange thing. The ways there are animals. So true is Aristotle's saying, that all self-moving things are animals. Now the ways walk there. Ergo, they are then animals. Some of them are strange unknown ways, like those of the planets, others are highways, crossways, and byways. I perceived that the travelers and inhabitants of that country asked, whither does this way go? Whither does that way go? Some answered, between Midi and Favroles, to the parish church, to the city, to the river, and so forth. Being thus in their right way, they used to reach their journey's end without any further trouble, just like those who go by water from Lyons to Avignon or Arles. Now, as you know that nothing is perfect here below, we heard there was a sort of people whom they called highwaymen, waybeaters, and makers of inroads and roads, and that the poor ways were sadly afraid of them, and shunned them as you do robbers. For these used to waylay them, as people lay trains for wolves, and set gins for woodcocks. I saw one who was taken up with a Lord Chief Justice's warrant for having unjustly, and in spite of Pallas, taken the schoolway, which is the longest. Another boasted that he had fairly taken his shortest, and that doing so he first compassed his design. Thus, Carpelin, meeting once a pistman looking upon a wall with his fiddle-diddle, or live urinal, in his hand, to make a little maid's water, cried that he did not wonder now how the other came to be still the first at Pantagruel's levee, since he held his shortest and least used. I found Bourges highway among these. It went with the deliberation of an abbot, but was made to scamper at the approach of some wagoners, who threatened to have it trampled under their horses' feet, and make their wagons run over it, as Tullia's chariot did over her father's body. I also espied there the old way between Peron and Street Quinton, which seemed to me a very good, honest, plain way, as smooth as a carpet, and as good as ever was trod upon by shoe of leather. Among the rocks I knew again the good old way to La Ferrare, mounted on a huge bear. This at a distance would have put me in mind of St. Jerome's picture, had but the bear been a lion. For the poor way was all mortified, and wore a long hoary beard uncombed and entangled, which looked like the picture of winter, or at least like a white frosted bush. On that way were store of beads or rosaries, coarsely made of wild pine tree. And it seemed kneeling, not standing, nor lying flat, but its sides and middle were beaten with huge stones, insomuch that it proved to us at once an object of fear and pity. While we were examining it, a runner, bachelor of the place, took us aside, and showing us a white smooth way, somewhat filled with straw, said, "Henceforth, gentlemen, do not reject the opinion of Thales the Milesian, who said that water is the beginning of all things, nor that of Homer, who tells us that all things derive their original from the ocean. For this same way which you see here had its beginning from water, and is to return whence she came before 2 months come to an end. Now carts are driven here where boats used to be rowed. Truly, said Pantagruel, you tell us no news. We see 500 such changes, and more, every year, in our world. Then reflecting on the different manner of going of those moving ways, he told us he believed that Philolaus and Aristarchus had philosophized in this island, and that Seleucus, Mautor reads, that some, indeed, were of opinion. Indeed, was of opinion the earth turns round about its poles, and not the heavens, whatever we may think to the contrary. As, when we are on the river Loire, we think the trees and the shore moves, though this is only an effect of our boat's motion. As we went back to our ships, we saw 3 waylayers, who, having been taken in ambuscado, were going to be broken on the wheel, and a huge fornicator was burned with a lingering fire for beating away and breaking one of its sides. We were told it was the way of the banks of the Nile in Egypt. Chapter 27. How we came to the island of Sandals, and of the order of semiquaver friars. Thence we went to the island of Sandals, whose inhabitants live on nothing but ling broth. However, we were very kindly received and entertained by Benius III, king of the island, who, after he had made us drink, took us with him to show us a spick-and-span new monastery which he had contrived for the semiquaver friars. So he called the religious men whom he had there. For he said that on t'other side the water lived friars who styled themselves her sweet ladyship's most humble servants. Item, the goodly friar minors, who are semibreves of bulls. The smoke-tearing tribe of minim friars, then the crotchet friars. So that these diminutives could be no more than semiquavers. By the statutes, bulls, and patents of Queen Whims, they were all dressed like so many house-burners, except that, as in Anjou your bricklayers used to quilt their knees when they tile houses, so these holy friars had usually quilted bellies. And thick quilted paunches were among them in much repute. Their codpieces were cut slipper fashion, and every monk among them wore 2, one sewed before and another behind, reporting that some certain dreadful mysteries were duly represented by this duplicity of codpieces. They wore shoes as round as basins, in imitation of those who inhabit the sandy sea. Their chins were close-shaved, and their feet iron-shod. And to show they did not value fortune, Benius made them shave and pull the hind part of their poles as bare as a bird's arse, from the crown to the shoulder-blades. But they had leave to let their hair grow before, from the 2 triangular bones in the upper part of the skull. Thus did they not value fortune a button, and cared no more for the goods of this world than you or I do for hanging. And to show how much they defied that blind jilt, all of them wore, not in their hands like her, but at their waist, instead of beads, sharp razors, which they used to new-grind twice a day and set thrice a night. Each of them had a round ball on their feet, because fortune is said to have one under hers. The flap of their cowls hanged forward, and not backwards, like those of others. Thus none could see their noses, and they laughed without fear both at fortune and the fortunate. Neither more nor less than our ladies laugh at bare-faced trolls when they have those mufflers on which they call masks, and which were formerly much more properly called charity, because they cover a multitude of sins. The hind part of their faces were always uncovered, as are our faces, which made them either go with their belly or the arse foremost, which they pleased. When their hind face went forwards, you would have sworn this had been their natural gait, as well on account of their round shoes as of the double codpiece, and their face behind, which was as bare as the back of my hand. And coarsely daubed over with 2 eyes and a mouth, such as you see on some Indian nuts. Now, if they offered to waddle along with their bellies forwards, you would have thought they were then playing at blindman's buff. May I never be hanged if 'twas not a comical sight. Their way of living was thus: about owlite they charitably began to boot and spur one another. This being done, the least thing they did was to sleep and snore. And thus sleeping, they had barnacles on the handles of their faces, or spectacles at most. You may swear we did not a little wonder at this odd fancy, but they satisfied us presently, telling us that the day of judgment is to take mankind napping. Therefore, to show they did not refuse to make their personal appearance as fortune's darlings used to do, they were always thus booted and spurred, ready to mount whenever the trumpet should sound. At noon, as soon as the clock struck, they used to awake. You must know that their clock bell, church bells, and refectory bells were all made according to the ponchal device, that is, quilted with the finest down, and their clappers of foxtails. Having then made shift to get up at noon, they pulled off their boots, and those that wanted to speak with a maid, alias piss, pissed, those that wanted to scumber, scumbered, and those that wanted to sneeze, sneezed. But all, whether they would or no, poor gentlemen, were obliged largely and plentifully to yawn, and this was their first breakfast, O rigorous statute. Methought 'twas very comical to observe their transactions, for, having laid their boots and spurs on a rack, they went into the cloisters. There they curiously washed their hands and mouths, then sat them down on a long bench, and picked their teeth till the provost gave the signal, whistling through his fingers. Then every he stretched out his jaws as much as he could, and they gaped and yawned for about half an hour, sometimes more, sometimes less, according as the prior judged the breakfast to be suitable to the day. After that they went in procession, 2 banners being carried before them, in one of which was the picture of virtue, and that of fortune in the other. The last went before, carried by a semi-quavering friar, at whose heels was another, with the shadow or image of virtue in one hand and an holy water sprinkle in the other, I mean of that holy mercurial water which Ovid describes in his Fasti. And as the preceding semi-quaver rang a handbell, this shaked the sprinkle with his fist. With that, says Pantagruel, this order contradicts the rule which Tully in the Academics prescribed, that virtue ought to go before, and fortune follow. But they told us they did as they ought, seeing their design was to breach, lash, and bethwack fortune. During the processions they trilled and quavered most melodiously betwixt their teeth I do not know what antiphons, or chantings, by turns. For my part, 'twas all Hebrew-Greek to me, the devil a word I could pick out on't. At last, pricking up my ears, and intensely listening, I perceived they only sang with the tip of theirs. Oh, what a rare harmony it was! How well 'twas tuned to the sound of their bells! You'll never find these to jar, that you won't. Pantagruel made a notable observation upon the processions, for says he, have you seen and observed the policy of these semiquavers? To make an end of their procession they went out at one of their church doors and came in at the other, they took a deal of care not to come in at the place whereat they went out. On my honor, these are a subtle sort of people, quoth Panurge. They have as much wit as 3 folks, 2 fools and a madman. They are as wise as the calf that ran 9 miles to suck a bull, and when he came there, 'twas a steer. This subtlety and wisdom of theirs, cried Friar John, is borrowed from the occult philosophy. May I be gutted like an oyster if I can tell what to make on't. Then the more 'tis to be feared, said Pantagruel. For subtlety suspected, subtlety foreseen, subtlety found out, loses the essence and very name of subtlety, and only gains that of blockishness. They are not such fools as you take them to be, they have more tricks than are good, I doubt. After the procession they went sluggingly into the fraudery room, by the way of walk and healthful exercise, and there kneeled under the tables, leaning their breasts on lanterns. While they were in that posture, in came a huge sandal, with a pitchfork in his hand, who used to baste, rib-roast, swaddle, and swinge them well favouredly, as they said, and in truth treated them after a fashion. They began their meal as you end yours, with cheese, and ended it with mustard and lettuce, as Martial tells us the ancients did. Afterwards a platterful of mustard was brought before every one of them, and thus they made good the proverb, after meat comes mustard. Their diet was this. Oh, Sundays they stuffed their puddings with puddings, chitlins, links, Bologna sausages, forced meats, liverings, hogs' haslets, young quails, and teals. You must also always add cheese for the first course, and mustard for the last. Oh, Mondays they were crammed with peas and pork, cum commento, and interlineary glosses. Oh, Tuesdays they used a twist store of holy bread, cakes, buns, puffs, Lenten loaves, jumbles, and biscuits. Oh, Wednesdays my gentlemen had fine sheep's heads, calves' heads, and brocks' heads, of which there's no want in that country. Oh, Thursdays they guzzled down 7 sorts of porridge, not forgetting mustard. Oh, Fridays they munched nothing but services or sorb apples, neither were these full ripe, as I guessed by their complexion. Oh, Saturdays they gnawed bones. Not that they were poor or needy, for every mother's son of them had a very good fat belly benefice. As for their drink, 'twas an antifortunal, thus they called I don't know what sort of a liquor of the place. When they wanted to eat or drink, they turned down the back points or flaps of their cowls forwards below their chins, and that served them instead of gorgets or slabbering bibs. When they had well dined, they prayed rarely all in quavers and shakes, and the rest of the day, expecting the day of judgment, they were taken up with acts of charity, and particularly. Oh, Sundays, rubbers at cuffs. Oh, Mondays, lending each other flirts and fillips on the nose. Oh, Tuesdays, clapper-clawing one another. Oh, Wednesdays, sniding and fly-flapping. Oh, Thursdays, worming and pumping. Oh, Fridays, tickling. Oh, Saturdays, jerking and furking one another. Such was their diet when they resided in the convent, and if the prior of the monkhouse sent any of them abroad, then they were strictly enjoined neither to touch nor eat any manner of fish as long as they were on sea or rivers. And to abstain from all manner of flesh whenever they were at land, that everyone might be convinced that, while they enjoyed the object, they denied themselves the power, and even the desire, and were no more moved with it than the Marpesian rock. All this was done with proper antiphons, still sung and chanted by ear, as we have already observed. When the sun went to bed, they fairly booted and spurred each other as before, and having clapped on their barnacles e'en jogged to bed too. At midnight the sandal came to them, and up they got, and having well wetted and set their razors, and been a-processioning, they clapped the tables over themselves, and like wire drawers under their work fell to it as aforesaid. Friar John de Anatomized, having shrewdly observed these jolly semiquaver friars, and had a full account of their statutes, lost all patience, and cried out aloud, bounce tail, and God hop mercy guts. If every fool should wear a bauble, fuel would be dear. A plague rotted, we must know how many farts go to an ounce. Would Priapus were here, as he used to be at the nocturnal festivals in Crete, that I might see him play backwards, and wriggle and shake to the purpose. Aye, this is the world, and t'other is the country. May I never piss if this be not an Antichthonian land, and our very antipodes. In Germany they pull down monasteries and unfrockify the monks, here they go quite calm, and act clean contrary to others, setting new ones up, against the hair. Chapter 28. How Panurge asked a semiquaver friar many questions, and was only answered in monosyllables. Panurge, who had since been wholly taken up with staring at these royal semiquavers, at last pulled one of them by the sleeve, who was as lean as a rake, and asked him, "Hear ye me, friar quaver, semiquaver, demi-semiquavering quaver, where is the punk?" The friar, pointing downwards, answered, "There." Pan. Pray, have you many? Friday. Few. Pan. How many scores have you? Friday. 1. Pan. How many would you have? Friday. 5. Pan. Where do you hide them? Friday. Here. Pan. I suppose they are not all of one age, but, pray, how is their shape? Friday. Straight. Pan. Their complexion? Friday. Clear. Pan. Their hair? Friday. Fair. Pan. Their eyes? Friday. Black. Pan. Their features? Friday. Good. Pan. Their brows? Friday. Small. Pan. Their graces? Friday. Ripe. Pan. Their looks? Friday. Free. Pan. Their feet? Friday. Flat. Pan. Their heels? Friday. Short. Pan. Their lower parts? Friday. Rare. Pan. And their arms? Friday. Long. Pan. What do they wear on their hands? Friday. Gloves. Pan. What sort of rings on their fingers? Friday. Gold. Pan. What rigging do you keep 'em in? Friday. Cloth. Pan. What sort of cloth is it? Friday. New. Pan. What color? Friday. Sky. Pan. What kind of cloth is it? Friday. Fine. Pan. What caps do they wear? Friday. Blue. Pan. What's the color of their stockings? Friday. Red. Pan. What wear they on their feet? Friday. Pumps. Pan. How do they use to be? Friday. Foul. Pan. How do they use to walk? Friday. Fast. Pan. Now let us talk of the kitchen, I mean that of the harlots, and without going hand over head let's a little examine things by particulars. What is in their kitchens? Friday. Fire. Pan. What fuel feeds it? Friday. Wood. Pan. What sort of wood is't? Friday. Dry. Pan. And of what kind of trees? Friday. Yews. Pan. What are the faggots and brushes of? Friday. Home. Pan. What would ye burn in your chambers? Friday. Pine. Pan. And of what other trees? Friday. Lime. Pan. Hear key me. As for the buttocks, I'll go your halves. Pray, how do you feed 'em? Friday. Well. Pan. First, what do they eat? Friday. Bread. Pan. Of what complexion? Friday. White. Pan. And what else? Friday. Meat. Pan. How do they love it dressed? Friday. Roast. Pan. What sort of porridge? Friday. None. Pan. Are they for pies and tarts? Friday. Much. Pan. Then I'm their man. Will fish go down with them? Friday. Well. Pan. And what else? Friday. Eggs. Pan. How do they like 'em? Friday. Boiled. Pan. How must they be done? Friday. Hard. Pan. Is this all they have? Friday. No. Pan. What have they besides, then? Friday. Beef. Pan. And what else? Friday. Pork. Pan. And what more? Friday. Geese. Pan. What then? Friday. Ducks. Pan. And what besides? Friday. Cocks. Pan. What do they season their meat with? Friday. Salt. Pan. What sauce are they most dainty for? Friday. Must. Pan. What's their last course? Friday. Rice. Pan. And what else? Friday. Milk. Pan. What besides? Friday. Peas. Pan. What sort? Friday. Green. Pan. What do they boil with 'em? Friday. Pork. Pan. What fruit do they eat? Friday. Good. Pan. How? Friday. Raw. Pan. What do they end with? Friday. Nuts. Pan. How do they drink? Friday. Neat. Pan. What liquor? Friday. Wine. Pan. What sort? Friday. White. Pan. In winter? Friday. Strong. Pan. In the spring? Friday. Brisk. Pan. In summer? Friday. Cool. Pan. In autumn? Friday. New. Buttock of a monk. Cried Friar John, how plump these plaguy trolls, these arch semi-quavering strumpets, must be. That damned cattle are so high-fed that they must needs be high-mettled, and ready to wince and give 2 ups for 1 go down when anyone offers to ride them below the crupper. Prithee, Friar John, quoth Panurge, hold thy prating tongue. Stay till I have done. Till what time do the doxies sit up? Friday. Night. Pan. When do they get up? Friday. Late. Pan. May I ride on a horse that was foaled of an acorn, if this be not as honest a cod as ever the ground went upon, and as grave as an old gatepost into the bargain. Would to the blessed Saint Semiquaver, and the blessed worthy Virgin St. Semiquavera, he were Lord Chief President, Justice, of Paris. O dies bodikins, how he'd dispatch. With what expedition would he bring disputes to an upshot? What an abbreviator and clawer off of lawsuits, reconciler of differences, examiner and fumbler of bags, peruser of bills, scribbler of rough drafts, and engrosser of deeds would he not make? Well, friar, spare your breath to cool your porridge. Come, let's now talk with deliberation, fairly and softly, as lawyers go to heaven. Let's know how you victualled the venereal camp. How is the snatchblatch? Friday. Rough. Pan. How is the gateway? Friday. Free. Pan. And how is it within? Friday. Deep. Pan. I mean, what weather is it there? Friday. Hot. Pan. What shadows the brooks? Friday. Groves. Pan. Of what's the color of the twigs? Friday. Red. Pan. And that of the old? Friday. Gray. Pan. How are you when you shake? Friday. Brisk. Pan. How is their motion? Friday. Quick. Pan. Would you have them vault or wriggle more? Friday. Less. Pan. What kind of tools are yours? Friday. Big. Pan. And in their helves? Friday. Round. Pan. Of what color is the tip? Friday. Red. Pan. When they've even used, how are they? Friday. Shrunk. Pan. How much weighs each bag of tools? Friday. Pounds. Pan. How hang your pouches? Friday. Tight. Pan. How are they when you've done? Friday. Lank. Pan. Now, by the oath you have taken, tell me, when you have a mind to cohabit, how you throw them. Friday. Down. Pan. And what do they say then? Friday. Fie. Pan. However, like maids, they say nay, and take it. And speak the less, but think the more, minding the work in hand, do they not? Friday. True. Pan. Do they get you bairns? Friday. None. Pan. How do you pig together? Friday. Bear. Pan. Remember you're upon your oath, and tell me justly and bona fide how many times a day you monk it. Friday. 6. Pan. How many bouts a nights? Friday. 10. Catso, quoth Friar John, the poor fornicating brother is bashful, and sticks at 16, as if that were his stint. Right, quoth Panurge, but couldst thou keep pace with him, Friar John, my dainty cod? May the devil's dam suck my teat if he does not look as if he had got a blow over the nose with a Naples cowlstaff. Pan. Pray, Friar Shakewell, does your whole fraternity quaver and shake at that rate? Friday. All. Pan. Who of them is the best cock o' the game? Friday. I. Pan. Do you never commit dry bobs or flashes in the pan? Friday. None. Pan. I blush like any black dog, and could be as testy as an old cook when I think on all this, it passes my understanding. But, pray, when you have been pumped dry one day, what have you got the next? Friday. More. Pan. By Priapus, they have the Indian herb of which Theophrastus spoke, or I'm much out. But, hear ye me, thou man of brevity, should some impediment, honestly or otherwise, impair your talents and cause your benevolence to lessen, how would it fare with you, then? Friday. Ill. Pan. What would the wenches do? Friday. Rail. Pan. What if you skipped, and let em fast a whole day? Friday. Worse. Pan. What do you give em then? Friday. Thwacks. Pan. What do they say to this? Friday. Ball. Pan. And what else? Friday. Curse. Pan. How do you correct em? Friday. Hard. Pan. What do you get out of em then? Friday. Blood. Pan. How's their complexion then? Friday. Odd. Pan. What do they mend it with? Friday. Paint. Pan. Then what do they do? Friday. Fawn. Pan. By the oath you have taken, tell me truly what time of the year do you do it least in? Friday. Now, August. Pan. What season do you do it best in? Friday. March. Pan. How is your performance the rest of the year? Friday. Brisk. Then quoth Panurge, sneering, of all, commend me to ball, this is the friar of the world for my money. You've heard how short, concise, and compendious he is in his answers. Nothing is to be got out of him but monosyllables. By Jingo, I believe he would make 3 bites of a cherry. Damn him, cried Friar John, that's as true as I am his uncle. The dog yelps at another gate's rate when he is among his bitches, there he is polysyllable enough, my life for yours. You talk of making 3 bites of a cherry. God send fools more wit and us more money. May I be doomed to fast a whole day if I don't verily believe he would not make above 2 bites of a shoulder of mutton and 1 swoop of a whole pottle of wine. Zoons, do but see how down o' the mouth the cur looks. He's nothing but skin and bones, he has pissed his tallow. Truly, truly, quoth Epistman, this rascally monastical vermin all over the world mind nothing but their gut, and are as ravenous as any kites, and then, forsooth, they tell us they've nothing but food and raiment in this world. 'Sdeath, what more have kings and princes? Chapter 29. How Epistman disliked the institution of Lent. Pray did you observe, continued Epistman, how this damned ill-favoured semiquaver mentioned March as the best month for caterwauling? True, said Pantagruel. Yet Lent and March always go together, and the first was instituted to macerate and bring down our pampered flesh, to weaken and subdue its lusts, to curb and assuage the venereal rage. By this, said Epistman, you may guess what kind of a pope it was who first enjoined it to be kept, since this filthy wooden-shoed semiquaver owns that his spoon is never oftener or deeper in the porringer of lechery than in Lent. Add to this the evident reasons given by all good and learned physicians, affirming that throughout the whole year no food is eaten that can prompt mankind to lascivious acts more than at that time. As, for example, beans, peas, phasels, or long pison, sitches, onions, nuts, oysters, herrings, salt meats, garum, a kind of anchovy, and salads wholly made up of venereous herbs and fruits, as rocket, parsley, hop buds, nose smart, rampions, figs, tarragon, poppy, rice, cresses, celery, raisins, and others. It would not a little surprise you, said Pantagruel, should a man tell you that the good Pope who first ordered the keeping of Lent, perceiving that at that time year the natural heat, from the centre of the body, whither it was retired during the winter's cold, diffuses itself, as the sap does in trees, through the circumference of the members, did therefore in a manner prescribe that sort of diet to forward the propagation of mankind. What makes me think so, is that by the registers of christenings at Towers it appears that more children are born in October and November than in the other 10 months of the year. And reckoning backwards, 'twill be easily found that they were all made, conceived, and begotten in Lent. I listen to you with both my ears, quoth Friar John, and that with no small pleasure, I'll assure you. But I must tell you that the vicar of Jambert ascribed this copious prolification of the women, not to that sort of food that we chiefly eat in Lent, but to the little licensed stooping mumpers, your little booted Lent preachers. Your little draggle-tailed father confessors, who during all that time of their reign damn all husbands that run astray 3 fathom and a half below the very lowest pit of hell. So the silly cod's-headed brothers of the noose dare not then stumble any more at the truckle-bed, to the no small discomfort of their maids, and are even forced, poor souls, to take up with their own bodily wives. Dixie, I have done. You may descant on the institution of Lent as much as you please, cried Epistemon, so many men so many minds, but certainly all the physicians will be against its being suppressed, though I think that time is at hand. I know they will, and have heard M say were it not for Lent their art would soon fall into contempt, and they'd get nothing, for hardly anybody would be sick. All distempers are sowed in Lent. 'Tis the true seminary and native bed of all diseases, nor does it only weaken and putrefy bodies, but it also makes souls mad and uneasy. For then the devils do their best, and drive a subtle trade, and the tribe of canting dissemblers come out of their holes. 'Tis then term time with your cuculated pieces of formality that have one face to God and another to the devil. And a wretched clutter they make with their sessions, stations, pardons, syntereses, confessions, whippings, anathematizations, and much prayer with as little devotion. However, I'll not offer to infer from this that the Arimaspians are better than we are in that point, yet I speak to the purpose. Well, quoth Panurge to the semiquaver friar, who happened to be by, dear bumbasting, shaking, trilling, quavering cod, what thinkest thou of this fellow? Is he a rank heretic? Friday. Much. Pan. Ought he not to be singed? Friday. Well. Pan. As soon as may be. Friday. Right. Pan. Should not he be scalded first? Friday. No. Pan. How then, should he be roasted? Friday. Quick. Pan. Till at last he be. Friday. Dead. Pan. What has he made you? Friday. Mad. Pan. What d'ye take him to be? Friday. Damned. Pan. What place is he to go to? Friday. Hell. Pan. But, first, how would you have him served here? Friday. Burnt. Pan. Some have been served so. Friday. Store. Pan. That were heretics. Friday. Less. Pan. And the number of those that are to be warned thus hereafter is? Friday. Great. Pan. How many of them do you intend to save? Friday. None. Pan. So you'd have them burned? Friday. All. I wonder, said Epistemon to Panurge, what pleasure you can find in talking thus with this lousy tatterdemalion of a monk. I vow, did I not know you well, I might be ready to think you had no more wit in your head than he has in both his shoulders. Come, come, scatter no words, returned Panurge, everyone as they like, as the woman said when she kissed her cow. I wish I might carry him to Gargantua, when I'm married he might be my wife's fool. And make you one, cried Epistemon. Well said, quoth Friar John. Now, poor Panurge, take that along with thee, thou art e'en fitted, 'tis a plain case thou'lt never escape wearing the bull's feather, thy wife will be as common as the highway, that's certain. Chapter 30. How we came to the land of satin. Having pleased ourselves with observing that new order of semiquaver friars, we set sail, and in 3 days our skipper made the finest and most delightful island that ever was seen. He called it the island of Frise, for all the ways were of frieze. In that island is the land of satin, so celebrated by our court pages. Its trees and herbage never lose their leaves or flowers, and are all damask and flowered velvet. As for the beasts and birds, they are all of tapestry work. There we saw many beasts, birds on trees, of the same color, bigness, and shape of those in our country. With this difference, however, that these did eat nothing, and never sung or bit like ours, and we also saw there many sorts of creatures which we never had seen before. Among the rest, several elephants in various postures. 12 of which were the 6 males and 6 females that were brought to Rome by their governor in the time of Germanicus, Tiberius's nephew. Some of them were learned elephants, some musicians, others philosophers, dancers, and showers of tricks. And all sat down at table in good order, silently eating and drinking like so many fathers in a frottery room. With their snouts or proboscises, some 2 cubits long, they draw up water for their own drinking, and take hold of palm leaves, plums, and all manner of edibles, using them offensively or defensively as we do our fists. With them tossing men high into the air in fight, and making them burst with laughing when they come to the ground. They have joints, in their legs, whatever some men, who doubtless never saw any but painted, may have written to the contrary. Between their teeth they have 2 huge horns, thus Juba called M, and Pausanias tells us they are not teeth, but horns. However, Philostratus will have M to be teeth, and not horns. 'Tis all one to me, provided you will be pleased to own them to be true ivory. These are some 3 or 4 cubits long, and are fixed in the upper jawbone, and consequently not in the lowermost. If you hearken to those who will tell you to the contrary, you will find yourself damnably mistaken, for that's a lie with a latchet. Though 'twere alien, that long-bow man, that told you so, never believe him, for he lies as fast as a dog can trot. 'Twas in this very island that Pliny, his brother tell truth, had seen some elephants dance on the rope with bells, and whip over the tables, presto, begone, while people were at feasts. Without so much as touching the toping topers or the topers toping. I saw a rhinoceros there, just such a one as Harry Clerberg had formerly showed me. Methought it was not much unlike a certain boar which I had formerly seen at Limoges, except the sharp horn on its snout, that was about a cubit long. By the means of which that animal dares encounter with an elephant, that is sometimes killed with its point thrust into its belly, which is its most tender and defenseless part. I saw there 32 unicorns. They are a cursed sort of creatures, much resembling a fine horse, unless it be that their heads are like a stag's, their feet like an elephant's, their tails like a wild boar's, and out of each of their foreheads sprouts out a sharp black horn. Some 6 or 7 feet long. Commonly it dangles down like a turkey-cock's comb. When a unicorn has a mind to fight, or put it to any other use, what does it do but make it stand, and then 'tis as straight as an arrow. I saw one of them, which was attended with a throng of other wild beasts, purify a fountain with its horn. With that Panurge told me that his prancer, alias his nimble wimble, was like the unicorn, not altogether in length indeed, but in virtue and propriety. For as the unicorn purified pools and fountains from filth and venom, so that other animals came and drank securely there afterwards, in the like manner others might water their nags, and dabble after him without fear of chancres, carnosities, gonorrheas, buboes, crinkums, and such other plagues caught by those who venture to quench their amorous thirst in a common puddle. For with his nervous horn he removed all the infection that might be lurking in some blind cranny of the mephitic sweet-scented hole. Well, quoth Friar John, when you are sped, that is, when you are married, we will make a trial of this on thy spouse, merely for charity's sake, since you are pleased to give us so beneficial an instruction. Ay, returned Panurge, and then immediately I'll give you a pretty gentle aggregative pill of God, made up of 22 kind stabs with a dagger, after the Caesarean way. Catso, cried Friar John, I had rather take off a bumper of good cool wine. I saw there the golden fleece formerly conquered by Jason, and can assure you, on the word of an honest man, that those who have said it was not a fleece but a golden pippin, because melon signifies both an apple and a sheep, were utterly mistaken. I saw also a chameleon, such as Aristotle describes it, and like that which had been formerly shown me by Charles Maris, a famous physician of the noble city of Lyons on the Rhone, and the said chameleon lived on air just as the other did. I saw 3 hydras, like those I had formerly seen. They are a kind of serpent, with 7 different heads. I saw also 14 phoenixes. I had read in many authors that there was but one in the whole world in every century. But, if I may presume to speak my mind, I declare that those who said this had never seen any, unless it were in the land of tapestry, though 'twere vouched by Claudian or Lactantius Firmianus. I saw the skin of Apuleius's golden ass. I saw 309 pelicans. Item, 6016 seleucid birds marching in battalia, and picking up straggling grasshoppers in cornfields. Item, some cynomologi, argotals, caprimulgi, thynuncles, onocrotals, or bitterns, with their wide swallows, stymphalides, harpies, panthers, dorcasses, or bucks, samades, cynocephalases, satyrs, cartisans, tarans, uri, monopses, or bonassi. Needs, steras, marmozets, or monkeys, bugles, musimans, bideroses, ophorai, screech owls, goblins, fairies, and griffins. I saw mid-Lent horseback, with mid-August and mid-March holding its stirrups. I saw some mankind wolves, centaurs, tigers, leopards, hyenas, camelopardals, and oryxes, or huge wild goats with sharp horns. I saw a remora, a little fish called Echinius by the Greeks, and near it a tall ship that did not get ahead an inch, though she was in the offing with top and topgallant spread before the wind. I am somewhat inclined to believe that 'twas the very numerical ship in which Periander the tyrant happened to be when it was stopped by such a little fish in spite of wind and tide. It was in this land of Saturn, and in no other, that Mucianus had seen one of them. Friar John told us that in the days of your 2 sorts of fishes used to abound in our courts of judicature, and rotted the bodies and tormented the souls of those who were at law, whether noble or of mean descent, high or low, rich or poor. The first were your April fish or mackerel, pimps, panders, and bawds. The others your beneficial remeras, that is, the eternity of lawsuits, the needless lets that keep undecided. I saw some sphinges, some raphes, some ounces, and some cephi, whose 4 feet are like hands and their hind feet like man's. Also some crocutas and some ely as big as seahorses, with elephants' tails, boars' jaws and tusks, and horns as pliant as an ass's ears. The crocutas, most fleet animals, as big as our asses of Mirabilis, have necks, tails, and breasts like a lion's, legs like a stag's, have mouths up to the ears, and but 2 teeth, one above and one below. They speak with human voices, but when they do they say nothing. Some people say that none e'er saw an eyrie, or nest of sakers. If you'll believe me, I saw no less than 11, and I'm sure I reckoned right. I saw some left-handed halberds, which were the first that I had ever seen. I saw some manticores, a most strange sort of creatures, which have the body of a lion, red hair, a face and ears like a man's, 3 rows of teeth which close together as if you joined your hands with your fingers between each other. They have a sting in their tails like a scorpion's, and a very melodious voice. I saw some catapulpazes, a sort of serpents, whose bodies are small, but their heads large, without any proportion, so that they've much ado to lift them up. And their eyes are so infectious that whoever sees them dies upon the spot, as if he had seen a basilisk. I saw some beasts with 2 backs, and those seemed to me the merriest creatures in the world. They were most nimble at wriggling the buttocks, and more diligent in tail wagging than any water wagtails, perpetually jogging and shaking their double rumps. I saw there some milched crawfish, creatures that I never had heard of before in my life. These moved in very good order, and 'twould have done your heart good to have seen them. Chapter 31. How in the land of Satin we saw Hearsay, who kept a school of vouching. We went a little higher up into the country of tapestry, and saw the Mediterranean Sea open to the right and left down to the very bottom. Just as the Red Sea very fairly left its bed at the Arabian Gulf to make a lane for the Jews when they left Egypt. There I found Triton winding his silver shell instead of a horn, and also Glaucus, Proteus, Nereus, and 1,000 other godlings and sea monsters. I also saw an infinite number of fish of all kinds, dancing, flying, vaulting, fighting, eating, breathing, billing, shoving, milting, spawning, hunting, fishing, skirmishing, lying in ambuscado, making truces, cheapening, bargaining, swearing, and sporting. In a blind corner we saw Aristotle holding a lantern in the posture in which the hermit uses to be drawn near St. Christopher, watching, prying, thinking, and setting everything down. Behind him stood a pack of other philosophers, like so many bums by a head bailiff, as Appian, Heliodorus, Athenaeus, Porphyrius, Pancrates, Arcadian, Numenius, Posidonius, Avidus, Appianus, Olympus, Seleucus, Leonidas, Agathocles, Theophrastus, Damostratus, Mutianus, Nymphodorus, Aelian, and 500 other such plodding dons, who were full of business, yet had little to do. Like Chrysippus or Aristarchus of Soli, who for 58 years together did nothing in the world but examine the state and concerns of bees. I spied Peter Gillis among these, with a urinal in his hand, narrowly watching the water of those goodly fishes. When we had long beheld everything in this land of satin, Pantagruel said, I have sufficiently fed my eyes, but my belly is empty all this while, and chimes to let me know 'tis time to go to dinner. Let's take care of the body lest the soul abdicate it, and to this effect let's taste some of these anacampsarotes, an herb, the touching of which is said to reconcile lovers. Mata, that hang over our heads. Pshaw, cried one, they are mere trash, stark not, oh, my word, they're good for nothing. I then went to pluck some myrobalans off of a piece of tapestry whereon they hung, but the devil a bit I could chew or swallow them. And had you had them betwixt your teeth you would have sworn they had been thrown silk, there was no manner of savour in them. One might be apt to think Heliogabalus had taken a hint from thence, to feast those whom he had caused to fast a long time, promising them a sumptuous, plentiful, and imperial feast after it. For all the treat used to amount to no more than several sorts of meat in wax, marble, earthenware, painted and figured tablecloths. While we were looking up and down to find some more substantial food, we heard a loud various noise, like that of paper mills, or women bucking of linen. So with all speed we went to the place whence the noise came, where we found a diminutive, monstrous, misshapen old fellow, called Hearsay. His mouth was slit up to his ears, and in it were 7 tongues, each of them cleft into 7 parts. However, he chattered, tattled, and prated with all the 7 at once, of different matters, and in divers languages. He had as many ears all over his head and the rest of his body as Argus formerly had eyes, and was as blind as a beetle, and had the palsy in his legs. About him stood an innumerable number of men and women, gaping, listening, and hearing very intensely. Among them I observed some who strutted like crows in a gutter, and principally a very handsome bodied man in the face, who held then a map of the world, and with little aphorisms compendiously explained everything to M. So that those men of happy memories grew learned in a trice, and would most fluently talk with you of a world of prodigious things, the 100th part of which would take up a man's whole life to be fully known. Among the rest they descanted with great prolixity on the pyramids and hieroglyphics of Egypt, of the Nile, of Babylon, of the troglodytes, the hymantopodes, or crump-footed nation, the Blemii. People that wear their heads in the middle of their breasts, the pygmies, the cannibals, the Hyperboreae and their mountains, the Aegipanes with their goats' feet, and the devil and all of others. Every individual word of it by hearsay. I am much mistaken if I did not see among them Herodotus, Pliny, Silenus, Berosus, Philostratus, Pomponius Mela, Strabo, and God knows how many other antiquaries. Then Albert, the great Jacobin friar, Peter Tesmoin, alias Witness, Pope Pius II, Volitaranus, Paulus Jovius the Valiant, Jemmy Cartier, Chaton the Armenian, Marco Polo the Venetian, Ludovico Romano, Pedro Olivares. And 40 cartloads of other modern historians, lurking behind a piece of tapestry, where they were at it ding-dong, privately scribbling the Lord knows what and making rare work of it. And all by hearsay. Behind another piece of tapestry, on which Naboth and Susanna's accusers were fairly represented, I saw close by hearsay, good store of men of the country of Perse and Maine, notable students, and young enough. I asked what sort of study they applied themselves to, and was told that from their youth they learned to be evidences, affidavit men, and vouchers, and were instructed in the art of swearing. In which they soon became such proficients, that when they left that country, and went back into their own, they set up for themselves and very honestly lived by their trade of evidencing. Positively giving their testimony of all things whatsoever to those who feed them most roundly to do a job of journey work for them. And all this by hearsay. You may think what you will of it, but I can assure you they gave some of us corners of their cakes, and we merrily helped to empty their hogsheads. Then, in a friendly manner, they advised us to be as sparing of truth as possibly we could if ever we had a mind to get court preferment. Chapter 32. How we came in sight of Lantern Land. Having been but scurvily entertained in the land of satin, we went board, and having set sail, in 4 days came near the coast of Lantern Land. We then saw certain little hovering fires on the sea. For my part, I did not take them to be lanterns, but rather thought they were fishes which lolled their flaming tongues on the surface of the sea, or lampyrides, which some call cicindellas, or glowworms. Shining there as ripe barley does nights in my country. But the skipper satisfied us that they were the lanterns of the watch, or, more properly, lighthouses, set up in many places round the precinct of the place to discover the land, and for the safe piloting in of some outlandish lanterns, which, like good Franciscan and Jacobin friars, were coming to make their personal appearance at the provincial chapter. However, some of us were somewhat suspicious that these fires were the forerunners of some storm, but the skipper assured us again they were not. Chapter 33. How we landed at the port of the Lycnobii, and came to Lantern Land. Soon after we arrived at the port of Lantern Land, where Pantagruel discovered on a high tower the lantern of Rochelle, that stood us in good stead. For it cast a great light. We also saw the lantern of Pharos, that of Nauplion, and that of Acropolis at Athens, sacred to Pallas. Near the port there's a little hamlet inhabited by the Lycnobii, that live by lanterns, as the gully-gutted friars in our country live by nuns. They are studious people, and as honest men as ever shit in a trumpet. Demosthenes had formerly lanternized there. We were conducted from that place to the palace by 3 obeliskalichnis, a kind of beacons. Mautal. Military guards of the port, with high-crowned hats, whom we acquainted with the cause of our voyage, and our design. Which was to desire the queen of the country to grant us a lantern to light and conduct us during our voyage to the oracle of the holy bottle. They promised to assist us in this, and added that we could never have come in a better time, for then the lanterns held their provincial chapter. When we came to the royal palace we had audience of Her Highness the Queen of Lantern Land, being introduced by 2 lanterns of honor, that of Aristophanes and that of Cleanthes, Mauta adds here, mistresses of the ceremonies. Panurge in a few words acquainted her with the causes of our voyage, and she received us with great demonstrations of friendship. Desiring us to come to her at supper time that we might more easily make choice of one to be our guide, which pleased us extremely. We did not fail to observe intensely everything we could see, as the garbs, motions, and deportment of the queen's subjects, principally the manner after which she was served. The bright queen was dressed in virgin crystal of Tuscia wrought damask-wise, and beset with large diamonds. The lanterns of the royal blood were clad partly with bastard diamonds, partly with diaphanous stones. The rest with horn, paper, and oiled cloth. The cresset lights took place according to the antiquity and lustre of their families. An earthen dark lantern, shaped like a pot, notwithstanding this took place of some of the first quality. At which I wondered much, till I was told it was that of Epictetus, for which 3,000 drachmas had been formerly refused. Martial's Polymix lantern, Mottot gives a footnote, a lamp with many wicks, or a branched candlestick with many springs coming out of it, that supply all the branches with oil, made a very good figure there. I took particular notice of its dress, and more yet of the lichnosimity formerly consecrated by Canopa, the daughter of Tisias. I saw the lantern pensile formerly taken out of the temple of Apollo Palatinus at Thebes, and afterwards by Alexander the Great, carried to the town of Samos. The words in brackets have been omitted by Mottot. I saw another that distinguished itself from the rest by a bushy tuft of crimson silk on its head. I was told 'twas that of Bartolus, the lantern of the civilians. Two others were very remarkable for glister pouches that dangled at their waist. We were told that one was the greater light and the other the lesser light of the apothecaries. When 'twas supper time, the Queen's Highness first sat down, and then the lady lanterns, according to their rank and dignity. For the first course they were all served with large Christmas candles, except the Queen, who was served with a hugeous, thick, stiff, flaming taper of white wax, somewhat red towards the tip. And the royal family, as also the provincial lantern of Mirabilis, who were served with nut lights, and the provincial of Lower Poitou, with an armed candle. After that, God wot, what a glorious light they gave with their wicks. I do not say all, for you must accept a parcel of junior lanterns, under the government of a high and mighty one. These did not cast a light like the rest, but seemed to me dimmer than any long snuff farthing candle whose tallow has been half melted away in a hothouse. After supper we withdrew to take some rest, and the next day the Queen made us choose one of the most illustrious lanterns to guide us, after which we took our leave. Chapter 34. How we arrived at the Oracle of the Bottle. Our glorious lantern lighting and directing us to heart's content, we at last arrived at the desired island where was the Oracle of the Bottle. As soon as friend Panurge landed, he nimbly cut a caper with one leg for joy, and cried to Pantagruel, "Now we are where we have wished ourselves long ago. This is the place we've been seeking with such toil and labor." He then made a compliment to our lantern, who desired us to be of good cheer, and not be daunted or dismayed whatever we might chance to see. To come to the temple of the holy bottle we were to go through a large vineyard, in which were all sorts of vines, as the Falernian, Malvoisin, the Muscadine, those of Tage, Beaune, Mirabeau, Orleans, Picardant, Arbois, Coucy, Anjou, Grave, Corsica, Vierain, Nerac, and others. This vineyard was formerly planted by the good Bacchus, with so great a blessing that it yields leaves, flowers, and fruit all the year round, like the orange trees at Suresnes. Our magnificent lantern ordered every one of us to eat 3 grapes, to put some vine leaves in his shoes, and take a vine branch in his left hand. At the end of the close we went under an arch built after the manner of those of the ancients. The trophies of a toper were curiously carved on it. First, on one side was to be seen a long train of flagons, leathern bottles, flasks, cans, glass bottles, barrels, nip perkins, pint pots, quart pots, pottles, gallons, and old-fashioned semazes, swinging wooden pots, such as those out of which the Germans fill their glasses. These hung on a shady arbor. On another side was store of garlic, onions, shallots, hams, botargos, caviar, biscuits, neat's tongues, old cheese, and such like comfits, very artificially interwoven, and packed together with vine stalks. On another were 100 sorts of drinking glasses, cups, cisterns, ewers, false cups, tumblers, bowls, mazers, mugs, jugs, goblets, talboys, and such other back-chic artillery. On the frontispiece of the triumphal arch, under the zoophore, was the following couplet. You who presume to move this way, get a good lantern, lest you stray. We took special care of that, cried Pantagruel when he had read them. For there is not a better or a more divine lantern than ours in all lantern land. This arch ended at a fine large round alley covered over with the interlaid branches of vines, loaded and adorned with clusters of 500 different colors, and of as many various shapes, not natural, but due to the skill of agriculture. Some were golden, others bluish, tawny, azure, white, black, green, purple, streaked with many colors, long, round, triangular, cod-like, hairy, great-headed, and grassy. That pleasant alley ended at 3 old ivy trees, verdant, and all loaden with rings. Our enlightened lantern directed us to make ourselves hats with some of their leaves, and cover our heads wholly with them, which was immediately done. Jupiter's priestess, said Pantagruel, in former days would not like us have walked under this arbor. There was a mystical reason, answered our most perspicuous lantern, that would have hindered her. For had she gone under it, the wine, or the grapes of which 'tis made, that's the same thing, had been over her head, and then she would have seemed overtopped and mastered by wine. Which implies that priests, and all persons who devote themselves to the contemplation of divine things, ought to keep their minds sedate and calm, and avoid whatever might disturb and discompose their tranquillity. Which nothing is more apt to do than drunkenness. You also, continued our lantern, could not come into the holy bottle's presence, after you have gone through this arch, did not that noble priestess Bacbuc first see your shoes full of vine leaves. Which action is diametrically opposite to the other, and signifies that you despise wine, and having mastered it, as it were, tread it under foot. I am no scholar, quoth Friar John, for which I'm heartily sorry, yet I find by my breviary that in the Revelation a woman was seen with the moon under her feet, which was a most wonderful sight. Now, as Bigot explained it to me, this was to signify that she was not of the nature of other women, for they have all the moon at their heads, and consequently their brains are always troubled with a lunacy. This makes me willing to believe what you said, dear Madam Lantern. Chapter 35. How we went underground to come to the temple of the Holy Bottle, and how Chinon is the oldest city in the world. We went underground through a plastered vault, on which was coarsely painted a dance of women and satyrs waiting on old Silenus, who was grinning horseback on his ass. This made me say to Pantagruel, that this entry put me in mind of the painted cellar in the oldest city in the world, where such paintings are to be seen, and in as cool a place. Which is the oldest city in the world? Asked Pantagruel. 'Tis Chinon, sir, or Chinon in Touraine, said I. I know, returned Pantagruel, where Chinon lies, and the painted cellar also, having myself drunk there many a glass of cool wine. Neither do I doubt but that Chinon is an ancient town, witness its blazon. I own 'tis said twice or thrice. Chinon. Little town. Great renown. On old stone. Long has stood. There's the Vienne, if you look down. If you look up, there's the wood. But how, continued he, can you make it out that 'tis the oldest city in the world? Where did you find this written? I have found it in the sacred writ, said I, that Cain was the first that built a town. We may then reasonably conjecture that from his name he gave it that of Chinon. Thus, after his example, most other founders of towns have given them their names, Athena, that's Minerva in Greek, to Athens, Alexander to Alexandria. Constantine to Constantinople, Pompey to Pompeiopolis in Cilicia, Adrian to Adrianople, Canaan, to the Canaanites, Saba, to the Sabaeans, Assur, to the Assyrians, and so Ptolemy, Caesarea, Tiberias, and Herodium in Judea got their names. While we were thus talking, there came to us the great flask whom our lantern called the philosopher, Her Holiness the bottle's governor. He was attended with a troop of the temple guards, all French bottles in wicker armor. And seeing us with our javelins wrapped with ivy, with our illustrious lantern, whom he knew, he desired us to come in with all manner of safety, and ordered we should be immediately conducted to the Princess Bacbuc, the bottle's lady of honor, and priestess of all the mysteries. Which was done. Chapter 36. How we went down the tetratic steps, and of Panurge's fear. We went down one marble step underground, where there was a resting, or, as our workmen call it, a landing place. Then, turning to the left, we went down 2 other steps, where there was another resting place. After that we came to 3 other steps, turning about, and met a third, and the like at 4 steps which we met afterwards. There quoth Panurge, Is it here? How many steps have you told? Asked our magnificent lantern. 1, 2, 3, 4, answered Pantagruel. How much is that? Asked she. 10, returned he. Multiply that, said she, according to the same Pythagorical tetrad. That is, 10, 20, 30, 40, cried Pantagruel. How much is the whole? Said she. 100, answered Pantagruel. Add, continued she, the first cube, that's 8. At the end of that fatal number you'll find the temple gate, and pray observe, this is the true psychogony of Plato, so celebrated by the academics, yet so little understood. One moiety of which consists of the unity of the 2 first numbers full of 2 square and 2 cubic numbers. We then went down those numerical stairs, all underground, and I can assure you, in the first place, that our legs stood us in good stead. For had it not been for we had rolled just like so many hogsheads into a vault. Secondly, our radiant lantern gave us just so much light as is in St. Patrick's Hole in Ireland, or Trophonius' Pit in Boeotia. Which caused Panurge to say to her, after we had got down some 78 steps. Dear madam, with a sorrowful, aching heart, I most humbly beseech your lanternship to lead us back. May I be led to hell if I be not half dead with fear. My heart is sunk down into my hose, I am afraid I shall make buttered eggs in my breeches. I freely consent never to marry. You have given yourself too much trouble on my account. The Lord shall reward you in his great rewarder. Neither will I be ungrateful when I come out of this cave of troglodytes. Let's go back, I pray you. I'm very much afraid this is Tyneris, the low way to hell, and methinks I already hear Cerberus bark. Hark! I hear the cur, or my ears tingle. I have no manner of kindness for the dog, for there never is a greater toothache than when dogs bite us by the shins. And if this be only Trophonius' pit, the lemurs, hobthrushes, and goblins will certainly swallow us alive, just as they devoured formerly one of Demetrius's halberdiers for want of bridles. Art thou here, Friar John? Prithee, dear cod, stay by me, I'm almost dead with fear. Hast thou got thy bilbo? Alas! Poor Pulgarlick's defenceless. I'm a naked man, thou knowest, let's go back. Zoons, fear nothing, cried Friar John. I'm by thee, and have thee fast by the collar, 18 devils shan't get thee out of my clutches, though I were unarmed. Never did a man yet want weapons who had a good arm with as stout a heart. Heaven would sooner send down a shower of them. Even as in Provence, in the fields of La Crau, near Marianus, there rained stones, they are there to this day, to help Hercules, who otherwise wanted wherewithal to fight Neptune's 2 bastards. But whither are we bound? Are we going to the little children's limbo? By Pluto, they'll bepaw and conskite us all. Or are we going to hell for orders? By Cobb's body, I'll hamper, Bethwack, and belabor all the devils, now I have some vine leaves in my shoes. Thou shalt see me lay about me like mad, old boy. Which way? Where the devil are they? I fear nothing but their damned horns, but Cuckoldy Panurge's bullfeather will altogether secure me from him. Lo! In a prophetic spirit I already see him, like another Actaeon, horned, horny, hornified. Prithee, quoth Panurge, take heed thyself, dear frater, lest, till monks have leave to marry, thou weddiest something thou dostn't like, as some cat o' nine tails or the quartan ague. If thou dost, may I never come safe and sound out of this hypogeum, this subterranean cave, if I don't tup and ram that disease merely for the sake of making thee a corniferous property. Otherwise I fancy the quartan ague is but an indifferent bedfellow. I remember gripe men all threatened to wed thee to some such thing, for which thou calledst him heretic. Here our splendid lantern interrupted them, letting us know this was the place where we were to have a taste of the creature, and be silent. Bidding us not despair of having the word of the bottle before we went back, since we had lined our shoes with vine leaves. Come on then, cried Panurge, let's charge through and through all the devils of hell. We can but perish, and that's soon done. However, I thought to have reserved my life for some mighty battle. Move, move, move forwards, I am as stout as Hercules, my breeches are full of courage. My heart trembles a little, I own, but that's only an effect of the coldness and dampness of this vault, 'tis neither fear nor ague. Come on, move on, piss, pish, push on. My name's William Dreadnought. Chapter 37. How the temple gates in a wonderful manner opened of themselves. After we were got down the steps, we came to a portal of fine jasper, of Doric order, on whose front we read this sentence in the finest gold, en oino aletheia, that is, in wine truth. The gates were of Corinthian-like brass, massy, wrought with little vine branches, finely embossed and engraven, and were equally joined and closed together in their mortise without padlock, key chain, or tie whatsoever. Where they joined, there hanged an Indian lodestone as big as an Egyptian beam, set in gold, having 2 points, hexagonal, in a right line, and on each side, towards the wall, hung a handful of scordium, garlic germander. There our noble lantern desired us not to take it amiss that she went no farther with us, leaving us wholly to the conduct of the priestess Bacbuc. For she herself was not allowed to go in, for certain causes rather to be concealed than revealed to mortals. However, she advised us to be resolute and secure, and to trust to her for the return. She then pulled the lodestone that hung at the folding of the gates, and threw it into a silver box fixed for that purpose. Which done, from the threshold of each gate she drew a twine of crimson silk about 9 feet long, by which the scordium hung, and having fastened it to 2 gold buckles that hung at the sides, she withdrew. Immediately the gates flew open without being touched, not with a creaking or loud harsh noise like that made by heavy brazen gates, but with a soft pleasing murmur that resounded through the arches of the temple. Pantagruel soon knew the cause of it, having discovered a small cylinder or roller that joined the gates over the threshold, and, turning like them towards the wall on a hard well-polished ophite stone, with rubbing and rolling caused that harmonious murmur. I wondered how the gates thus opened of themselves to the right and left, and after we were all got in, I cast my eye between the gates and the wall to endeavor to know how this happened. For one would have thought our kind lantern had put between the gates the herb Ethiopus, which they say opens some things that are shut. But I perceived that the parts of the gates that joined on the inside were covered with steel, and just where the said gates touched when they were opened I saw 2 square Indian lodestones of a bluish hue, well polished, and half a span broad, mortised in the temple wall. Now, by the hidden and admirable power of the lodestones, the steel plates were put into motion, and consequently the gates were slowly drawn. However, not always, but when the said lodestone on the outside was removed, after which the steel was freed from its power, the 2 bunches of scordium being at the same time put at some distance, because it deadens the magnes and robs it of its attractive virtue. On the lodestone that was placed on the right side the following iambic verse was curiously engraven in ancient Roman characters. Ducent volentem fata, nolentem trahunt. Fate leads the willing, and unwilling draws. The following sentence was neatly cut in the lodestone that was on the left. All things tend to their end. Chapter 38. Of the temple's admirable pavement. When I had read those inscriptions, I admired the beauty of the temple, and particularly the disposition of its pavement, with which no work that is now, or has been under the cope of heaven, can justly be compared. Not that of the Temple of Fortune at Praeneste in Sylla's time, or the pavement of the Greeks, called Asarotum, laid by Sosistratus at Pergamus. For this here was wholly in compartments of precious stones, all in their natural colors, one of red jasper, most charmingly spotted, another of ophites, a third of porphyry, a fourth of lycophthalmi, a stone of 4 different colors, powdered with sparks of gold as small as atoms, a fifth of agate, streaked here and there with small milk-colored waves, a sixth of costly chalcedony or onyx stone, and another of green jasper, with certain red and yellowish veins. And all these were disposed in a diagonal line. At the portico some small stones were inlaid and evenly joined on the floor, all in their native colors, to embellish the design of the figures. And they were ordered in such a manner that you would have thought some vine leaves and branches had been carelessly strewed on the pavement, for in some places they were thick, and thin in others. That inlaying was very wonderful everywhere. Here were seen, as it were in the shade, some snails crawling on the grapes, there, little lizards running on the branches. On this side were grapes that seemed yet greenish. On another, some clusters that seemed full ripe, so like the true that they could as easily have deceived starlings and other birds as those which Zeuxis drew. Nay, we ourselves were deceived. For where the artist seemed to have strewed the vine branches thickest, we could not forbear walking with great strides lest we should entangle our feet, just as people go over an unequal stony place. I then cast my eyes on the roof and walls of the temple, that were all pargeted with porphyry mosaic work, which from the left side at the coming in most admirably represented the battle in which the good Bacchus overthrew the Indians. As followeth. Chapter 39. How we saw Bacchus's army drawn up in battalia in mosaic work. At the beginning, divers towns, hamlets, castles, fortresses, and forests were seen in flames. And several mad and loose women, who furiously ripped up and tore live calves, sheep, and lambs limb from limb, and devoured their flesh. There we learned how Bacchus, at his coming into India, destroyed all things with fire and sword. Notwithstanding this, he was so despised by the Indians that they did not think it worth their while to stop his progress, having been certainly informed by their spies that his camp was destitute of warriors, and that he had only with him a crew of drunken females, a low-built, old, effeminate, sottish fellow, continually addled, and as drunk as a wheelbarrow, with a pack of young clownish doddipoles, stark naked, always skipping and frisking up and down, with tails and horns like those of young kids. For this reason the Indians had resolved to let them go through their country without the least opposition, esteeming a victory over such enemies more dishonorable than glorious. In the meantime Bacchus marched on, burning everything. For, as you know, fire and thunder are his paternal arms, Jupiter having saluted his mother Semele with his thunder, so that his maternal house was ruined by fire. Bacchus also caused a great deal of blood to be spilt, which, when he is roused and angered, principally in war, is as natural to him as to make some in time of peace. Thus the plains of the island of Samos are called Panema, which signifies bloody, because Bacchus there overtook the Amazons, who fled from the country of Ephesus, and there let blood, so that they all died of phlebotomy. This may give you a better insight into the meaning of an ancient proverb than Aristotle has done in his Problems, viz., why, 'twas formerly said, neither eat nor sow any mint in time of war. The reason is, that blows are given then without any distinction of parts or persons, and if a man that's wounded has that day handled or eaten any mint, 'tis impossible, or at least very hard, to stanch his blood. After this, Bacchus was seen marching in battalia, riding in a stately chariot drawn by 6 young leopards. He looked as young as a child, to show that all good topers never grow old. He was as red as a cherry, or a cherub, which you please, and had no more hair on his chin than there's in the inside of my hand. His forehead was graced with pointed horns, above which he wore a fine crown or garland of vine leaves and grapes, and a mitre of crimson velvet, having also gilt buskins on. He had not one man with him that looked like a man. His guards and all his forces consisted wholly of Basarides, Evants, Euhyades, Edenides, Trietherides, Ogygii, Mammalonides, Maenads, Thyades, and Bacchae, frantic, raving, raging, furious, mad women. Begirt with live snakes and serpents instead of girdles, dishevelled, their hair flowing about their shoulders, with garlands of vine branches instead of forehead cloths, clad with stags' or goats' skins, and armed with torches, javelins, spears, and halberds whose ends were like pineapples. Besides, they had certain small light bucklers that gave a loud sound if you touched them never so little, and these served them instead of drums. They were just 79,227. Silenus, who led the van, was one on whom Bacchus relied very much, having formerly had many proofs of his valor and conduct. He was a diminutive, stooping, palsied, plump, gorbellied old fellow, with a swinging pair of stiff-standing lugs of his own, a sharp Roman nose, large rough eyebrows, mounted on a well-hung ass. In his fist he held a staff to lean upon, and also bravely to fight whenever he had occasion to alight, and he was dressed in a woman's yellow gown. His followers were all young, wild, clownish people, as hornified as so many kids and as fell as so many tigers, naked, and perpetually singing in dancing country dances. They were called tittery and satyrs, and were in all 85,133. Pan, who brought up the rear, was a monstrous sort of a thing. For his lower parts were like a goat's, his thighs hairy, and his horns bolt upright, a crimson fiery fizz, and a beard that was none of the shortest. He was a bold, stout, daring, desperate fellow, very apt to take pepper in the nose for yea and nay. In his left hand he held a pipe, and a crooked stick in his right. His forces consisted also wholly of satyrs, Aegipanes, Agrippanes, Sylvans, fauns, lemurs, laras, elves, and hobgoblins, and their number was 78,114. The signal or word common to all the army was Abode. Chapter 40. How the battle in which the good Bacchus overthrew the Indians was represented in mosaic work. In the next place we saw the representation of the good Bacchus's engagement with the Indians. Silenus, who led the van, was sweating, puffing, and blowing, belabouring his ass most grievously. The ass dreadfully opened its wide jaws, drove away the flies that plagued it, winced, flounced, went back, and bestirred itself in a most terrible manner, as if some damned gad-bee had stung it at the breech. The satyrs, captains, sergeants, and corporals of companies, sounding the orgies with cornets, in a furious manner went round the army, skipping, capering, bounding, jerking, farting, flying out at heels, kicking and prancing like mad, encouraging their companions to fight bravely. And all the delineated army cried out Abode. First, the Maenads charged the Indians with dreadful shouts, and a horrid din of their brazen drums and bucklers, the air rung again all around, as the mosaic work well expressed it. And pray for the future don't so much admire Apelles, Aristides the Theban, and others who drew claps of thunder, lightnings, winds, words, manners, and spirits. We then saw the Indian army, who had at last taken the field to prevent the devastation of the rest of their country. In the front were the elephants, with castles well garrisoned on their backs. But the army and themselves were put into disorder. The dreadful cries of the Bacchae having filled them with consternation, and those huge animals turned tail and trampled on the men of their party. There you might have seen Gaffer Silenus on his ass, putting on as hard as he could, striking athwart and alongst, and laying about him lustily with his staff after the old fashion of fencing. His ass was prancing and making after the elephants, gaping and martially braying, as it were to sound a charge, as he did when formerly in the Bacchanalian feasts he waked the nymph Laudis, when Priapus, full of priapism, had a mind to priapize while the pretty creature was taking a nap. There you might have seen Pen frisk it with his goatish shanks about the Maenads, and with his rustic pipe excite them to behave themselves like Maenads. A little further you might have blessed your eyes with the sight of a young satyr who led 17 kings his prisoners, and a Bacchis, who with her snakes hauled along no less than 42 captains. A little faun, who carried a whole dozen of standards taken from the enemy, and goodman Bacchus on his chariot, riding to and fro fearless of danger, making much of his dear carcass, and cheerfully toping to all his merry friends. Finally, we saw the representation of his triumph, which was thus: first, his chariot was wholly lined with ivy gathered on the mountain Miros. This for its scarcity, which you know raises the price of everything, and principally of those leaves in India. In this Alexander the Great followed his example at his Indian triumph. The chariot was drawn by elephants joined together, wherein he was imitated by Pompey the Great at Rome in his African triumph. The good Bacchus was seen drinking out of a mighty urn, which action Marius aped after his victory over the Cimbri near Aix in Provence. All his army were crowned with ivy, their javelins, bucklers, and drums were also wholly covered with it. There was not so much as Silenus's ass but was bet-wrapped with it. The Indian kings were fastened with chains of gold close by the wheels of the chariot. All the company marched in pomp with unspeakable joy, loaded with an infinite number of trophies, pageants, and spoils, playing and singing merry eponychiums, songs of triumph, and also rural lays and dithyrambs. At the farthest end was a prospect of the land of Egypt, the Nile with its crocodiles, marmozets, ibids, monkeys, trachaloses, or wrens, ichneumons, or Pharaoh's mice, hippopotami, or seahorses, and other creatures, its guests and neighbors. Bacchus was moving towards that country under the conduct of a couple of horned beasts, on one of which was written in gold, Apis, and Osiris on the other, because no ox or cow had been seen in Egypt till Bacchus came thither. Chapter 41. How the temple was illuminated with a wonderful lamp. Before I proceed to the description of the bottle, I'll give you that of an admirable lamp that dispensed so large a light over all the temple that, though it lay underground, we could distinguish every object as clearly as above it at noonday. In the middle of the roof was fixed a ring of massive gold, as thick as my clenched fist. 3 chains somewhat less, most curiously wrought, hung about 2 feet and a half below it, and in a triangle supported a round plate of fine gold whose diameter or breadth did not exceed 2 cubits and half a span. There were 4 holes in it, in each of which an empty ball was fastened, hollow within, and open top, like a little lamp, its circumference about 2 hands' breadth. Each ball was of precious stone. One an amethyst, another an African carbuncle, the third an opal, and the fourth an anthracites. They were full of burning water 5 times distilled in a serpentine limbeck, and inconsumptible, like the oil formerly put into Pallas' golden lamp at Acropolis of Athens by Callimachus. In each of them was a flaming wick, partly of asbeston flax, as of old in the temple of Jupiter Ammon, such as those which Cleombrotus, a most studious philosopher, saw, and partly of Carpasian flax, Ozell's correction. Moitot reeds, which Cleombrotus, a most studious philosopher, and Pandalinus of Carpasium had, which were rather renewed than consumed by the fire. About 2 foot and a half below that gold plate, the 3 chains were fastened to 3 handles that were fixed to a large round lamp of most pure crystal, whose diameter was a cubit and a half, and opened about 2 hands' breadths top. By which open place a vessel of the same crystal, shaped somewhat like the lower part of a gourd-like limbeck, or an urinal, was put at the bottom of the great lamp, with such a quantity of the aforementioned burning water, that the flame of the asbeston wick reached the center of the great lamp. This made all its spherical body seem to burn and be in a flame, because the fire was just at the center and middle point, so that it was not more easy to fix the eye on it than on the disk of the sun. The matter being wonderfully bright and shining, and the work most transparent and dazzling by the reflection of the various colors of the precious stones whereof the 4 small lamps above the main lamp were made. And their luster was still variously glittering all over the temple. Then this wandering light being darted on the polished marble and agate with which all the inside of the temple was pargeted. Our eyes were entertained with a sight of all the admirable colors which the rainbow can boast when the sun darts his fiery rays on some dropping clouds. The design of the lamp was admirable in itself, but, in my opinion, what added much to the beauty of the whole, was that round the body of the crystal lamp there was carved in cataglyphic work a lively and pleasant battle of naked boys, mounted on little hobby horses, with little whirligig lances and shields that seemed made of vine branches with grapes on them. Their postures generally were very different, and their childish strife and motions were so ingeniously expressed that art equalled nature in every proportion and action. Neither did this seem engraved, but rather hewed out and embossed in relief, or at least like grotesque, which, by the artist's skill, has the appearance of the roundness of the object it represents. This was partly the effect of the various and most charming light, which, flowing out of the lamp, filled the carved places with its glorious rays. Chapter 42. How the priestess Bacbuc showed us a fantastic fountain in the temple, and how the fountain water had the taste of wine, according to the imagination of those who drank of it. This and the next chapter make really but one, though Mr. Mautain has made two of them, the first of which contains but 8 lines, according to him, and ends at the words fantastic fountain. O Zell! While we were admiring this incomparable lamp and the stupendous structure of the temple, the venerable priestess Bacbuc and her attendants came to us with jolly smiling looks, and seeing us duly accoutred, without the least difficulty took us into the middle of the temple, where, just under the aforesaid lamp, was the fine fantastic fountain. She then ordered some cups, goblets, and talboys of gold, silver, and crystal to be brought, and kindly invited us to drink of the liquor that sprung there, which we readily did. For, to say the truth, this fantastic fountain was very inviting, and its materials and workmanship more precious, rare, and admirable than anything Plato ever dreamt of in limbo. Its basis or groundwork was of most pure and limpid alabaster, and its height somewhat more than 3 spans, being a regular heptagon on the outside, with its stylobates or footsteps, areolets, cimisalts or blunt tops, and Doric undulations about it. It was exactly round within. On the middle point of each angle brink stood a pillar orbiculated in form of ivory or alabaster solid rings. These were 7 in number, according to the number of the angles. This sentence, restored by Ozel, is omitted by Mautain. Each pillar's length from the basis to the architraves was near 7 hands, taking an exact dimension of its diameter through the center of its circumference and inward roundness. And it was so disposed that, casting our eyes behind one of them, whatever its cube might be, to view its opposite, we found that the pyramidal cone of our visual line ended at the said center, and there, by the 2 opposites, formed an equilateral triangle whose 2 lines divided the pillar into 2 equal parts. That which we had a mind to measure, going from one side to another, 2 pillars over, at the first third part of the distance between them, was met by their lowermost and fundamental line, which, in a consult line drawn as far as the universal center, equally divided, gave, in a just partition, the distance of the 7 opposite pillars in a right line, beginning at the obtuse angle on the brink. As you know that an angle is always found placed between 2 others in all angular figures odd in number. This tacitly gave us to understand that 7 semi-diameters are in geometrical proportion, compass, and distance somewhat less than the circumference of a circle, from the figure of which they are extracted. That is to say, 3 whole parts, with an 1/8 and a half, a little more, or a 7th and a half, a little less, according to the instructions given us of old by Euclid, Aristotle, Archimedes, and others. The first pillar, I mean that which faced the temple gate, was of azure, sky-colored sapphire. The second, of hyacinth, a precious stone exactly of the color of the flower into which Ajax's choleric blood was transformed. The Greek letters A-I being seen on it in many places. The third, an anicite diamond, as bright and glittering as lightning. The fourth, a masculine ruby ballast, peach-colored, amethystizing, its flame and luster ending in violet or purple like an amethyst. The fifth, an emerald, above 550 times more precious than that of Serapis in the labyrinth of the Egyptians, and more verdant and shining than those that were fixed, instead of eyes, in the marble lion's head near King Hermias's tomb. The sixth, of agate, more admirable and various in the distinctions of its veins, clouds, and colors than that which Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, so mightily esteemed. The seventh, of cyanites, transparent, of the color of a beryl and the clear hue of Hymetian honey, and within it the moon was seen, such as we see it in the sky, silent, full, new, and in the wane. These stones were assigned to the 7 heavenly planets by the ancient Chaldeans. And that the meanest capacities might be informed of this, just at the central perpendicular line, on the chapter of the first pillar, which was of sapphire, stood the image of Saturn in illusion, Mautor reads Eliasim. Lead, with his scythe in his hand, and at his feet a crane of gold, very artfully enamelled, according to the native hue of the Saturnine bird. On the second, which was of hyacinth, towards the left, Jupiter was seen in Jovetian brass, and on his breast an eagle of gold enamelled to the life. On the third was Phoebus of the purest gold, and a white cock in his right hand. On the fourth was Mars in Corinthian brass, and a lion at his feet. On the fifth was Venus in copper, the metal of which Aristonides made Athamas' statue, that expressed in a blushing whiteness his confusion at the sight of his son Lurchus, who died at his feet of a fall. On the sixth was Mercury in hydrogyre. I would have said quicksilver, had it not been fixed, malleable, and unmovable. That nimble deity had a stork at his feet. On the seventh was the moon in silver, with a greyhound at her feet. The size of these statues was somewhat more than a third part of the pillars on which they stood, and they were so admirably wrought according to mathematical proportion that Polycletus's canon could hardly have stood in competition with them. The bases of the pillars, the chapters, the architraves, zoophores, and cornices were Phrygian work of massive gold, purer and finer than any that is found in the rivers Lede near Montpellier, Ganges in India, Pei in Italy, Hebrus in Thrace, Tagus in Spain, and Pactolus in Lydia. The small arches between the pillars were of the same precious stone of which the pillars next to them were. Thus, that arch was of sapphire which ended at the hyacinth pillar, and that was of hyacinth which went towards the diamond, and so on. Above the arches and chapters of the pillars, on the inward front, a cupola was raised to cover the fountain. It was surrounded by the planetary statues, heptagonal at the bottom, and spherical o top, and of crystal so pure, transparent, well polished, whole and uniform in all its parts, without veins, clouds, flaws, or streaks, that Xenocrates never saw such a one in his life. Within it were seen the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 months of the year, with their properties, the 2 equinoxes, the ecliptic line, with some of the most remarkable fixed stars about the Antarctic pole and elsewhere, so curiously engraven that I fancied them to be the workmanship of King Nisepsis, or Petasiris, the ancient mathematician. On the top of the cupola, just over the center of the fountain, were 3 noble long pearls, all of one size, pear fashion, perfectly imitating a tear, and so joined together as to represent a flower de luce or lily, each of the flowers seeming above a hand's breadth. A carbuncle jutted out of its calyx or cup as big as an ostrich's egg, cut 7 square, that number so beloved of nature, and so prodigiously glorious that the sight of it had like to have made us blind. For the fiery sun or the pointed lightning are not more dazzling and unsufferably bright. Now, were some judicious appraisers to judge of the value of this incomparable fountain, and the lamp of which we have spoke, they would undoubtedly affirm it exceeds that of all the treasures and curiosities in Europe, Asia, and Africa put together. For that carbuncle alone would have darkened the Pantarby of Iarchus, Mautor reads Jochas, the Indian magician, with as much ease as the sun outshines and dims the stars with his meridian rays. Nor let Cleopatra, that Egyptian queen, boast of her pair of pendants, those 2 pearls, one of which she caused to be dissolved in vinegar, in the presence of Antony the Triumvir, her gallant. Or let Pompeia Platina be proud of her dress covered all over with emeralds and pearls curiously intermixed, she who attracted the eyes of all Rome, and was said to be the pit and magazine of the conquering robbers of the universe. The fountain had 3 tubes or channels of right pearl, seated in 3 equilateral angles already mentioned, extended on the margin, and those channels proceeded in a snail-like line, winding equally on both sides. We looked on them a while, and had cast our eyes on another side, when Bacbuc directed us to watch the water. We then heard a most harmonious sound, yet somewhat stopped by starts, far distant, and subterranean, by which means it was still more pleasing than if it had been free, uninterrupted, and near us. So that our minds were as agreeably entertained through our ears with that charming melody as they were through the windows of our eyes with those delightful objects. Bacbuc then said, Your philosophers will not allow that motion is begot by the power of figures, look here, and see the contrary. By that single snail-like motion, equally divided as you see, and a fivefold infoliature, movable at every inward meeting, such as is the vena cava where it enters into the right ventricle of the heart. Just so is the flowing of this fountain, and by it a harmony ascends as high as your world's ocean. She then ordered her attendants to make us drink, and, to tell you the truth of the matter as near as possible, we are not, heaven be praised, of the nature of a drove of calf lollies, who, as your sparrows can't feed unless you bob them on the tail, must be rib-roasted with tough crabtree and firked into a stomach, or at least into an humour to eat or drink. No, we know better things, and scorn to scorn any man's civility who civilly invites us to a drinking bout. Backbuck asked us then how we liked our tiff. We answered that it seemed to us good harmless sober Adam's liquor, fit to keep a man in the right way, and, in a word, mere element. More cool and clear than Argerontes in Aetolia, Peneus in Thessaly, Axius in Mygdonia, or Cydnus in Cilicia. A tempting sight of whose cool silver stream caused Alexander to prefer the short-lived pleasure of bathing himself in it to the inconveniences which he could not but foresee would attend so ill-termed an action. This, said Backbuck, comes of not considering with ourselves, or understanding the motions of the musculous tongue, when the drink glides on it in its way to the stomach. Tell me, noble strangers, are your throats lined, paved, or enamelled, as formerly was that of Pythias, nicknamed the Utes, that you can have missed the taste, relish, and flavour of this divine liquor? Here, said she, turning towards her gentlewomen, bring my scrubbing brushes, you know which, to scrape, rake, and clear their palates. They brought immediately some stately, swinging, jolly hams, fine substantial neats' tongues, good hung beef, pure and delicate botargos, venison, sausages, and such other gullet sweepers. And, to comply with her invitation, we crammed and twisted till we owned ourselves thoroughly cured of thirst, which before did damnably plague us. We are told, continued she, that formerly a learned and valiant Hebrew chief, leading his people through the deserts, where they were in danger of being famished, obtained of God some manna, whose taste was to them, by imagination, such as that of meat was to them before in reality. Thus, drinking of this miraculous liquor, you'll find it taste like any wine that you shall fancy you drink. Come, then, fancy and drink. We did so, and Panurge had no sooner whipped off his brimmer but he cried, by Noah's open shop, 'tis vin de bone, better than ever was yet tipped over tongue, or may 96 devils swallow me. Oh! That to keep its taste the longer, we gentlemen topers had but next some 3 cubits long or so, as Philoxenus desired to have, or, at least, like a crane's, as Melanthius wished his. On the faith of true lanterners, quoth Friar John, 'tis gallant, sparkling Greek wine. Now, for God's sake, sweetheart, do but teach me how the devil you make it. It seems to me Mirabeau wine, said Pantagruel. For before I drank I supposed it to be such. Nothing can be misliked in it, but that 'tis cold, colder, I say, than the very ice, colder than the Nonacrean and Dircean, Mautaurides, Dirain, water, or the Contemporanean, Mata, Canthopian. Spring at Corinth, that froze up the stomach and nutritive parts of those that drank of it. Drink once, twice, or thrice more, said Backbuck, still changing your imagination, and you shall find its taste and flavour to be exactly that on which you shall have pitched. Then never presume to say that anything is impossible to God. We never offered to say such a thing, said I, far from it, we maintain he is omnipotent. Chapter 43. How the priestess Backbuck equipped Panurge in order to have the word of the bottle. When we had thus chatted and tippled, Backbuck asked, who of you here would have the word of the bottle? I, your most humble little funnel, an't please you, quoth Panurge. Friend, saith she, I have but one thing to tell you, which is, that when you come to the oracle, you take care to hearken and hear the word only with one ear. This, cried Friar John, is wine of one ear, as Frenchmen call it. She then wrapped him up in a gabardine, bound his noddle with a goodly clean biggin, clapped over it a felt such as those through which Hippocras is distilled, at the bottom of which, instead of a cowl, she put 3 obelisks. Made him draw on a pair of old-fashioned codpieces instead of mittens, girded him about with 3 bagpipes bound together, bathed his jobberknoll thrice in the fountain. Then threw a handful of meal on his phiz, fixed 3 cock's feathers on the right side of the hypocritical felt, made him take a jaunt 9 times round the fountain. Caused him to take 3 little leaps and to bump his 7 times against the ground, repeating I don't know what kind of conjurations all the while in the Tuscan tongue, and ever and anon reading in a ritual or book of ceremonies. Carried after her by one of her mystagogues. For my part, may I never stir if I don't really believe that neither Numa Pompilius, the second king of the Romans, nor the Syrites of Tuscia, and the old Hebrew captain ever instituted so many ceremonies as I then saw performed. Nor were ever half so many religious forms used by the soothsayers of Memphis in Egypt to Apis, or by the Euboeans, at Rhamnus, Mataw gives, or by the Embrians, or at Rhamnus, to Rhamnusia, or to Jupiter Ammon, or to Feronia. When she had thus accoutred my gentleman, she took him out of our company, and led him out of the temple, through a golden gate on the right, into a round chapel made of transparent speculary stones, by whose solid clearness the sun's light shined there through the precipice of the rock without any windows or other entrance. And so easily and fully dispersed itself through the greater temple that the light seemed rather to spring out of it than to flow into it. The workmanship was not less rare than that of the sacred temple at Ravenna, or that in the island of Chemnus in Egypt. Nor must I forget to tell you that the work of that round chapel was contrived with such a symmetry that its diameter was just the height of the vault. In the middle of it was an heptagonal fountain of fine alabaster most artfully wrought, full of water, which was so clear that it might have passed for element in its purity and singleness. The sacred bottle was in it to the middle, clad in pure fine crystal of an oval shape, except its muzzle, which was somewhat wider than was consistent with that figure. Chapter 44. How Bacbuc, the high priestess, brought Panurge before the holy bottle. There the noble priestess Bacbuc made Panurge stoop and kiss the brink of the fountain. Then bade him rise and dance 3 Athymbi, dances in the honor of Bacchus. Mataw. Which done, she ordered him to sit down between 2 stools placed there for that purpose, his arse upon the ground. Then she opened her ceremonial book, and, whispering in his left ear, made him sing an epilene. Inserted here in the figure of the bottle. Bottle, whose mysterious deep dews 10,000 secrets keep. With attentive ear I wait. Ease my mind, and speak my fate. Soul of joy, like Bacchus, we more than India gain by thee. Truths unborn thy juice reveals, which futurity conceals. Antidote to frauds and lies. Wine, that mounts us to the skies. May thy father Noah's brood like him drown, but in thy flood. Speak, so may the liquid mine of rubies, or of diamonds shine. Bottle, whose mysterious deep dews 10,000 secrets keep. With attentive ear I wait. Ease my mind, and speak my fate. When Panurge had sung, Bacbuc threw I don't know what into the fountain, and straight its water began to boil in good earnest, just for the world as doth the great monastical pot at Bourgueil when 'tis high holiday there. Friend Panurge was listening with one ear, and Bacbuc kneeled by him, when such a kind of humming was heard out of the bottle as is made by a swarm of bees bred in the flesh of a young bull killed and dressed according to Aristeus's art. Or such as is made when a bolt flies out of a crossbow, or when a shower falls on a sudden in summer. Immediately after this was heard the word trink. By Cobb's body, cried Panurge, 'tis broken, or cracked at least, not to tell a lie for the matter, for even so do crystal bottles speak in our country when they burst near the fire. Bacbuc arose, and gently taking Panurge under the arms, said, Friend, offer your thanks to indulgent heaven, as reason requires. You have soon had the word of the goddess bottle. And the kindest, most favorable, and certain word of answer that I ever yet heard her give since I officiated here at her most sacred oracle. Rise, let us go to the chapter, in whose gloss that fine word is explained. With all my heart, quoth Panurge, by Jingo, I am just as wise as I was last year. Light, where's the book? Turn it over, where's the chapter? Let's see this merry gloss. Chapter 45. How Bacbuc explained the word of the goddess bottle. Bacbuc having thrown I don't know what into the fountain, straight the water ceased to boil. And then she took Panurge into the greater temple, in the central place, where there was the enlivening fountain. There she took out a hugeous silver book, in the shape of a half-tierce, or hogshead, of sentences, and, having filled it at the fountain, said to him, the philosophers, preachers, and doctors of your world feed you up with fine words and cant at the ears. Now, here we really incorporate our precepts at the mouth. Therefore I'll not say to you, read this chapter, see this gloss, no, I say to you, taste me this fine chapter, swallow me this rare gloss. Formerly an ancient prophet of the Jewish nation ate a book and became a clerk even to the very teeth. Now will I have you drink one, that you may be a clerk to your very liver. Here, open your mandibules. Panurge gaping as wide as his jaws would stretch, Bacbuc took the silver book, at least we took it for a real book, for it looked just for the world like a breviary, but in truth it was a breviary. A flask of right Falernian wine as it came from the grape, which she made him swallow every drop. By Bacchus, quoth Panurge, this was a notable chapter, a most authentic gloss, oh, my word. Is this all that the Trismegistion bottle's word means? I troth, I like it extremely, it went down like mother's milk. Nothing more, returned Bacbuc. For trink is a Panamphian word, that is, a word understood, used and celebrated by all nations, and signifies drink. Some say in your world that sack is a word used in all tongues, and justly admitted in the same sense among all nations. For, as Aesop's fable hath it, all men are born with a sack at the neck, naturally needy in begging of each other. Neither can the most powerful king be without the help of other men, or can anyone that's poor subsist without the rich, though he be never so proud and insolent, as, for example, Hippias the philosopher, who boasted he could do everything. Much less can anyone make shift without drink than without a sack. Therefore here we hold not that laughing, but that drinking is the distinguishing character of man. I don't say drinking, taking that word singly and absolutely in the strictest sense, no, beasts then might put in for a share, I mean drinking cool delicious wine. For you must know, my beloved, that by wine we become divine. Neither can there be a surer argument or a less deceitful divination. Your, vero. Mata, academics assert the same when they make the etymology of wine, which the Greeks call oinos, to be from vis, strength, virtue, and power. For 'tis in its power to fill the soul with all truth, learning, and philosophy. If you observe what is written in Ionic letters on the temple gate, you may have understood that truth is in wine. The goddess bottle therefore directs you to that divine liquor, be yourself the expounder of your undertaking. It is impossible, said Pantagruel to Panurge, to speak more to the purpose than does this true priestess. You may remember I told you as much when you first spoke to me about it. Drink then, what says your heart, elevated by Bacchic enthusiasm? With this quoth Panurge. Trink, trink, by Bacchus, let us tope. And tope again. For, now I hope to see some brawny, juicy rump, well tickled with my carnal stump. Ere long, my friends, I shall be wedded. Sure as my trapstick has a red head. And my sweet wife shall hold the combat. Long as my baws can on her bum beat. Oh, what a battle of a fighting will there be, which I much delight in. What pleasing pains then shall I take to keep myself and spouse awake. All heart and juice, I'll up and ride, and make a duchess of my bride. Sing Iopian. Loudly sing. To Hymen, who all joys will bring. Well, Friar John, I'll take my oath. This oracle is full of troth. Intelligible truth it bears. More certain than the sieve and shears. Chapter 46. How Panurge and the rest rhymed with poetic fury. What a pox ails the fellow? Quoth Friar John. Stark staring mad, or bewitched, oh, my word. Do but hear the chiming dotterel gabble in rhyme. What devil has he swallowed? His eyes roll in his loggerhead just for the world like a dying goat's. Will the addle-pated wight have the grace to shear off? Will he rid us of his damned company, to go shite out his nasty rhyming balderdash in some bog-house? Will nobody be so kind as to cram some dog's bird down the poor cur's gullet? Or will he, monk-like, run his fist up to the elbow into his throat to his very maw, to scour and clear his flanks? Will he take a hair of the same dog? Pantagruel chid Friar John, and said, "Bold monk, forbear. This, I'll assure ye, proceeds all from poetic fury. Warmed by the god, inspired with wine, his human soul is made divine. For without jest, his hallowed breast, with wine possessed, could have no rest, till he'd expressed some thoughts at least of his great guest. Then straight he flies above the skies, and mortifies with prophecies our miseries. And since divinely he's inspired, adore the soul by wine acquired, and let the tosspot be admired." "How," quoth the friar, "the fit rhyming is upon you too? Is't come to that? Then we are all peppered, or the devil pepper me. What would I not give to have Gargantua see us while we are in this maggoty crambo vein? Now may I be cursed with living on that damned empty food, if I can tell whether I shall scape the catching distemper. The devil a bit do I understand which way to go about it, however, the spirit of fustian possesses us all, I find. Well, by St. John, I'll poetize, since everybody does, I find it coming. Stay, and pray pardon me if I don't rhyme in crimson. 'Tis my first essay. Thou, who canst water turn to wine, transform my bum, by power divine, into a lantern, that may light my neighbor in the darkest night." Panurge then proceeds in his rapture, and says, "From Pythian Tripos ne'er were heard more truths, nor more to be revered. I think from Delphos to this spring some wizard brought that conjuring thing. Had honest Plutarch here been toping, he then so long had ne'er been groping to find, according to his wishes, why oracles are mute as fishes. At Delphos, now the reason's clear. No more at Delphos there, but here. Here is the Tripos, out of which is spoke the doom of poor and rich. For Athenaeus does relate, this bottle is the womb of fate, prolific of mysterious wine, and big with prescience divine. It brings the truth with pleasure forth. Besides you had a pennyworth. So, Friar John, I must exhort you to wait a word that may import you, and to inquire, while here we tarry, if it shall be your luck to marry." Friar John answers him in a rage, and says, "How, marry, Biasti Bennett's boot, and his gambadoes, I'll never do't. No man that knows me e'er shall judge. I mean to make myself a drudge, or that Pulgarlic e'er will dote upon a paltry petticoat. I'll ne'er my liberty betray, all for a little leapfrog play, and ever after wear a clog, like monkey or like mastiff dog. No, I'd not have, upon my life, great Alexander for my wife, nor Pompey, nor his dad-in-law, who did each other clapperclaw. Not the best he that wears a head shall win me to his truckle bed." Panurge, pulling off his gabardine and mystical accoutrements, replied, "Wherefore thou shalt, thou filthy beast, be damned 12 fathoms deep at least, while I shall reign in paradise, whence on thy loggerhead I'll piss. Now when that dreadful hour is come, that thou in hell receiv'st thy doom, e'en there, I know, thou'lt play some trick, and Proserpine shan't scape a prick of the long pin within thy breeches. But when thou art using these capriches, and caterwauling in her cavern, send Pluto to the farthest tavern, for the best wine that's to be had, lest he should see, and run horn mad. She's kind, and ever did admire a well-fed monk or well-hung friar. Go to, quoth Friar John, thou old noddy, thou dotopold ninny, go to the devil thou art prating of. I've done with rhyming, the rheum gripes me at the gullet. Let's talk of paying and going, come. Chapter 47. How we took our leave of Bacbuc, and left the oracle of the holy bottle. Do not trouble yourself about anything here, said the priestess to the friar, if you be but satisfied, we are. Here below, in these circumcentral regions, we place the sovereign good, not in taking and receiving, but in bestowing and giving. So that we esteem ourselves happy, not if we take and receive much of others, as perhaps the sects of teachers do in your world, but rather if we impart and give much. All I have to beg of you is that you leave us here your names in writing, in this ritual. She then opened a fine large book, and as we gave our names one of her mystagogues with a gold pin drew some lines on it, as if she had been writing. But we could not see any characters. This done, she filled 3 glasses with fantastic water, and giving them into our hands, said, Now, my friends, you may depart, and may that intellectual sphere whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere, whom we call God, keep you in his almighty protection. When you come into your world, do not fail to affirm and witness that the greatest treasures and most admirable things are hidden underground, and not without reason. Ceres was worshipped because she taught mankind the art of husbandry, and by the use of corn, which she invented, abolished that beastly way of feeding on acorns. And she grievously lamented her daughter's banishment into our subterranean regions, certainly foreseeing that Proserpine would meet with more excellent things, more desirable enjoyments, below, than she her mother could be blessed with above. What do you think is become of the art of forcing the thunder and celestial fire down, which the wise Prometheus had formerly invented? 'Tis most certain you have lost it, 'tis no more on your hemisphere, but here below we have it. And without a cause you sometimes wonder to see whole towns burned and destroyed by lightning and ethereal fire, and are at a loss about knowing from whom, by whom, and to what end those dreadful mischiefs were sent. Now, they are familiar and useful to us, and your philosophers who complain that the ancients have left them nothing to write of or to invent, are very much mistaken. Those phenomena which you see in the sky, whatever the surface of the earth affords you, and the sea, and every river contain, is not to be compared with what is hid within the bowels of the earth. For this reason the subterranean ruler has justly gained in almost every language the epithet of rich. Now when your sages shall wholly apply their minds to a diligent and studious search after truth, humbly begging the assistance of the sovereign God, whom formerly the Egyptians in their language called the hidden and the concealed, and invoking him by that name, beseech him to reveal and make himself known to them, that Almighty Being will, out of his infinite goodness, not only make his creatures, but even himself known to them. Thus will they be guided by good lanterns. For all the ancient philosophers and sages have held 2 things necessary safely and pleasantly to arrive at the knowledge of God and true wisdom, first, God's gracious guidance, then man's assistance. So, among the philosophers, Zoroaster took Arimaspes for the companion of his travels, Aesculapius, Mercury, Orpheus, Musaeus, Pythagoras, Aglaophamus. And, among princes and warriors, Hercules in his most difficult achievements had his singular friend Theseus, Ulysses, Diomedes, Aeneas, Achates. You followed their examples, and came under the conduct of an illustrious lantern. Now, in God's name depart, and may he go along with you. The end of the 5th book of the heroic deeds and sayings of the noble Pantagruel. Pantagruel.